I never imagined that the love of my life would betray me in such a despicable way. One night, I stood outside a hotel room, witnessing my beautiful wife, Candace, entangled with another man. The woman I adored and promised forever shattered my heart in mere seconds. Consumed by rage and despair, I confronted her lover, and what followed was a spiral of revenge and destruction. This is not just a story of infidelity. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. It's a tale of retribution and the darkness lurking within us all. A plan, that's what I need. A plan is always important. Knowing your next move keeps you on track. Sitting on a high bar stool in a hotel, I saw three options for the night. 1. Go outside, call a taxi and head back to my sad, lonely condo. This condo was full of memories and broken promises. It was clear a woman had decorated it. Everything from the new furniture to the wall art showed high-class style. That was all Emily Davis's doing. Thinking about that made me shiver. The second option was going back to the private hotel suites, where the real party was. I'd managed to get through the annual Ajax Corporation Christmas party banquet. I'd shaken the right hands and made a good impression as the newest and youngest company director. Most of the older bosses and their partners had left. Now it was just the younger folk who stayed to party. Some Ajax clients were throwing an unofficial party in the business suites upstairs. These parties were wild. I wondered if Ajax's management knew. They probably did and made sure to cover themselves. I shook my head, deciding against joining that crazy scene. That left my third option: sit here in the hotel bar with a glass of whiskey and claim this bar stool for the night. I knew someone would get me to my room if I drank too much. Can't have guests lying around. I laughed to myself just as I decided to stay. I heard a familiar voice behind me. Sven. What are you doing down here? Man, I knew who it was just by his voice. He's the only one who calls me Sven, my best friend and co-worker, Michael Johnson. I turned and looked into his dark brown eyes, almost black. They reminded me of a shark fitting since he was an account manager in sales. He joked once that his eyes rolled back when he closed a deal. I sort of believed him. With his olive skin, Middle Eastern looks and natural handsomeness, he was popular with the ladies in the office. Dave's almost an inch taller than me, a fact he liked to remind me of. He had a slim build, black wavy hair, always clean-shaven and dressed in stylish European clothes. But I knew the real Dave. He was someone who liked to chase after women and have fun. Sven, you still with us? He laughed, snapping me out of my thoughts. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Alex Thompson, Director of Marketing for Ajax Corp. We make custom shipping boxes. If it won't fit in a standard FedEx box, it might end up in one of ours. We serve many markets, from electronics to alcohol to, yes, even adult items. Oh, and why Sven? My father was Swedish and my mother French, so I got the strong build of a Viking and the curly hair and features of a Frenchman. It's a good mix. I like Sven better than Dave's other nickname for me, D'Artagnan, because of my facial hair. Damn dude, what are you doing down here? He asked, pulling up a seat next to me. I lifted my glass of whiskey and looked at him. That's a dumb question, right? He grinned widely, which was his norm. I've never met anyone who smiled more, even when being annoying. Dude, you need to move on. I'm working on it. I lied. He laughed. Sitting here getting drunk is not moving on. I'm thinking about my options. I said, smiling sadly. Oh no, you're not going dark, are you? I should have sold you my sister's used Prius. You're in love with me, aren't you? I snorted, causing the whiskey to go up my nose. It burned and brought tears to my eyes. As Dave laughed, you wish I coked out. Nah, he said with that annoying grin, I keep telling you, dude, you're not my type. You've got an extra part. I don't like jerk. I replied, nope, I'm pretty sure you have that part, even though you talk a lot of crap. Seriously, what are you doing down here, bro? Figuring out my plan. Oh please. Dave groaned, like when you cancelled your own party last week. Who cancels their own 30th birthday party? I know you're sad, but you have to move on somehow. I stared at the amber liquid in front of me. You know that bridge is burned, right? Emily might want you back, but do you really want to rebuild anything with her? I continued to stare at my drink. We both knew the answer. When the love of your life betrays, you see their flaws clearly. Yes, I had put Emily on a pedestal. I think everyone acts that way early in a relationship, even though we know it won't last. But it's a harsh reality when our partner not only falls from the high place we put them on but then uses that same pedestal to really hurt us, leaving us with nothing but broken hearts and painful memories. Besides, Dave laughed, snapping me out of my thoughts. I'm pretty sure her family wouldn't like seeing you two back together, and whose fault is that? My best friend grinned mischievously. I'm fairly certain I won't be getting a Christmas card from them either. You think I snorted? He was silent for a minute before he answered. His voice was calm but serious. You know I've already said sorry for that, Alex, I was just Dave. I interrupted. It's okay. I don't blame you for anything. I know you were just looking out for me. That's right. He said, grinning, and that's what I'm doing now as well. We need to go upstairs and have some fun. Missing your birthday party is one thing, but missing Sophia from accounting trying to dance is something else. We both laughed. Sophia. Dancing was always a sight and had become a holiday tradition. It's also possible Sarah might be convinced to give you a birthday dance in your dreams. I snorted, only in your wildest dreams. Yeah. Dave said, smiling and clearly daydreaming. Why don't you just ask her out? I laughed. You think about her all the time. Are you afraid she'll say no? Dude, I'm in sales. I'm used to rejection. No, I'm more afraid. She might say yes. I stared at him in confusion. She might actually hurt me. He laughed in ways I can't even imagine. She's more likely to perform some spooky ritual on you. Well, he grinned. There is that. We both laughed. Listen, man, you do what you need to do. Dave said as he stood up, but if you do choose to join the party upstairs, I promise it'll be something you won't forget. Okay, I'll think about it. Try thinking about it before you have another one of those. He said, pointing at my drink. We wouldn't want you seeing double. He looked at me knowingly. It was clear I hadn't understood his strange logic. Seeing 4 of Sophia could scare even the bravest guy. Listen, Alex. He quipped as he started walking away. I'll save you a spot up there, and dude, stop checking out my backside. His laughter followed him as he left the bar. I found myself laughing along with him. He could be annoying sometimes, but he was a good friend. I'm not sure how I would have gotten through these last few months without his help and jokes. There's no question. The last few months had been the hardest time of my life. I met Emily 3 years ago. I'd been with my company for a year, and she had recently passed her bar exam and was working for a local law firm at 6 feet 2 inches. With a beautiful face, long golden hair and a slim athletic body, she easily stood out in any crowd. Actually, she'd played volleyball in college before going to law school. The first time she looked at me with those sea green eyes and smiled. I was hooked. Besides her good looks, Candace Davis could walk into a room and take over. She's charming but strong, funny but determined and clever. Our time together was always fun and exciting. We dated for a couple of years before I asked her to marry me. I would have asked her earlier, but to be honest, her family scared me. No matter what anyone tells you. When you marry someone, you also get their family. If they have issues with their family, you will have those issues too. If they are close-knit, they will be a part of your everyday life. Candace's family was very close to make things harder. Her family was full of lawyers. Besides Candace, her father, older brother and sister-in-law were lawyers too. The Whitmore were well known and respected in South Florida. I found Candace's father, Richard, a bit arrogant, but that's probably because no father thinks anyone is good enough for his daughter. He was also a high-profile defense attorney, so his attitude seemed to come with the job. Elizabeth, Emily's mother, was a sweetheart. She was the only one who welcomed me warmly into the family. She was also the only one who wasn't a lawyer. Elizabeth was tall and beautiful, much like Emily, and seemed to be the one who held the family together. Candace's older brother, Brad, was a real jerk. Where Richard had a proud air about him, Brad was just plain condescending. He was a corporate lawyer and lucky to work for his dad's firm, because anywhere else his colleagues would have had enough of him by now. Then there was Laura, Brad's wife. She was a real estate attorney and fit right in with the rest of the family. Describing Laura is easy. Imagine a fierce and smart woman, now make her only 5't tall, and you have Laura Davis. She could definitely handle herself within the family, even with a family that seemed made for reality TV. I couldn't imagine my life without Emily, so I proposed. When she accepted, it kicked off the most unforgettable summer of my life. We got engaged in May and moved into our condo by July, thanks to Laura's help. July was also when I got a promotion at work. I was on cloud 9, but I had no idea that by September everything would fall apart. When I took the promotion, I knew I'd need to put in long hours at first. What I didn't expect was just how many hours I knew it bothered Emily, but there wasn't much I could do. Things were already tense when everything came crashing down over Labor Day weekend. Candace's family was having a big party that Sunday. Richard had something planned and the whole family needed to be there. But on the Friday before the holiday we had a big problem with a print ad at work. I had missed something important and we needed to fix it on Saturday, so I had to go to the printers because of the holiday. Changing our flights to Miami was impossible. Emily was furious. She said she'd fly out Friday with or without me. I apologized, but also reminded her about the many times her job had caused us to miss dates and events because of late nights at the firm. We had our worst fight ever. The night she flew out the next day I worked with the printer and found a solution. It looked like my job was saved and maybe with some luck I'd still make it to the Davis party. I caught a Real-ife flight to Orlando, the closest I could get, with the sun rising over Florida. I stood at baggage claim, waiting to see if my suitcase would arrive. Luckily, it showed up on the next flight. 2 hours later, 2 hours after landing, I was driving a rental car making the 3-hour trip to Coconut Grove north of Miami. The Whitmore lived in a gated community with their own private beach. When I arrived, Elizabeth gave me a huge hug. Richard shook my hand firmly, but Brad wasn't pleased. "It's about time you got here," he said. "She's been mad at everyone." Elizabeth confirmed Emily had been in a bad mood. They had sent her to the beach with Laura to relax. Elizabeth told me to go get them for lunch. I laughed and said I'd go get them. Maybe my arrival would help. I knew I'd need to apologize a lot, but since it was a big night for her family, I'd do it. It was a short walk to the small beach, even though it had some grassy patches. It was nice to have a private spot by the ocean. The community mainly had older residents who rarely used the beach, but there were dunes for extra privacy. When I didn't see them with the few others on the beach, I guessed they were behind a dune. I smiled as I approached a secluded spot and pulled out my cell phone. If Candace and Laura were there, they might be sunbathing. I laughed to myself thinking of how they might react if I surprised them. As I got closer, I heard voices. Actually, I heard whispers and moans. My heart raced. I hoped it wasn't Emily, but images of her and Laura with other guys filled my mind. I didn't care much about Laura, but the thought of Emily doing that hurt deeply. I had to decide, face it or leave. I knew I needed to see for myself. I took a deep breath and moved quietly around the dune. If it was just one guy, I'd confront them. If it was more, I'd get proof and leave. Using my phone to record. I moved closer. What I saw changed everything. My fiancé was on all fours with Laura. They were not with other guys but with each other. Emily was pleasuring Laura, who was clearly enjoying it. I stood there in shock, my heartbreaking sweetheart. No one does that. Like you, the love of my life, looked into her sister-in-law's eyes and giggled like a little girl. I was so shocked that they didn't notice me, even though they were lost in their moment. I thought they would hear my heartbreak. I know I did. Somehow I managed to breathe again and slowly stepped away. I'm not sure how I made it back to the house, but soon I was face to face with my future mother-in-law. She looked worried. "Alex, honey, what's wrong?" she asked, snapping me out of my daze. "Where are the girls on the beach?" I choked out, my emotions starting to rise. "They'll be back soon." Elizabeth looked into my eyes as they began to fill with tears. "I'm sorry," I said softly. "I need to leave." "Make sure you're back in time for the party," came Richard's voice from behind me. I turned to look at him. His face changed from stern to confused and worried. "I think that would be a bad idea. Sir, you need family there tonight. Please tell Candace. I'll talk to her later." "I'm sorry, I have to leave." I rushed out of their house before they could ask more questions. I had driven for an hour towards Orlando when my phone started buzzing. I couldn't get a flight home from Orlando but found one from Tampa. I'd have to wait several hours, but it would get me home. After the third call, I decided to answer. "Hello," I said coldly. "Alex," Candace asked calmly. "Where are you heading back home?" Her voice shook a little. "But why? You know Dad needs everyone there tonight." "Emily, we both know that after what I saw, I can't be with your family, baby." "I don't understand." "I'm not sure what you thought you saw or heard, but Emily, stop." I snapped to her credit. She didn't change her argument. "Alex, we need to sit down and talk about what you think you saw or heard." "Well, Candy, what I saw was my fiancée with her arms around her sister-in-law." "So tell me, sweetheart, have you cleaned up from that?" Yet I heard a gasp. "Please," she said softly, her voice breaking. "Please talk to me before you do anything." Wow, I'm sure I could have asked the same thing, couldn't I please? "Emily," I said mockingly, "baby, I love you so much. Please talk to me before you do anything stupid." She had no reply except a sob. "Looks like neither one of us gets what we wanted." "Huh," I growled. "Go back to your family, Emily. Try to figure out how you can spin this, so you don't lose more than you already have." "No, it's not what you think," she cried. It was just I hung up before she could say more. As I drove, my phone buzzed constantly until I turned it off. When I reached Tampa, I turned it back on and saw 19 missed calls. 11 were from Emily, 4 from Laura, 1 from Elizabeth and 3 from Richard. As I looked at my phone, it buzzed again. Without thinking, I answered. "Alex," barked the frustrated voice of Candace's father. "Yes, sir," I replied calmly. "What happened?" "Candace has been upstairs crying since high school." "What did you say to her?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, but I told her the wedding is off." He shouted. "Why?" "I'm sorry, sir, but Emily will need to tell you." Richard was quiet for a moment before switching to lawyer mode. "Now son, don't do something we all regret. I'm sure we can work through this." "I doubt that, sir. Your daughter has already made a big mistake, Mr. Davis. I need to catch my flight, so I need to go." "Flight? What flight?" "I'm flying back home tonight." He yelled. "What happened?" "I'm sorry, sir, but you wouldn't believe me without proof. Please tell Emily we handle things when she gets back. I hope tonight goes better for your family than this afternoon has. Goodbye, sir." While waiting for my flight, I listened to the voice messages. Emily tried everything to get me to call back, questioning, demanding reasoning, and finally pleading and crying. When I got to our condo, I felt a strong need to get drunk. Thinking my judgment was off, I called Dave. He came over, picked me up and watched over me as I drank. I told him everything that had happened, probably 3 or 4 times in between the "I love you man" and "you're my best friend" moments. Yes, I'm a sentimental drunk. I also remember showing him the video several times. The next morning, or rather afternoon, I woke up and began planning my life without Emily. There was just one big problem: I couldn't picture life without her. That started a 3-month spiral into sadness. Visits and calls from the Davis family highlighted my tough time. The first visit was from Emily. She came home Monday night to an empty condo. Since I had moved in with Dave for now, her call when she found the place empty told me she was very upset. I agreed to visit Candace at her condo the next night when I arrived. She had set up a romantic dinner with wine and candles. She wore a stunning dress. She looked amazing, but my greeting ended her hopes of winning me over. "Emily, you shouldn't have done all this," I said when I walked in and saw everything she had prepared. "Baby, I wanted to show you how sorry I am." "I know, Emily," I interrupted. "I mean, you shouldn't have, because it's not going to work. We're done." "That's not true, Alex, and you know it." "Yes, I was angry and made a big mistake, but I love you and you love me, so we'll find a way to fix this." Still saying it was just a one-time thing, she glanced away for a moment. "You know that's not true, don't you?" I saw her whiten before she fought back. "Alex, I'm not sure what you think you saw, but it wasn't what you think really." I asked. "Want to see the video I took?" She froze, then gasped and stumbled to a chair. "Oh no, Alex, please." "No, oh yes, it's short but very telling." Candace sat shaking her head. "Please, Alex," she cried, avoiding eye contact, "please." Tears filled my eyes as I watched the girl I once loved break down. "No," I said softly, "we're done. We weren't even engaged for 4 months, and you're already cheating on me. The fact that it was with another woman and your sister-in-law is beyond me. Let's figure out what to do about the condo. Your sister-in-law made this condo deal great, but our relationship is over because of her, the way it's set up. It's cheaper to live here than rent a smaller place. Since neither of us has much money in it, it's easy for one of us to buy out the other. I don't want us to be over." She whispered. "I'm sorry, Alex, it was just a mistake." "No," I said coldly. "A mistake is a one-time unexpected thing. I don't think you planned it, but you quickly acted on it, and I definitely don't believe it was a one-time thing." Emily sat there crying, staring at the floor. "Just let me know what you decide about the condo," I said, turning to leave. "Alex, please don't do this to us," she said, wiping her tears. "I love you." I looked back at her as tears filled my eyes. I knew I needed to leave. "I doubt that, Emily," I choked. "You did this to us. If that's your idea of love, I don't want it." I left quickly, shutting the door as she called my name. It felt strange, stepping into a future without her. I had always planned to grow old with her. Now I was alone. A few days later I moved back into the condo since Candace had left. She sent a message saying she was going home until we worked things out. I wasn't sure what her next move would be. I found out soon enough. A few days later I got an angry call. "What's this nonsense about you threatening to release a video?" Richard Davis yelled. "You won't ruin my family's name, Mr. Davis. I'll have the police on you." Before Mr. Davis, he paused and I took the chance to speak. "Mr. Davis," I said calmly. "I never threatened to release anything. I don't want to embarrass Emily, Laura, or your family." "Laura, why would this embarrass my daughter-in-law figures? I thought once a lawyer, always a lawyer." "So, what did Emily and Laura tell you I saw?" "They said you overheard Candace talking about an old boyfriend. Candace said she admitted she had sex with him 6 months ago while you were dating. She said it would be embarrassing for everyone if this got out. They think you overheard their talk and got upset. That's why you called off the wedding." "No, sir," I sighed. "That's a nice story, but not what happened. I sighed again, unsure if I wanted to say more, but Emily left me no choice. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, but what I saw on the beach that day was my ex-fiancé with your daughter-in-law. The phone went silent for a moment. I thought he had hung up. Then he spoke again. That's a lie, he yelled. That's untrue, and if you tell anyone, I'll sue you for slander. I'll ruin your life, I hung up. I knew he wouldn't believe me without proof, but I hoped he would confront Emily or Laura first. I guess the best defense is a strong offense. It didn't take long for the Whitmore to fight back. A few days later, Ajax Corp's legal office called me in. They said there was a pending slander lawsuit against me. They hinted I had talked to other employees, namely Dave. I gave them a brief, vague overview of what happened. I told them the breakup happened because of a statute citation. That could be embarrassing, and this was a way to protect the family. They agreed, but still advised me to talk to a lawyer. My lawyer said there were 2 other legal actions involving me. First, there was an attempt to stop any pictures or videos related to the Davis family. Also, they were looking into the financial setup of our condo. He asked about the video and I handed it over to him. Then he asked if there were any copies and I said no. He said the case wouldn't go to court because the video would go public to disprove lies, and the Whitmore did not want that. My lawyer was very clear and told me that even though this wouldn't go to court, I could still face legal problems. He explained they could drag this out for a long time, which would increase my legal costs. It was possible I might have to renegotiate the condo's financing, which could be expensive. They might also keep contacting Ajax and be a general bother. Whether it was fair or not. They would try to harm my relations with my own company. I was shocked. I would win these battles, but I would have to fight each one. It would take time and money. When Dave came over that night, I was sad and angry. I had tried to do the right thing, but my failed relationships problems were not going away. Dave listened, as I shared my frustrations, and surprisingly he didn't make any smart remarks. I felt bad for another week before my lawyer called and told me everything had been dropped. I was both surprised and very happy. Dave and I went out to celebrate with my legal troubles over. I could focus on work and start to get over Emily. Honestly, what she did in the past month made it easier, but I still had feelings for her. A week later those feelings were tested again when I got the message. I was nervous to reply. Of all the Whitmore, Elizabeth was the one I didn't want to meet face to face. Out of respect, I called her back and arranged a meeting. She was flying in and out on the same day, so I took the afternoon off and picked her up at the airport. We decided to have a quick lunch and then go back to my condo to talk once at the condo. The mood changed from light chat to a more serious tone after we settled down with a glass of wine. She cleared her throat. "Thank you, Alex," she said softly with a sad smile. "Thank you for making part of this day trip nice. I've always enjoyed spending time with you, Elizabeth. I'm sorry we probably won't do this much in the future." "No," she sighed sadly. "I believe you're right. Should we get to the unpleasant part of my visit?" I nodded. I felt a bit of regret looking at her. She was very attractive and I saw what Emily might look like in 25 years. She would likely still be beautiful. "I wanted to let you know that we've withdrawn all legal actions involving you. I can't speak officially for the family, Alex, but personally I'm very sorry we've put you through this." "Thank you, Elizabeth. That means a lot. I'm sad the rest of the family doesn't feel the same way. Well, after you left that day, things fell apart when Emily and Laura returned from the beach. When they found out you had gone to the beach and came back upset enough to leave, they were very worried. Your call with Candace sparked an emotional reaction. Emily became very upset and Laura was furious. I know Richard hadn't told anyone, but he was planning to announce his entry into politics that night. The drama and chaos caused him to delay his announcement. I'm sorry things didn't go as he hoped. I really understand how he feels. Yes, she said softly. I'm sure you do. I don't understand why I was attacked then. I didn't cause this. Elizabeth, I'm ashamed to say that was because of Richard and Candace's relationship. Richard has always been very protective of her. When she told her father about the video, he went crazy. He saw it as a personal attack on her and the family. It was like you threatened to hurt us on purpose. Then, after his call to you, things changed. He went back to being the cold professional Richard I've seen many times before then. After that meeting 2 weekends ago, she looked at me as if waiting for some reaction. Sadly, all she saw was my confusion, as that was what I was feeling. You don't know about the meeting? No, I said, shaking my head. What meeting? She stared at me for a moment. Alex, do you still have that video? No, I left a copy with my lawyer and then erased the original, and you didn't make any other copies? No, of course not, so you didn't send someone to meet with Richard and the others? A week and a half ago, she asked, holding back a smile. No, I exclaimed. I never told my lawyer to meet with your family. I'm pretty sure it wasn't your lawyer. I think his last name was Nash or something like that. Johnson. Yes, I believe that's right. Candace didn't say anything, but she seemed to know him. Did you send him? No, I groaned, worried. He's my best friend. Elizabeth tried not to laugh. I told them you hadn't sent him, but no one believed me. Well, no one but Brad. Well, thank you. I'm kind of surprised. Brad, don't be, she said, sounding upset. He said he didn't think you were that smart. I'm sorry, figures. I grinned anyway. Your friend made a big impression. Richard said he'd make a great lawyer, though he called him an ambulance chaser. I laughed at the thought. He showed them a copy of your video. It shook them. Instead of blaming you, my family began to look at themselves. It's been really tense at home since then. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I should have guessed he would keep a copy when I showed it to him, but I promise I didn't give him one. It's okay, Alex, I never saw the video. I've just heard things about it. I watched as she steadied herself. Is it true? She asked softly. Did you really catch Candace and Laura together? I'm afraid so, I said gently, and that's what's on the video. I nodded. She lowered her head and tried not to cry. Instinctively, I got up and sat beside her, wrapping my arm around her. She leaned against me, her face and hands on my chest, seeking comfort. For a moment, it felt like I was holding Emily again, comforting the woman I loved. Without thinking, I whispered that everything would be okay, as I gently rubbed her back. I softly ran my fingernails over her shoulder blades and along her spine until I heard a muffled laugh. I leaned back and saw tears in Elizabeth's eyes, but also a knowing smile. I wondered where she picked that up from. She chuckled. You must give amazing back rubs. I blushed. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. It's something I used to do when Emily couldn't sleep. No need to apologize. She has been asking me to do that for her nearly every night since you left. I looked down, trying to gather my thoughts. She's really torn up about what she did to you. She knows you're a great guy and would have made a wonderful husband and father, but I'm not sure she realized is just how special you are. If she ever does, it might really hurt her. Alex, I'm so sorry for how my daughter treated you. I'm sorry for how my whole family treated you. Did you know Emily wants to move back to Florida for good? I shook my head. She plans to sign over this condo to you. She has very little money invested in it. You'd need to take over the payments, all right? I said cautiously. Elizabeth saw my skepticism. She's trying, Alex. She's trying to show she's sorry for ruining things, but not enough to admit what she did right. No, I understand it's frustrating, but Alex, there are other things to think about. The video suggests other things happened, but there was reasonable doubt. I started to reply, but she cut me off. Alex, as I said, I never saw the video, but I know that reasonable doubt is the only thing stopping Brad from divorcing Laura. If either confessed to more than a single mistake, it could cost her brother his marriage. Another thing Candace has to consider is this: would her confession even matter? What are you saying? The truth doesn't matter. She shook her head. No, but let me ask you honestly, even if she admitted everything you think she did and was truly sorry, would you take her back? Please answer honestly, Alex. I knew my answer. I thought about it on the flight back from Florida, though only briefly. No, I admitted. I don't think I could. I know. She smiled sadly and nodded. Unfortunately, Emily knows it too, though she won't admit it. She loves you and knows she's messed up, but she hasn't accepted that what she wants doesn't matter anymore. Since you've moved on, I'm sure she's still planning ways to talk to you and get you back. If there's one thing about my daughter, she's determined. I knew she was right. I just didn't realize how stubborn Emily could be. After I dropped Elizabeth at the airport, I called Dave. My greeting was loud. You jerk, I shouted. Yeah, I'm in. He said, trying to calm me. So why am I in this time? You idiot. I never told you to blackmail my ex-fiancée and her family. Whoa woo. I didn't blackmail anyone. Are you telling me you didn't go to Florida and meet with the Whitmore? I did that, but I didn't blackmail them. I was stunned, but I stayed quiet. Dave took advantage of the silence. Look man, he laughed a little. All I did was show them the video and tell them I was trying to secure other copies I knew were out there. I told them I knew of at least 2, but there could be more. It wouldn't stay a secret forever, but I thought I could give them at least a year, enough time to plan and control the damage. And what did you want in return? Dave? I asked, trying to organize my thoughts. Funny, that's what the father asked too. I told them I'd do it for free, as a favor to you, but I'd appreciate it if those silly lawsuits disappeared, and presto, look what happened. I could hear the happiness in his voice over the phone. He was so pleased with himself that it was hard for me to stay angry. Man, I didn't tell you to do that and you never would have. Dude, you've always been so caught up with Candace's mom. Let's face it, if she had been 20 years younger and single, you would have fallen for her instead of Emily. I always saw a lot of her in Emily. I wish Candace took after her mother more than her father. We were quiet for a moment. What about the video? I asked. The one you stole from my cell. Yeah, about that. Dave sighed. Look, SN. I'm sorry, but wow, those 2 looked amazing and it was so intense. How many copies are out there? Just the one your lawyer has and my own personal copy. I'd tell you to erase it, but you'd only lie and say you already did. Yeah, you're probably right. He laughed. Look, dude, think of it as payback for my affair and time. It's not going anywhere other than my private collection, unless of course we want it leaked later on. No, I said calmly, just make sure it never goes public. And Dave, yeah, dude, thanks. I thought my tough times were over when I went home for Thanksgiving. I was wrong. When I arrived at my mom and dad's farm in Indiana, I sensed something was off. I'd looked forward to spending the holidays with my 3 older brothers and their families, but I noticed the tension with my parents. On Thanksgiving Day, Emily showed up for dinner. She was invited, of course, by my mother. They said it was an early Christmas present for me. I asked them about the return policy for this gift. It was partly my fault. I hadn't told my parents all the details of my breakup. I only said that Emily cheated on me and the wedding was off. Foolishly, I told them we hadn't spoken since that night. She returned after Labor Day. I also made the mistake of telling my mother I still loved her, even though it was over. I knew they were trying to do what was best for me, but I had been very clear. I didn't want to see or talk to my ex-fiancée ever again. Her being there felt like a betrayal by my parents. That was on my mind. When Emily arrived, she was greeted by my parents and then said hello to me. Her eyes begged me to welcome her. I turned away and continued talking to one of my brothers. A few minutes later, my parents cornered me. "That was rude." My mother began. "We didn't raise you like that, son." My father added, "This is our home." "Yes, it is." I interrupted, "And if you want me to leave, just let me know." Neither said anything, so I walked away. Thanksgiving dinner was awkward. I acted like Emily didn't exist, ignoring her attempts to talk to me. I think my parents now understood how tense the situation was, but my oldest brother didn't. He decided to call me out in the middle of the meal after I ignored Emily for the 10th time. "Bro," he said, "that's just rude." Yeah, it felt familiar. I should have just smiled and stayed quiet, but I was very annoyed that my Thanksgiving with my family had been ruined. "Nah," I sneered. "What's rude is inviting my ex-fiancé to a family gathering without any warning. You know, to be fair, we need to invite some ex-girlfriends and maybe an ex-wife to our next family holiday." I saw my oldest brother close his eyes and drop his head while his wife looked like she was going to hit someone. I noticed my other brothers both went pale and stared at their plates. Emily stood up, excused herself and went into the kitchen. My parents glared at me and I glared right back. I thought about leaving, but this was my family. I excused myself and followed Emily into the kitchen. When I got there, she was wiping her eyes, clearly crying. Surprisingly, I didn't feel as bad as I thought I would. "What are you doing here, Emily?" "Your parents invited me." "You shouldn't have accepted." "Well, it's better here than with my family. Even with your cold reception, it's still better than the atmosphere at the Davis house this holiday." "And whose fault is that?" I sneered. "Oh, trust me," she said. Sadly, both Laura and I are dealing with the consequences of that day, still only admitting to what can be proven. "Huh, and you wonder why I don't trust you?" "I'm sorry, Alex. I know it seems that way, but with everything happening in my family right now, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say." "Well, counselor, if it were just a guess, how many times would you say my ex-fiancé cheated on me?" "Only that one time." "And that's not a guess. You have to believe that. You've got to be kidding." "I don't believe anything you say." She lowered her head and tried not to cry. "I can understand that," she said softly, "but it's true, and it's true that I love you." "Funny way to show it." I sneered. I know I'd have a hard time believing it too, if the roles were reversed. "How many times, Emily?" I said flatly, guessing 3 times before you and I were exclusive. "Was she the only one?" "No, there were several in college and one in law school, along with the men I dated." "I didn't know you were into both." "You should have told me." "I didn't want to scare you away. I knew I had found the person I wanted to spend my life with, but I was scared you wouldn't take it well. Honestly, your being bi wouldn't have bothered me as long as it was in the past, like your old boyfriends, but you helped your sister-in-law cheat on your brother. Yeah, that wouldn't have gone over well with me." She stood there quietly staring at me, even with her red eyes from crying. She was still beautiful. I fought the urge to go to her and hold her. "I mean, come on, Emily. He's your brother. I know he's difficult, but he doesn't deserve that." I know," she cried. "I can't believe he's using reasonable doubt to hold on to his marriage. Brad doesn't seem like the forgiving type right now. Their marriage is barely holding on. I doubt it'll survive." "And why is that? Are you and Laura moving in together?" She winced and more tears came. "No, I was with Laura only a few times. It was just a physical thing, nothing more. Even if Brad and Laura divorce, Laura and I will never be together." She paused to let me respond, but I stayed quiet. "No," she continued. "I think if my brother isn't already having his own affair, he will soon. Once that's found out, they'll either tear each other apart or decide on an open marriage. Honestly, I don't know which way it'll go well. I guess it'll work out somehow." "Not likely." Emily snorted. I know Dad is doing what he can to keep everyone from fighting, though I never had a great relationship with my brother. What we have now is toxic. I'm sure he'd love to hurt me any way he could. Right now, can you blame him? No, she said softly. I betrayed him, and you, Brad, isn't a saint, but that doesn't excuse what I did to him. I'm trying to make peace with him, but I doubt that'll ever happen. We sat there and stared at each other. There were so many things left to say, but neither of us knew how to start. I'm also trying to win back the man I love, she said, trying to ease the tension. Never going to happen. I said flatly it could, if he'd give me the chance. Really, I sneered. Tell me, how would you even begin to rebuild trust? You lied to me from the start. Then you cheated on me before we'd been engaged 4 months. You cheated on your own brother. So clearly family doesn't mean much to you. How could you ever restore trust when there's nothing to build on? I found myself getting louder as the anger and hurt poured out. Given time, I know I could earn your trust, she pleaded, and why would I give you the time? What's in it for me? Years of suspecting my girlfriend is cheating on me every time turn around. Let's face it. I sure don't trust you now. Damn, Emily. I can't trust you alone with any man or woman. Now worse, I can't even trust you alone with your family. What's to stop you if you get curious about some cousin or uncle or aunt, and what was your reason for cheating on me again? Oh, that's right. I was shouting now because little Emily didn't get her way. So what happens when you don't get your way? Next time. Do you just go and sleep with the mailman? Hell, Candace. Are you 13 years old? Emily was crying quietly when my parents stepped in. Alex. That's enough. My father barked. No, it's not. Why is she here? Dad. Mom, what did she say to you that made you betray my trust and bring her here to ruin our family holiday? I saw my mother wince at my words. While my father glared at me, she said, my mother stammered. She said she needed a chance to apologize to you and to tell you how much she loves you. Oh, Alex, we can see how much you're hurting and how you still care for her. We were no, I interrupted. This is all about what she wants. She wants to apologize. She wants to ambush me in front of my own family. She wants forgiveness. She wants us to get back together. Never mind what I want. At almost 30 years old, I can make my own decisions, and my decision was to stay away from her and have no contact, but my parents thought otherwise. Of course my ex-fiancé manipulated them to get what she wanted again. But let's be real. She's good at twisting things to get her way. The real reason I broke off the engagement. No, Alex, please, Emily begged. The reason I broke off the engagement was because I caught my fiancé with her sister-in-law. My mother gasped and I saw my father's face go pale. So basically, Mom and Dad, you invited a cheating person to Thanksgiving dinner, so she could try to manipulate your son into giving her another chance to break his heart. Thanks a lot. Candace rushed out of the kitchen crying. She grabbed her purse and coat before slamming the door behind her. My parents followed me as I started gathering my things. My brothers and their families were still sitting at the table silently watching us. Alex. My mom's shaky voice called out. I think it's time for me to leave too. This has been great. Let's do it again real soon. Son, we're sorry. My father said calmly, me too. I replied, will we see you at Christmas? My mother asked with tears in her eyes. No, I'm sure I'll be busy with work. Besides, it's too soon. I need some time. I'll call later with that. My Thanksgiving came to a thankful end, so what'll it be? Then Svan came the voice from behind the bar. I looked at the bartender and smiled. She looked like she was in her 40s. She was attractive but had once been stunning. She looked like someone tired of everything, like a dancer in Vegas who's performed way too long. I glanced at her name tag. So Betty, what's on the menu? I joked. She gave a smile. That must have been a heartbreaker once. It's Becca actually. She laughed. I looked closer at the name tag and smiled too. Sorry, I was trying not to stare at your chest. She laughed out loud. Sure, you've been checking me out for a while now. I just smiled, feeling caught. Relax. She said it comes with the job, so do the cheesy pickup lines. So no deal? I asked, pretending to be innocent. That would be a bad idea. She laughed. My girlfriend wouldn't like it. Memories of Emily and Laura hit me hard. Becca noticed right away. It's not contagious. She said, her voice cold. It's not that, I replied. Sadly, I just lost my fiancé to another woman. Her voice softened. I'm sorry. Sometimes it takes time to figure out who we are, I guess. So I nodded. I caught them together. That's terrible. She cheated. I nodded. She looked at me with pity. Cheating is awful, no matter who does it. So tell me what you really think. Becca, I chuckled since you asked. She grinned, by the way, I said, extending my hand. Alex. She shook it, holding on for a second. Rebecca, she said, smiling, and you can let go now, but it was my one excuse to touch a beautiful woman without getting in trouble. Oh my God, you're so full of it. She laughed and went back to work. Are you in sales or something? Marketing? Same thing. Becca noticed an empty glass and served the customer. She came back a few minutes later. Relax, Alex, you'll get through this. I'm sorry about your fiancé. I went through something similar years ago. It was tough. You seem okay now. It was hard, but I moved on. She smiled at me. You're a good look guy, with humor and a decent job. You'll be fine, but not cute enough to take home. She laughed loudly. I'm more likely to take your friend home. Thanks, Becca. My ego needed that. I replied sarcastically. She chuckled. He's safe, you're not. I leaned in closer, curious. Okay, you have my attention now. She checked on her other customers, then turned back to me. Your friend Dave. I nodded. He's just looking for a good time. No strings attached. I chuckled, knowing she was right. My girlfriend and I could have fun with him and he'd be gone by morning. No complications. That's safe now, she said, shaking her head. You're different. A girl could fall for you, might not mean to, but there could be strings attached. That's what makes you dangerous. I feel rejected. I sighed, smiling a little nicely, but still. Becca laughed. Don't worry, there's a woman out there for you. Just don't rush. Go live a bit. I felt there was more to her story but didn't press bartender wisdom. I asked, of course, and remember, leave a nice tip when you move on. She laughed. Then went to help another customer. Yeah, I thought time to move on, but where I signed my tab to my room and gave a nice tip for Becca, smiling. I left the hotel bar. I heard the party before I got off the elevator. People were milling about in front of the suites, turned into party rooms. As I walked in, the music hit me like a wave. I tried to lose myself in the crowd. It worked for a bit until I heard Dave's voice. There he is. He shouted, the birthday boy. I groaned. Planning to get back at Dave later. I spent the next 15 minutes shaking hands and getting pats on the back. I also got several birthday kisses, which made me less annoyed with Dave. Just when I thought I was done, the music stopped. Sven. Dave called out again. Hey, come over here. Dave called out. I walked over to my best friend Dave, feeling like I was walking to meet my doom buddy. Get over here. He said his words a bit slurred. I could tell he had been drinking before I got there. Sit down. We've got some birthday surprises for you. All I could think about was how long and painful Dave's punishment would be for this. As I sat down, I heard giggling behind me. Suddenly Sophia Wilson jumped in front of me. She was 5 feet 3 inches and weighed 230 pounds, with her round smiling face and big red curls. Sophia was hard to miss, even more so because of her large 40E breasts that bounced with every move she made. Just as I was about to stop her, she pulled up her top. Surprise. She screamed and pushed her chest into my face. "Wow," I said loudly, trying to keep some dignity. "What a nice surprise. Make that 2 nice surprises." The crowd laughed and cheered. Sophia giggled too and gave me a huge kiss before covering herself up again. As she walked away, I shot Dave a deadly glare. He shivered but kept his cool, smirking. He nodded to someone and the music changed to a slow, smoky tune. I stopped breathing when I saw Sarah Jones step into the center. Sarah worked with Dave in SAS and she was very striking. She was tall, almost as tall as me. She had long straight black hair that looked like a cape falling over her body. Her face was oval and pretty, with dark red lipstick and even darker makeup around her eyes. She had very intense piercing brown eyes. Sarah started to dance, moving like a panther. Her black blouse and pinstriped skirt clung to her fit body. There was a tattoo on her right arm, a black tree with symbols underneath and a man's face in the branches. It was said to be her first lover, whom she sacrificed under an oak tree, but that was just a rumor. What was certain was that she was someone not to be messed with. Dave often said her aggressive personality scared C customers into buying more than they planned. As she danced, she moved with grace. Her gaze locked onto me, making me feel like she was toying with me. Just before striking, she slowly unzipped her skirt and let it fall to the floor. She smiled wickedly as my eyes traveled down her long legs to her black high heels. At the top of her legs was a tiny black thong that barely covered her. With a swift kick, she sent her skirt flying to Dave, who groaned. As he caught it, she turned around, showing her small taut backside. Still looking at me, she unbuttoned her blouse and tossed it to Dave too. Her black bra showcased her large breasts, the dark areas peeking through the lace. She moved to the music and I felt like I was falling under her spell. Just then another person entered the circle. Lily Adams, an account manager from customer support and Sarah's offhand and friend, walked in. They were known around the office as alias Adams and Jones. Unlike Sarah's dark look, Lily seemed to glow. Sarah felt like danger. Lily seemed full of warmth and laughter. Even their voices were different, Sarah's deep and husky, Lily's bright and high-pitched. I laughed to myself, thinking of the guys who mistook Lily's small size and sweet voice for innocence. She looked like an angel, but sometimes acted wild. Like someone on spring break. Lily quickly stripped down to match Sarah's outfit. The crowd loved it. She now danced in only a lacy pink bra and a grey and pink thong. I watched her dance, her breasts bouncing with the music. She was no taller than 5 feet, making her bust even more noticeable. But it was her thong that really caught my attention. The shiny pink fabric barely covered anything revealing. She was clean-shaven underneath. Then she turned around and I choked. The string started at her waist, trailing down until it disappeared between her round cheeks. I had to force myself to sit still and not try to figure out where that tiny bit of fabric went. Watching both of them dance, it was hard not to see how different they were with Sarah. A guy was in for a night of daring things, but with Lily it was all about fun and goofing around. It was like choosing between night and day. So who got my attention? That was easy, although I didn't show it right away, since I was getting attention from both of these lovely ladies. Sarah moved to the music like she was under a spell, while Lily spun and danced, loving the spotlight. Often Sarah would give her a sharp look and lick her lips in a teasing way, and Lily would blow a big playful kiss back at her. When Sarah turned away, Lily ran over and unhooked her bra. Sarah quickly caught it before it fell, almost revealing her chest. Lily laughed and danced away as the crowd groaned. Disappointed by Sarah's quick save, Sarah paused, then let her black satin bra fall to the floor. The crowd cheered loudly. The two danced around each other like they were in a duel with a quick move. Sarah was in front of Lily. To everyone's surprise, she crouched low and then moved up against Lily's body. She stopped when her chest was just touching Lily's. Slowly, she undid Lily's bra and pulled it aside, letting Lily's chest rest on her own. In a slow dance move, Sarah stood up, making sure Lily's chest brushed against hers. She paused briefly, pressing their chests together. It was a moment I knew would stay with me and probably everyone else there for a long time. With a victorious laugh, Sarah waved Lily's bra in the air. She danced around, showing off her prize to the crowd's delight. Lily turned towards me with a sparkle in her eyes. She smiled, mischievously, lifted her chest and squeezed them together. She walked over to me, blocking any view of Sarah. Slowly she lifted her left breast to her lips and ran her tongue along the top as she did. Her skin flushed and she began breathing heavier. Her nipples hardened, turning into pebbles. I was entranced until I heard a cheer from the crowd and Lily stepped aside to see what was happening behind her. Sarah was bent over, slowly sliding her tiny thong down her legs, revealing herself. She stepped out of it and flung it towards me, but Lily caught it. Sarah gave Lily a cold glare, then smiled wickedly. She slid 2 fingers into her mouth, then moved them slowly down her body until they reached her lower lips with a deep groan. She pushed them and the crowd groaned with her. Lily quickly stepped in front of me, blocking my view. "Okay," now boomed the elderly voice of Harold Bingham, our vice president of engineering. "All right, everyone, the show is over." His loud voice surprised everyone, including Sarah. It also made Lily step back right into my lap. Instinctively, I reached up to steady her. I felt the warmth of her behind as it pressed into me. I prayed she wouldn't notice my excitement growing. Any hope she wouldn't notice vanished when she laughed and pressed harder. "I know these parties can get a little wild," Mr. Bingham continued, "but live shows are a bit much, even for our hosts." The crowd groaned in disappointment. "What about dead shows?" Someone yelled from the back, making everyone laugh. "Well," Mr. Bingham said unfazed, "I'm sure your wife has complained about that many times, but for tonight the show is over." The crowd laughed and cheered. "Now I want to thank Miss Adams and Miss Jones for the show, but I need to ask you both to put your clothes back on. That is if Mr. Thompson can take his hands off Miss Adams's chest." The room erupted in hoots and jeers. I suddenly realized that when Lily fell into my lap I had grabbed her chest, those soft, warm, incredible. "Oh no," I quickly let go. Lily got up laughing and went to get her clothes. When I stood up, I was horrified to find a damp spot on my pants. At first I was afraid it was me, but then I realized it was from Lily. She must have been really excited to leave her mark on me. Her mark on me. I had to admit I like the idea of a pretty blonde getting so excited dancing and then sitting in my lap that she left a mark. My ego felt pretty good. I spent the next few minutes avoiding people, hoping nobody would notice my situation. Unfortunately, I wasn't very lucky, or maybe I was, said a small voice behind me. "Is that for me, or are you just happy to see me?" I turned around and saw Lily's cool blue eyes. She looked like she was about to burst out laughing. Her smile seemed to light up the entire room. I said, trying to think straight. "It's definitely for you." "Prove it." She giggled. I couldn't help but laugh too. "Listen," she said sweetly, wrapping her arm around mine and pressing against me, "let's go to your room. I'll help you clean that so it won't stain." I sighed. I was pretty sure she was married and I had a strict rule about not getting involved with married women. What happened with Emily only made me stick to that rule even more. I looked at Lily's smiling face and wondered what her kisses would taste like or what her soft skin felt like. I felt a bit excited with each thought and was starting to rethink my rule. "Lily," I whispered. "I thought you were married. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't mess with married women, no matter how much I want to." Now I was also questioning my own sanity. She smiled and pulled my face down to hers, kissing me on the cheek. Then her face scrunched up a bit before a playful smirk appeared. Well, my marriage is a bit rocky. Right now I found out my husband is cheating on me. I'm not sure if I'm going to leave him stay with him until I find someone else or try to fix things. What I do know, she said, with a mischievous smile, is that the rules have changed. She stared into my eyes waiting for me to decide. So do you know a good way to clean this spot? I asked with a warm smile. A big smile formed on her face, guaranteed, she laughed. Just let me get a few things. She was gone for a couple of minutes and came back with a small bag. She wrapped her arm around mine again and looked at me with twinkling eyes. Lead the way, hot stuff, she said. I almost tripped in my rush to the elevators when we got to the hotel room. Lily set her bag on the desk and led me to a chair. She looked into my eyes and told me to undress. I didn't hesitate. When I was down to my boxers, she took my pants to the closet and put them in a dry cleaning bag. She hung it outside the room and turned back to me, smiling. There. That should take care of it, I said, smiling. What if I need those? Before morning, Debbie walked back over to me. You won't, she said, as she bent over and pulled my boxers down. HMH, she said, looking at me and then back up with a smile. That'll do, she said with a grin. She gently pushed me into the chair and took out her cell phone. She fiddled with it for a moment until it started playing music. Satisfied, she grinned at me. Now where were we? Oh yeah, I was going to give you a lap dance. She quickly took off her blouse, bra and skirt and started dancing to the music, making sure I saw every part of her. Soon she was leaning over me, letting her soft breasts brush against my chest. She bent closer, took my face in her tiny hands and kissed me deeply for a few moments. I was lost in the heat of her kiss. I could see the passion in her blue eyes as she controlled her breathing. Her breasts moved with each deep breath, close to touching my chest. I sat and watched, feeling like a fool, my mouth watering as I reached for her. Lily stepped back and giggled, slapping my hand away. Oh no, you don't stud, she said with a grin. No hands. She gave me a wolfish smile and turned to the bag she brought with her back to me. She pulled out a few things and put them on the table as she arranged them. I couldn't help but stare at her, fighting the urge to reach out. When she turned around, I laughed. She had a chocolate cupcake between her breasts with a single candle in it. She had put some frosting on each nipple. Happy birthday, she giggled. Now make a wish. I leaned forward, blew out the candle and, without using my hands, took a bite of the cupcake. Lily giggled and threw the rest of the cupcake in the trash. I looked at her confused. She smiled and said, I have something sweeter for you to taste. I leaned forward and licked the frosting off her right nipple. She moaned softly, lifting her breast so I could finish. Then she scraped some frosting off her other nipple and smeared it down my shaft. I quickly cleaned her left nipple. Lily went to her knees and began to tease me with her mouth. She watched me squirm with every move of her tongue. Within moments I felt a gentle warm sensation as she took me into her mouth. Her tongue moved around, adding to the pleasure. I looked down and saw she was just as happy as I was. She was acting like it was her favorite treat. A deep sound escaped me as I felt her throat close around me with a loud pop. She let go and gave me a playful smile. She moved closer and let me slide between her breasts. She let some saliva drip to make things smoother. She held her breasts and pressed me between them, moving me up and down as she went faster. I felt the pressure build inside and tried to warn her. Lily, I said roughly, I'm almost there. She smiled wide, kissed the tip and pressed harder. A few strokes later I was done, spilling onto her chest and mine. I let out a big sigh and relaxed in my chair. Lily leaned over and licked my chest, giggling as she did. She said softly, looking into my eyes, tasty. Then she got up and ran into the bathroom. A few seconds later she came back with a warm washcloth and cleaned both of our chests. When she finished, she gently took me in her mouth again, trying to wake me up. I was about to tell her it would take a while before I was ready, but I felt a twitch. Then, To my surprise, I started to stand up again. I hadn't recovered that fast since I was a teenager. I lifted her face and kissed her deeply as our tongues moved together. I tasted the remains of my earlier release. I slowly stood, keeping our kiss unbroken, wrapping my arms around her. I held her close, breaking the kiss. I walked her to the bed and gently sat her down. I looked into her eager eyes and grinned. It was time for the next part. I pushed her onto her back and slowly lifted her legs. I ran my fingers down her body, from her neck, between her breasts, over her stomach and to her hips. I slowly removed her underwear as it came off. It revealed her readiness. I knew she was ready, so I didn't tease with each kiss and touch. I heard her soft sounds. I paused and she tensed with anticipation. I began to please her with my mouth and she gasped, letting out a deep moan. I lifted her legs for better access and her moans grew louder. She pressed my face deeper into her, clearly enjoying it. "Oh yes," she breathed. "Now do it now." I kissed my way up her body, taking my time. When I reached her lips, I kissed her softly and looked into her flushed face. "What did you say?" I whispered, still smiling. Her eyes flashed with intensity. "Take me." She growled, her voice low. I knew she meant it. I guided myself into her, feeling her warmth slowly. I entered halfway. She tensed and gasped. I'm average in size, but thick. She was so ready that I slid in smoothly. The heat was amazing and I felt her muscles pulling me in. I pushed further until I couldn't go any deeper. She let out a soft groan. I paused, letting her adjust. Then I started moving in and out slowly. Each time I pulled out, she clung to me, not wanting me to leave. I pulled out almost completely and then thrust back in. She let out a surprised sound and wrapped her legs around me tightly as I moved. Her body contracted around me, adding to the pleasure. Her sounds grew louder as she neared her climax. When she finally arrived, she tensed and closed her eyes. I smiled and let her enjoy the moment. She opened her eyes and grinned. She whispered in my ear, "Now let's do this for real." She pushed me off and climbed on top, positioning herself. She took me in. She moved slowly at first, then faster. I felt the pressure building inside me. She didn't just sit there. She made sure to add extra movement with each stroke. The feeling was incredible and I felt myself getting closer. I wasn't just a passive participant either. I reached up and gently touched Lily's chest, making sure she felt cared for. Her skin turned red as her body warmed. She moaned continuously, pushing into me with all her strength. Her moans grew louder, signaling she was nearing her climax. "Go faster, harder," she demanded urgently, "like I'm yours." We paused briefly, her eyes flying open, but before thinking about it, I thrust up into her with all my might. I held her hips, trying to get even closer. Her eyes closed again as she moaned loudly, expressing her satisfaction. "Oh yeah, just like that." "Oh yes," I felt the heat of her fluid around me, pushing me to climax too. With a loud grunt, I released everything inside her. Lily collapsed onto my chest, resting her face near my neck. Our bodies were covered in a light sweat, sticking us together. We stayed there holding each other. I caught my breath while she enjoyed the last moments of her climax. I felt her body tremble with each wave as she relaxed. She sighed contentedly. "Lily," I whispered. "Sure." She replied softly, "Rest." I held her and rested. I stroked her back gently as she cuddled against me. I smoothed her hair, then traced my hand down to her lower back, cupping her gently. I pulled her closer and heard her sigh. Soon we both drifted off to sleep. A few minutes later she stirred and opened her eyes. I found myself looking into her happy blue eyes. She smiled softly and spoke gently. "Did you like your birthday present?" I chuckled and rolled my eyes. Best birthday present ever, except I stopped myself, seeing her face change from surprise to worry, except that I continued. I'm lying in a huge wet spot. I thought to myself, we really made a mess. The whole bed seemed damp. You're silly. She laughed, looking at me warmly. That'll do. She giggled and gave me a soft kiss. Her kiss told me our night was over. As she got off me, I felt cold. Without her warmth. She sat at the edge of the bed for a moment before getting up. Wow, she laughed. We really made a mess. She grabbed her things and went into the bathroom. A few minutes later she came out. She didn't look as fresh as she had earlier, but her smile was just as beautiful. Stay, I said softly. She looked at me for a moment. I can't, she said with a sad smile. She paused, then smiled brighter, at least not this time, as she left. She looked back at me one last time. Thank you, Alex. She said sweetly. That was fun, and then she was gone, lying there. I stared at the ceiling, lost in thought as I drifted to sleep. I wondered if Lily knew how special her gift had been. I was awakened at dawn by my phone buzzing. I saw it was Dave calling. I tried to answer, but only managed to grunt. Sven, he called you awake? No, I grumbled. I'm still sleeping and you're just a bad dream. What if I could make it a good dream, a really good dream? He laughed. Okay, I said, trying to wake up. I'll meet you downstairs for breakfast and you can tell me all about it. Well, he said, chuckling. Actually, I can't right now, I'm kind of tied up. Did I say you could tell him that I heard Sarah's voice in the background? Then a sharp sound and Dave yelped. Thank you, sister, Sarah. He giggled. May I have another, Dave? I laughed. It's too early for this dude come up here. I think I'm in love, and Sven, it's never too early for this here. I heard Sarah say give me your phone, Sven. She said sweetly, I want a taste of what my friend had last night, so get up here and let's see if you and Dave can make me happy. I stammered, still half asleep. No, HBLA English. I quickly hung up and turned off my phone, rolling over. I laughed. I had many reasons not to go to Dave's room. I was just getting over my ex Emily, and I wasn't ready for any drama. Plus, I didn't want to see Dave in that situation. I smiled to myself. I was still young, had a good job and looked decent. I knew I'd find the right woman someday. Until then I could wait. It was a new day and I was finally ready to move on with my life. Now, where were my pants? Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In my story, there is a turning point that shattered my life and will surely capture your attention. I thought I had it all, a perfect life, a perfect love. However, I was wrong. I came home to find my beautiful wife in bed with my best friend. The betrayal hit me like a freight train. Rage, sorrow, disbelief, I felt them all at once. How could I not make them pay? Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. There was a little girl who lived next door. She was 4, had blonde hair, blue eyes and round chubby cheeks. She always followed my younger sister around. Her name was Emily and she gave me a nickname that stayed with me my whole life. My name Ethan was hard for her to say. She called me Anu. My family thought it was very funny. One day, when my grandma Jane was visiting, Emily ran up to me, grabbed my leg and giggled Anna, and she was hiding from my sister, Sarah. Grandma Jane couldn't hear very well. She asked my mom why does she call him Anna. And from then on everyone called me Anna. It became a family joke. We had a big family, Irish and French Catholic. There were 14 aunts and uncles, 3 grandparents and 58 first cousins. Our family had lots of common names like James, William, Robert, Donald, Mary Jane, Margaret, Jenny and Jean, but there was only one Anna. That nickname made me feel special, but the same girl who gave it to me would later take away that feeling from my broken heart. But I'm getting ahead of myself. When I turned 14 and Emily was 9, my dad had to go to Kuwait for Operation Desert Storm. He was in the army, working to clean water, and was supposed to be safe in Saudi Arabia, far from the fighting. After weeks of training, he came home for a short visit before leaving on his last day. He took a walk with me. "Honor, I don't know how long I'll be gone, maybe a year. You need to take care of your mother and sister. Your mom has never been alone." I didn't really understand, but I told him, "Sure, Dad, we'll be fine." I felt almost grown up at 510, only a bit smaller than Dad. "You'll move back to Beddington to be with the family. Your mom will need their help. You can stay in the old cabin." I couldn't believe it. I was about to start high school and didn't want to leave my friends and team. The decision was made without me at the airport. I was still mad. Dad noticed and pulled me aside. "I know this is hard. Life is hard sometimes. You have to be strong for your mother and sister. I'll be back soon." Son, for Sarah it was an adventure, for Mom it was a chance to be with family. For me it was hard. I like the small town and the outdoors, but leaving my future behind was tough. "It's just a year," I told myself, but for Emily it was the end of the world. She was always crying and clinging to me. She had a crush on me, which was cute before, but now felt sad when we were about to leave. It took me 10 minutes to get her to let go of me. I hugged her and promised I'll be back soon. BBE, Dad was right. He came back sooner than expected. 6 days after arriving in Darren, a missile hit their camp. The war seemed almost bloodless for our side, but 114 Americans died, including Dad. We returned to Greensburg to sell the house and visit other families from Dad's unit. There was a lot of sadness and anger. Emily was happy we were back, but sad when she realized it wasn't for good. Losing Dad hurt a lot. The only thing that helped was Emily. She would find me when I was down, climb into my lap and hold me. I was 14. She was 9. I had to grow up fast, and she lost her innocent view of the world the day we left again. She didn't hug or kiss me. She stood a few steps away crying and staring at me angrily. She hugged Mom and Sarah but backed away when I tried to approach her. "Goodbye, Honor," she said before running off. "Goodbye, BB." Years later, when I was 19 and Emily was 14, I had the grades to get into most colleges. I chose Carnegie Mellon because it was a great school and I could get most of my education paid for, plus a scholarship from the Greensburg VFW made it easier. I was going back home. I took a year off after high school to work, save money and help with home expenses. Mom worked too, and with the money we got after Dad's passing, we managed in Beddington. Jobs were hard to find, but we made do. A third of the people in our town drove over an hour each way to the city every day. It had been 5 years. I hadn't thought about Emily much in the last few years. The first couple of years after moving, I was a loner. I hid in my books, played sad songs on Dad's old guitar in my room and kept to myself. I'd call my old friends sometimes and talk to B about school, but it was hard without seeing each other. Slowly the calls stopped and I moved on. I built a new life. I had cousins my age who felt like siblings and new friends from school. I had 3 girlfriends over time. The latest, Laura Thompson, was special to me. We would hang out in the fields behind her house on a dark green blanket, and I felt very close to her. Leaving her was tough, but college was calling. As I drove to Pittsburgh, I wondered what happened to Emily, the lanky 9-year-old who had a big crush on me. I told myself I'd try to find her, but without a car and living on campus. It was tough. I had grown up fast and focused on school more than many others. I had to do my best for my family and myself. I made a few good friends, even though I was too serious for some, or so I thought. I'm getting ahead of myself. Ben let me use his car for the weekend. If I filled up the tank, it took about 30 minutes to drive to my old neighborhood. I was nervous more than I should have been. I walked up to the door and rang the bell at 10:42 a.m. on a Saturday. It's funny the things you remember. She opened the door and I knew her right away. 5 years made a big difference. She was taller, pretty, with long hair and those big eyes. "Honor," she said, unsure. I had changed too. I was now 210 pounds, looking like my dad. She ran to me, hugging me tight. "Honor," she shouted, kissing my face and tearing up. I laughed, hugging her back. "Miss me, B?" I teased. I walked into the house, Emily clinging to me. Like always. Her mom was in the kitchen and looked up, surprised. "A little help, Mrs. D?" I asked. She laughed and hurried over, nearly knocking Emily off me, hugging me tightly. "You back?" she asked. She helped get Emily off me. Emily kept touching my arm and shoulder to make sure I was real. "I'm going to school in Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon." I explained. We had a nice lunch, catching up on family news. They were moving to a new neighborhood soon for a better school for Emily and closer to Mr. D's work. If I had waited another month to visit, I might not have seen Emily again. If only I spent the whole weekend with them. Emily and I visited our old favorite spots, holding hands. She was 14, already beautiful. I felt proud walking with her, seeing people smile as we passed. I didn't have much money, but I spent a month's allowance. That weekend, I stayed in the guest room and was only slightly surprised when Emily sneaked into my room around midnight. We just talked and kissed, nothing more. She was still just a kid in high school and I was a college student. I buried the wrong feelings and held her close. We fit together perfectly. She was 14. I was 19, but I knew then I loved Emily. I always had. One day, she'd be mine. When I was 23, she was 18. We saw each other at least once a month. The first 2 summers were hard when I had to leave her behind and go home. My family wanted to know everything. I shared everything with my mom. We were very close, not as lovers, but more like best friends. We shared our dreams and thoughts. She told me all about her life with my dad. We leaned on each other a lot after Dad passed away. Mom and I were close, maybe closer than most mothers and sons. We cuddled during movies and I held her when she cried. I was her rock, her support. She was my father's and she was my mother. I would be there for her, kissing her tears away and reminding her of my love. I had promised my dad I would take care of her, and I kept that promise. I was known for keeping my word. My dad's last words were that he knew I'd do the right thing. That guided me. My sister, Sarah, and I were close, but not like with Mom. We teased and sometimes fought, but we loved each other, even if we rarely said it. The 3rd summer I stayed in Pittsburgh for summer classes and a job. I had a car and spent all my free time with Emily. We were happy together. We weren't lovers, but we were closer than any couple I knew. I often sang to her, even though I wasn't very good. I played my dad's old guitar and wrote bad songs just for her. She loved it. I can still see her sitting by my feet, looking up at me with her big blue eyes filled with affection. If I didn't play Kisses, Emily, at least once she'd pout. She never asked, but I knew to end each little concert with that song. It was my way of telling her I loved her. I took her to the senior prom. She was tall, beautiful and charming, the prettiest girl I knew. Maybe I'm biased. I went all out. I rented a limo, took her to a fancy dinner and danced with her and her friends. Afterwards I took her to a hotel. I was 23 and she was 18. That night we were closer than ever before. I had only been with 2 other people and nothing could prepare me for her. I slowly took off her clothes, marveling at her beauty. She did the same, taking off my clothes piece by piece naked. We lay next to each other, gently touching, talking about our lives and futures. Our lips met and we moved closer together. I've wanted this for so long, she whispered, guiding me into her. We became one and it was magical, a perfect moment. I love you so much. I confessed I don't even know how it's possible. She smiled. I've always loved you, Anna, always. I kissed her softly. I know, promise me, we'll never be out again. I couldn't stand it, never. You mine, BB, now and forever. We were young, excited and deeply in love. That night was amazing. I didn't take her back home until nearly noon the next day. She had told her mother she wouldn't be coming home. But I was nervous. I needn't have been her mom. Mrs. D sat beside me on the couch, ruffling my hair. Relax, Anna, it was bound to happen. You were hers since she was 4 years old. I think everyone knew it. But you, I turned to her father. Mr. D, I want to marry your daughter. I'll graduate in less than a month and already have several job offers. I love her and promise I'll give her the best life I can. Yes, we have a big age difference, but we're in love. He smiled. Son, I couldn't ask for anyone better for my girl. You have my approval. Tears filled my eyes. Mrs. D hugged me and kissed my cheek. Of course, Anna, treat her well. She's still young and has been protected all her life, so be patient with her. I will. I can't stand being apart from her. That's good. Soon. You'll never have to be apart again. I was 24, she was 19. Our wedding was the event of a lifetime. Emily's father was well off and she was an only child. I had a great job near New York City and was on the path to success. She went to school in the city. We didn't live together, but spent every weekend together. She fit well into my large extended family. They adored her and she seemed to feel the same. Her parents paid for the wedding and didn't mind that over 200 guests were from my side alone. Most were family. We held the wedding in our small hometown Beddington, just near the NY state line in Connecticut. It's a place where a few families dominate. There weren't many hotels, but family found room for our guests. Mom gave Emily's family our home for the weekend and stayed with her sister. We set up huge tents, and my uncle, Father Patrick, came from the Cape to marry us. Everyone told us how handsome we were and how lucky I was. Emily would always say she was the lucky one, gaining not just a great husband but a wonderful family. She easily became a favorite. She was stunning and beautiful. Any man would notice her. Some might be nervous about the attention she got, but not me. I knew without a doubt that Emily only had eyes for me. Her face lit up whenever I entered a room. My cousin Daniel would tease her, mimicking my accent. That's our story. Simple yet full of love. She'd turn her head, her face brightening until she saw who was. Everyone else found it funny, except Emily. Once she told me, I stopped it firmly. People often joked that she had the same effect on me. I never denied it. She was mine now and forever. I would love her, care for her, protect her, and cherish her. My family helped me among them. She was safe, protected, and loved. The party went on for 2 days. We delayed our trip to Niagara Falls so we could be with our families and friends who came to celebrate. Weddings are so busy. I remember little about the event except our first dance, our vows, and our wedding night. I recall singing Emily for her standing with the band. I was in a dreamy state most of the time, but I'll never forget the image of her sitting on the edge of the stage, my sister adjusting her gown with that familiar look of love on Emily's beautiful face. I remember getting to our suite, leaning her over the couch, lifting her bridal train and being overwhelmed with love and desire. She was laughing, struggling with all the fabric, throwing it over her head. Emily even joked that Sarah, her maid of honor, wasn't doing her job keeping the dress under control. The laughing only lasted a short while as soft sounds of happiness filled the room. Her thigh-high white stockings showed off her lovely legs. One garter was missing, grabbed by a cousin who won the bouquet toss. Her little white lace thong moved aside as we came together. Her affection making me feel alive. I didn't last long. I was excited all evening and had been teased by family and friends. I was proud. I loved my new wife and thought she was the most beautiful woman alive. I wanted everyone to know it. We were close, playful, and in love. We were late to the barbecue the next day since she had to change her clothes twice. She joked about it. She was 19 and I was 24. I was the luckiest man alive. I married my soulmate when I was 28 and she was 23. 5 of us were there cheering loudly as she walked to get her MBA. We had been there a year earlier when she finished her bachelor's degree with top honors. Emily was so smart it was funny that I hadn't known it when we were kids. She was just the girl next door, not anymore. Emily had her own cheering section, her parents, my mom, Sarah and me, her loving husband. We cheered until we lost our voices. We had plans and could finally move forward. I was successful in business, mostly by luck. I worked on systems to make houses energy efficient. Once while working, I had an idea it was beyond my usual work, so I asked a couple of family members to help. We tested some devices at my home and I ended up with 3 patents in my name. 2 I gave to the company I worked for, which got me promotions and bonuses beyond what I expected. It was enough to take a risk and start my own business with the full support of my family. I left my old company after almost 6 years on good terms. They gained a lot from my work, and my new business, while in a similar field, was different enough not to be a threat. In fact, it brought them more work and they even sent some jobs my way. My name and reputation helped me a lot. Some customers found Honor Energy hard to work with because I detailed every part of a project before signing. But I always kept my promises: no extra costs, no missed deadlines, and quick support. Afterward, this won me repeat customers and new business through word of mouth. I was good in business, but at heart I was an inventor. I always looked for ways to make things work better or cheaper or find new solutions. My 3rd patent closed many deals and a 4th opened new doors. I hired my relatives because I could trust them completely, and peer pressure ensured they worked hard and stayed loyal. I ignored the saying about not working with family. I thought I knew better. I was wrong. Emily was 23 and I was 28. I hired my smart wife to handle the finances, something I disliked. I employed 11 family members and friends. My business was growing fast and I had to work hard to control it. I was the 3rd largest employer in our small town, bringing in more outside money than any 2 others combined. We didn't have a lot of money because I put the profits back into the business, but I had something better: the respect of my peers, the trust of my customers, the love of my family, and the best wife I could ever ask for. My life was great and only getting better. Emily had graduated, finishing the first part of our life together. No more schooling. We would work together to grow our business and, more importantly, a family. On her graduation cruise, we spent more time in our cabin than outside. We rekindled our love, which had suffered a little from starting a business and being apart due to 5 years of college. Nothing serious, but we noticed it. We were luckier than most, always honest and open about our feelings and concerns. We recognized our problems, talked about them honestly, and worked on them as best as we could. During those early years, Emily finished school with no debt. My business had been running for over a year and the toughest times were behind us. I wasn't carrying all the risk alone anymore. We were partners in life, love, and business. I was 28 and she was 23. 2 weeks after our second honeymoon, I found out I was going to be a dad. I was 33 and she was 28. Our life seemed perfect, or so I thought. My business had grown to over 50 employees, mostly extended family members. We were important in our community, bringing in money, visitors, and extra business. My wife was close with my extended family. Our 2 kids, Marie Carol and William Billy Ethan, were happy, loving, and a bit spoiled. Life was busy, as expected. After Marie was born, Emily worked fewer hours to take care of her. After Billy was born, she stopped working to be a stay-at-home mom. She still helped by giving advice and managing the money. The business kept me very busy. It was hard supporting myself and half of my extended family. With Emily working part-time, I took over many of her tasks. I traveled more, including trips overseas to meet with our suppliers. I not only managed the business, but also worked on my inventions, as if that was another full-time job. I handed off a lot of daily responsibilities to my cousin Daniel, who had helped me with my first designs when I moved to town after Dad's death. Cousin Daniel was one of my new friends who helped me settle in. We'd been best friends since I was 14. He was smart, hardworking and trustworthy, even though he teased a lot. I trusted him to make good decisions for the business and to handle hiring, because he knew everyone. Emily and I lived comfortably, but not extravagantly. Her car was a bit nicer than most, but I drove a 5-year-old Ford truck. Our house was custom-built on the edge of town with nice features, but wasn't huge. It was about 300-500 feet with a 3-car garage and a nice yard, no tennis courts, no pool, no long driveway, just a nice home on a picturesque lot. We could afford more, but we were happy living simply among family and friends. Life was good. Our marriage was strong, though we didn't get as much alone time. Due to our busy lives and 2 kids. We were still deeply in love. It was a Thursday night, 3 days before I had to leave for China on a 10-day business trip. We had put the children to bed and Emily came into my study wearing a new nightgown that explained part of her recent shopping trip. She leaned against the door frame long night. I turned off my computer. The numbers could wait until morning standing up. I smiled and walked towards her. She giggled and ran off to our bedroom with me, chasing after we spent a playful and loving evening together, laughing and enjoying each other's company, until we were both exhausted afterward. She lay beside me breathing hard. I stroked her skin. That was amazing, Aming. She murmured lips, brushing my shoulder. You always amazing. I told her. She turned to look at me seriously and kissed me. Gently. Are you happy, Honor? Her question surprised me absolutely. I have the perfect wife, 2 beautiful children, a successful business and the respect of my friends and family. What's not to love? You spent so much time away from us. I thought we'd be spending more time together, not less. As things got better. She was right. I knew it and I kept telling myself that after the next big project I'd slow down. It had never quite happened. Are you happy, BB? She gave me a sad smile. Content, I guess. Happy enough. What's enough? What's wrong? I asked. I miss you when you're gone working late or when you leave the house before dawn. I know it's for us, for me, for the family. I guess I'm just selfish. I want more of your time for us. We haven't had time for just you and me in a long time. We haven't gone on a vacation in 2 years. I held her close and gave her a squeeze. I'm sorry, you're right. I promise I'll do what I can to make time for us. Do you have to go to China? Can't someone else go? Why does it always have to be you? I wish someone else could go. The last 2 times, I let anyone else handle the vendors. Things got messed up. Make Daniel go. Isn't that part of his job? Let him earn his big paycheck, which he's always bragging about. Daniel keeps this business running. He's in operations, managing the people. I don't think he could handle this. She seemed frustrated. Why does it always have to be you make the big decisions? You get the customers. You keep everyone happy. You create all the new products. If nobody in this town can do the job, find someone who can. I rolled her over and kissed her softly. I'm so sorry, BB. Your happiness is more important than anything to me. You know that, don't you? In my heart. I do. Sometimes my head wanders when I visit our relatives and see the husbands coming home at 5:15 for 6:00 dinner, and I know that you won't be home for hours. I wonder when you're gone and I'm alone in this house with our kids. I wonder when I go to a barbecue or a party and you're not there because you're solving some crisis or visiting a client or making something in your workshop. I wonder. I kissed her face softly, tickling her gently until she giggled. Never wonder, you are everything to me, promise, she asked, anxious lie. I've been yours since you were 4 years old. You know that, she giggled again and lightly bit my lip. Everyone knows the playful nibbling made me feel warm inside. I pressed against her. Give me a few more months. There will be changes. I've got several things going on. I'm trying to slow it all down. Let me finish this trip, close these last couple of deals, and you and I will take off for 2 weeks anywhere in the world. You want to go? Just the two of us. You bribing me? She teased, pushing back against me. I want it as much as you do. I feel too much responsibility toward this town and my relatives. They need to make do on their own. I can't support the whole place. I'm going to cut back. I promise it's already in the works. She smiled and hugged me tight. Love me, Honor. I did, long and slow, holding her, kissing her, doing my best to let her know that she was all that mattered. I could make those promises because they were true. I had 2 new patents in the works. A most important current one was 3 years from expiring. I was negotiating with a big company to transfer it to them for a good amount of money. One of my new patents would do a similar job better and we'd have another 7 years of protection. I had spent the last couple of years training Daniel to take over the business side of things. It was going slow, but I'd always be there to help him. I was in private talks with the VP of Business Development for my old company. They had changed their top people and he was looking he would be going on the trip with me, a sort of final interview and a chance to meet our 2 most important vendors. The company I was negotiating the patent transfer with was sending a team along as well, part of their final checks. This was one trip that nobody but I could go on, but that was going to change. I was letting go a little and would be spending more of my time doing what I loved and less time with the business part of things. Most importantly, I could do more work from home and put in more reasonable hours. My time would be spent with my family, with my children and the love of my life. The trip was a success. Exhausting, but everything I needed. The VP needed 4 weeks to close things up where he was and wanted a few more weeks to spend with his family. I gave him all the details and told him what we could afford. He would be getting a nice chunk of stock if he stuck with the company at least 5 years. I told him to go home and talk it over with his wife. I gave him a week to give me an answer and jokingly told him that I didn't want an answer before then. I wasn't looking at anyone else for the position, but it was a big decision and he needed to make sure his family was good with it. The patent transfer was almost done. I was told they were going to have a final meeting to approve the deal on the Thursday. After they got back, I should be prepared to sign the papers that Friday, Monday at the latest. While we were in China, I received the notice that one of my patents was approved. The most important one. My company's future was assured for the next 7 years at least. Everything was going my way upon my return. Emily spoiled me, as she did after every trip. She even sent the kids to Mom's house for the night on Tuesday, so we could have some alone time. I wanted to tell her everything that was going on, but I wanted to wait until the patent was officially transferred and Gil had accepted the job. She could always tell when I was hiding something and kept asking what was up. We were alone in the living room. She was wearing lace panties and teasing me. I could tell she wanted to know what was going on. Spill it. I know something's happening, she said, looking up at me. I tried to keep cool. Remember the last talk we had about spending more time with the family? She smiled but kept teasing. Of course, and things are coming together, but nothing's final. Give me 1 more week. I'll tell you everything, then maybe I'll take a week to finish this. She joked. Do you trust me? I asked. She nodded. Always 1 week. Emily had a birthday coming up on Monday. I had everyone working on a surprise party. Maybe she thought my secret was about her birthday, so she didn't push me anymore 1 week. It better be good, she said. Then gave me a kiss. I promise 1 week. The Saturday birthday party was great, even if she might not have been too surprised, Yura said. It's hard to keep secrets in our small town. She did seem a bit shocked when about 50 friends and family jumped out to surprise her when she came back from the mall with Mom and Sarah. She was really surprised to see her parents. I'd flown them in for the weekend along with 2 of her best friends from college. She thanked me a lot that night and the next morning. She spent Sunday morning with her friends and family. I took her parents to the airport and they thanked me too. Emily spent the afternoon catching up with her girlfriends and I sneaked into work for a bit to try and finish my plans to work less and spend more time with the family. I was 33 and she was 29. My world changed. On Monday, I went to the city to finish the patent deal. There were 3 patents, but one was the most important. What I thought would take all day took less than an hour. No surprises, no last-minute changes. I signed the papers and got a check with 7 digits. The first number was a 2. The patents were owned by Honor BBLLC, a company I had started, not my main business. They agreed to license the patents back to us for 6 weeks to stop using them. They were happy and I was thrilled. I rushed home to tell Emily the good news. There were cars in the driveway, but that was normal. Emily loved having people over. The cars weren't a surprise. Finding Emily in the living room with Daniel in a very intimate situation while his brother Dale watched was a surprise. She didn't see me right away. Music was playing loudly and there was a video on the TV. Dale was sitting and watching her. Looked like they were giving her their birthday presents. Happy 29th birthday, Emily. I guess they didn't notice me. I stood there for a few seconds totally shocked. They weren't saying anything. No bad words about me, no declarations of love. Just the 3 of them together. My life felt ruined. I stepped outside and closed the door. I didn't take pictures or get angry. It seemed clear that she was doing what she wanted. In a daze, I walked back to my car. I thought about going back in to confront them. I wondered how long it had been going on and how they kept it a secret in our small town. I mostly wondered how they could do this to me, my wife, my best friend, the mother of my kids. Forget Dale. He was always a jerk, but Daniel, he was married with 3 kids. They had ruined everything. Doubt filled my mind. There were no secrets in Beyond. I picked up my phone and called Mom. Hey, Honor, how's business in the big city? Great, I'm on my way back. I couldn't reach Emily, do you know where she is? Mom didn't pause. I think she's with Sarah getting a makeover. She left the kids with me. When are you coming back? I'll let her know when she calls. Alarms rang in my head. Never mind, I'll surprise her, got some big news today. Mom responded quickly. That's great. Can you give me an idea of when are you still in the city? My heart raced. No secrets in Eddington, call me paranoid, but I felt sure Mom was covering for Emily, my own mother. Yeah, but I have some things to do first, it'll be a while. Mom sighed in relief. You just be careful. I'll kiss the kids for you. I hung up and made a quick decision. I opened the side door to the garage and lifted the garage door by hand. This way, the opener wouldn't make any noise, but I doubted anyone would hear it anyway. In less than 5 minutes I poked holes in all 3 gas tanks. It was easy. I put some strong nails on my floor jack and lifted it under the gas tanks. After that I took a can of gas and poured it between the 3 cars, the 2 in the driveway and Emily's in the garage. I grabbed a spare propane tank for the barbecue and opened the valve between Daniel and Dale's cars. Then I turned my vehicle around, left it running, took a flare from my emergency roadside kit, lit it and threw it into the leaking gas. I jumped into the truck and drove away. I wasn't 50 yards away when the explosion started. I was sure nobody would get hurt, since the garage was separate from the house. If I was lucky, the fire might spread to the house. Daniel should have enough time to get out and save everyone. Though. While driving to work I called Gil. I sadly told him the company might shut down and he shouldn't take the VP job. He had many questions, but when I explained that I wouldn't be part of Honor Energy anymore, he understood. I told him I'd send him a check for the time he worked with me in China and for his trouble. I also assured him I'd consider him for any future business. As I left, I saw my sister's car turning up my street. Any doubts I had about my mom and sister being involved vanished. I saw the volunteer fire truck drive past me on its way to the fire. Ironically, it was a truck that Honor Energy had donated to the town. When I arrived at the warehouse, I ignored all greetings and went straight to my office. My cousin, Jill, our admin, asked if everything was okay. No interruptions. Not for anyone, not even the president got it. She nodded, looking scared, and closed the door. It took me about an hour to transfer what I needed. I had offshore accounts for most of our international business. It was partly to save on taxes. I moved all the money to another Cayman Islands account for Honor BBLC. I called our two biggest customers to apologize that we couldn't complete their projects and told them I was stepping down for personal reasons. They were upset, but I assured them I'd return all their money. Roger Hammond from Hammond's Luxury Homes didn't take the news well. He was one of my first clients and a friend. After a long talk, I agreed to supply him with the materials he could only get from us, plus an extra 10, just in case I promised to transfer all designs and knowledge needed for his project to the company of his choice. Honor, it's me you are talking to. He said slowly, what's going on? This isn't like you'd never bail on a job. I can't stay. I admitted personal issues forget personal issues. He snapped. You're the best. You can't let some small stuff ruin your business. I laughed bitterly. Small stuff. My right-hand man is with my wife. Impossible. Emily. She adores you. Somebody's lying to you. Look into it. Maybe you're right. Why believe my own eyes? I only saw her on him in our living room while his brother waited. My mom and sister cover said for her watching the kids and lying about her whereabouts. What could I be thinking? Right, I should go look again. He was quiet. I'm sorry, Honor. I can't believe it. If you need anything, call me. I mean it. I appreciate it. You're a great customer and friend. Sorry to dump on you. Forget the business. Do what you need to promise. You'll call me soon. Visit if you can. I felt choked up. This man stood by me when my own family betrayed me. I will. I've got to go, lots to do before the sheriff gets here. I wondered why I hadn't heard from Uncle Luke. Dad's brother understood. Good luck, and I'm sorry you're dealing with this. Call when you can. I phoned the company attorney and after some effort, got him on the line. I explained what I needed and turned away all questions. He was hesitant at first but finally agreed. I told him I needed everything done by the end of the next day and offered an extra $10,000 if he met the deadline. He assured me they'd find a way. I finished the essential and was surprised no one had called my cell. I walked out of my office and Jill quickly hung up her phone. No calls for me? I asked. She shook her head. No sir, fine. Tomorrow at 11:00 a.m. I want a company-wide meeting in the warehouse. Everyone must attend, no matter their shift. Anyone not there will be fired. Set it up. She looked pale but nodded. I got in my car, turned off my cell phone and left town. I bought some new clothes and toiletries, checked into a nice hotel room, ordered room service and thought about what I was going to do with my life. I woke up early after a rough night of nightmares. I kept seeing my wife cheating on me with everyone. I knew. Even my mother and sister were waiting their turn behind her. They were all in a factory and sweet Emily was part of the assembly line where men took their turns with her. When Emily took a break, Mom stepped in. I felt sick and couldn't eat, but I managed to get a few things done. That made me feel a little better. At 11:05 I rode my new Harley to the office. Maybe I was going through a midlife crisis. Spending 2,000 on the bike felt like money well spent. I never bought anything for myself, and it was about time I did. Daniel and my mother were waiting at the entrance. I parked the motorcycle on the sidewalk and took off my helmet. Both of them looked surprised. Mom took a step toward me, but I held up my hand. Not now. I'll talk to you later. I said. She stopped stunned. Daniel walked beside me. Not a word. Daniel, don't do anything rash on her. He started. I turned and punched him in the face. He staggered back stunned. I told you not a word. Daniel. I walked to the warehouse, ignoring everyone who greeted me, and stepped up to the platform. The room went quiet. There was a microphone, but I didn't need it. There were only about 50 people there. I knew everyone who worked for me. I had interviewed and hired each one personally. I saw Jill in the crowd, Aaron and Misty. They're fired 2 weeks severance plus 1 week per year. I said. Jill piled, then nodded slowly. Does anyone here not know why I'm here today? I asked loudly. Some people mumbled and about 10 raised their hands. You folks step over there. I said, pointing to the side. I'll make sure you're filled in later. I nodded to my admin to take care of it. Took a minute or two for them to move. Excellent. I have a simple question for all of you. I expect complete honesty. I think I deserve that. I've treated you all with respect and mostly as friends. People murmured and nodded. Who here suspected or knew what was going on with my wife? My Uncle Jack stepped forward. He was one of my first hires and ran the floor. Are you going to fire them? I shook my head. Nobody else is being fired. I just want some honesty for once. Isn't there any honor among you? Uncle Jack stepped closer. I'd say almost everyone had some idea. Nobody wanted to hurt you. We figured she'd get it out of her system and straighten up. No one wanted to break up your marriage. Why don't you and I talk about this privately? I turned away. I'll ask one more time, who here suspected or knew what was going on? Almost everyone eventually raised their hands. It started with just a few, including Uncle Jack. Soon most had their hands raised. Jill's hand was up, and so was Laura Thompson's. Few could look me in the eye. Thank you for your honesty. I wish things were different. Maybe someone could have stopped it. Someone could have told me privately and things could have been different. As you can imagine, I can't work with people I consider disloyal, disrespectful and untrustworthy. Uncle Jack stepped forward again. You promised nobody would be fired. He said flatly. I did, and as most of you know, or I hope you do, I'm a man of my word. I'm stepping down. My wife now owns the business. You have enough funds and work to keep going for at least 4 months, maybe 6, if you don't mess up. Daniel is in charge now. I wish you all success. There was a lot of talking and it was getting loud. I had made my point. That was supposed to be it, walk away, taking the high ground, but I couldn't do it, strike that last part. I've never lied to you and I'm not starting now. I detest you, all of you. If just one person had done the right thing and stood by me, things would be different. You dug your own grave. I hope the business fails and you all lose everything that matters to you, just as I did today. May you all pay for this total silence. I looked at my Uncle Jack, my office. I turned to Jill, find Daniel and send him to my office as well. If he's not there in 10 minutes, Bill will be president. Send him. Uncle Jack followed me to my office and started to speak. I interrupted. This is not a discussion. Uncle Jack, I always liked and respected you. That's no longer the case. You betrayed me, like everyone else. This is business and we won't talk about anything else. Understood? After he asked. Maybe I have other things I need to do, don't ask. He nodded. Sadly, we only had to wait a couple of minutes before Daniel came in. He had a swollen lip and some tissue paper stuck in his nose. I almost smiled. "Sit," I told him Honor. It didn't mean anything. He began. "You have to shut up and sit. Don't make me come across this desk." He sat down. "Today is my last day here. Daniel. The company is yours to run in my absence, unless Emily decides. Otherwise, I'm giving her the business." His surprised face was unforgettable. "Emily will handle the money. She knows the business well. Daniel, you're in charge of daily operations, sales and marketing. Jack, you manage the floor. Important changes are coming." He nodded, looking serious. "Honor Energy can't use the conversion controller assembly. In 6 weeks we lost the patent and firmware rights. You need to find another solution." Uncle Jack looked shocked, "But that's the core of our business, not my problem. I'm no longer part of this. In 6 weeks you can't make them anymore. If I were you, I'd make as many as possible before the deadline. Work around the clock. Do whatever it takes to get materials, even pay extra after that, find a replacement. It's up to you." Uncle Jack slowly nodded, deep in thought. "Carlisle is not a customer anymore. Stop all production for them. Hammond isn't either, but we will give them the materials I promised." I handed Uncle Jack a printout delivered to Roger Hammond in person within 3 days. "I'll do it myself." Uncle Jack said good. I turned to Daniel. "Here are the passwords, accounts and keys." I gave him a sealed envelope. "I'll work with Emily to finalize the transfer, but she already handles most accounts. I just need to remove my name and give her limited power of journey. You have enough funds to keep things running. There will be challenges, but it's your problem now." I stood up and left the office, ignoring Uncle Jack's extended hand and Daniel's questions. I got on my motorcycle, heading to see what was left of the home I built for my love. There was only twisted metal and burned ground where Daniel's and Dale's cars had been. The garage was mostly gone, collapsed on Emily's Volvo. The fire had damaged the side of the house near the garage but didn't spread further. A work crew was there fixing the burnt entry and laundry room, boarding up broken windows. I walked inside, surprised there was no police tape. No one was home. I looked around, thinking about what to take. Sadly, I only wanted pictures of my kids. I grabbed photos from an album and left everything else, starting over. I realized how little I needed. I regretted throwing my phone away in anger, so I went to Martinson's and bought a new one. I called my mother. "Honor. Where are you? We need to talk." She said, out of breath. "I'll be at your house at 7:00. Make sure Emily is there. Thank God you'll talk, right? This isn't some revenge. No, we'll talk. Have her kids there too. They are here. You can come see them now. They miss you and don't understand why they can't go home or why you're not here. I'll see them at 7:00. I hung up. I went to the Harley dealership. They had finished installing new tie-downs on my truck and showed me how to use the motorcycle ramp. I loaded my bike on the truck, packed up the ramp and went to the store, ignoring the whispers around me, returning to the office. My papers had arrived earlier than expected. Jill handed them to me. "Anything else I can do for you, Mr. Nolan?" I shook my head coldly. "No, you've done enough. Jill, I expected better from you. I thought you were loyal." She had tears in her eyes. "I thought I was doing the right thing. Nobody wanted to see you and Emily breaking up. We tried talking to her. I swear, I believe you, but you should have talked to me, supported me. You betrayed me. It hurts more from you. I won't make that mistake again." She sat down crying as I walked away with the papers. I ate at a diner knowing I wouldn't eat at Mom's house. It was a business visit. I expected some empty excuses and apologies, but I'd let them talk before finishing what I had to do. My cousin Emma served me roast beef and fries. She sat down across from me. Take her back, Anna. Forgive her. It doesn't have to end like this. I'm eating, Emma. I don't want to talk about it. Come on, Anna. We're family. We love you both. You can work this out. I put down my utensils. No, Emma, I have a failed marriage with a woman. I don't know if she ever loved me, and kids I'm not sure are mine. My mother and sister betrayed me. Friends and family took her side. I have no family. Now, if you keep pushing, I'll leave. She stood up angrily. You are family. That's not something you can choose. We care about you. I didn't reply. The fries were pretty good. I was annoyed when another so-called family member sat down across from me. Anna. He greeted Uncle Jimmy. I took another fry. He looked nervous. I don't want to interfere. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I should have told you what little I knew. I raised an eyebrow. What did you know? He shrugged. She started acting wrongly about 3 months ago. She was flirting with Daniel more than she should have, especially in public and at some parties. He was all over her, and she didn't stop him. When you went on that trip to the West Coast, people said she spent a lot of time with him at your house. It was just a rumor, but it seemed true, and I should have told you then. There was a lot of gossip. It's hard to understand how you and his wife didn't find out. I thought their thing would end long before this. He took a deep breath. I was such an idiot. I let some people talk me out of saying something on your trip to China. They were even more open. He missed almost every day at work, and they went out to dinner together twice, even holding hands. Jean asked me what was going on, and I told her my thoughts and what I'd heard. She got really mad at me. You know she's not from here and doesn't have the same twisted loyalties as others. He looked at me with tears in his eyes. I'm so ashamed, Anna, ashamed of the whole town. You did right by me, gave me a job when I needed one, promoted me twice, even though I have no real education. I nodded at him. You earned those promotions, Uncle Jimmy. You're smarter than most of those college kids, and you're dependable. I've never had a problem with your work. He shook his head. I understand, Anna. No problem with my work, but a lot of problems with me as a person. I let you down, and I'm sorry. He held his head in his hands. You're paying for my kids. College, you put 2 people every year through college. Even your own secretary didn't tell you what was going on. How am I supposed to tell my son his schooling is done? Because I and everyone else in this town have no honor. Don't tell Stephen anything. He didn't do anything wrong. His scholarship is still good, funded from the start. He can finish his degree. He'll be a fine engineer. Uncle Jimmy wiped his eyes. That's all I wanted to say. You do what you have to forget the rest of them. I'm sorry I didn't do the right thing, and I'll always regret it. You deserve much better. Thank you. I told him. I meant it. He got up and stood for a second. Anna. I've known you a long time. I've never heard you lie, not even a small lie. I heard what you said to Emma. Don't start lying now, even to yourself. You know that woman loves you, always has and always will. Whatever made her do this, it wasn't because she didn't love you. I glared at him. Is that all? He nodded. I'm sorry for interrupting your dinner. I hope someday you can forgive me. I pray that before that you can find a way to forgive her for your own sake. For some reason the fries were no longer tempting. It was tough to get out of the truck and walk up to the front door. In some ways, Mom hurt me more than Emily. We had always been close. We could talk about anything. Yet she hid the truth from me about my wife cheating. What happened to? Blood is thicker than water. I didn't know how to forgive that. Not sure I could. I rang the doorbell and waited after a minute. Mom answered. Why'd you ring the bell? I wanted to come in and talk. I said, waiting for her to invite me in. She looked at me. Sadly, you're always welcome here. It's your home too. You know that. Not anymore. Not after this. She looked angry. Are you coming in or are you going to stand there all day? I turned and left. We'll do this some other time. Mom ran after me, grabbing my arm. No, we'll do this now. I pulled my arm away. Mrs. Nolan, you no longer have the right to tell me what I can or can't do. Understand that when you can be civil, we can talk. Why are you acting like this, Honor? This isn't. You're better than this. I'm not acting. I'm sick of her, you and everyone else in this town. I just want to finish things up and leave this place behind. I walked to my truck and she ran in front of me, blocking my way. Your children. Don't you want to see your children? Of course I do. I will. If you or anyone else tries to keep them from me, I'll burn this house down and everyone in it, this whole town, if I have to. She stared at me in shock. Why are you so angry? Why am I angry? I was about to explode. You have the nerve to ask that. My wife cheats. My best friend is with her, my mother covers for her, and my sister too. The whole company knew and is siding with her. Why wouldn't I be angry? Stop, honey, you don't want your kids to see you like this. There's more to it. You know it. Come in, please. We need to talk. You have to give her a chance. I don't have to do anything. I turned and headed back to the house. I'll listen, then you will. I'll visit with the kids. That's all. She walked beside me. Try to be calm, please. No shouting, Emily is a mess. The kids are upset. Let's not make this worse. I laughed hard. To make it worse, isn't it? 10 foot inside the door, little Marie came running up to me. I picked her up and hugged her. Billy was coming over, walking and crawling. He still wasn't great at walking. I picked him up too, holding my kids. At least I hoped they were mine. Daddy. Marie squealed. Mommy, sad, you have to fix it. That had always been my job when things went wrong. Daddy fixed them, but this time I wasn't sure I could or even wanted to. I might have left if it weren't for the 2 kids in my arms. I'll see what I can do. Sweetheart. She gave me a kiss. When can we go home soon? Daddy has some things to do, but you, Billy and Mommy, can go home soon. You too, Daddy, you too, no more travel. She said firmly. I didn't answer. I couldn't, she wouldn't understand, and honestly, I didn't either. I put them down and saw Emily standing nervously nearby. I stretched out my hand to stop her from coming closer. You wanted to talk. I'll listen. That's all. She nodded, and then my mother interrupted over dinner. I made my roast. I expected that a bribe. Her roast was my favorite. I already ate. Sarah stuck her head out of the kitchen. Well, that's perfect. Didn't anyone tell him about dinner? Mom turned red. Why don't we go to the living room? Heg. Can you feed the kids? My sister sighed loudly. Sure, why not? It's not like I'm part of the family. I sat in the armchair while Emily and Mom sat on the couch. I pulled some folded papers out of my back pocket and put them beside me. I'm listening. Emily looked at me, then at Mom, gave her a nod, preparing her. I suppose I have no excuse. Honor, I've been a fool. You have to know I love you more than anything, and it's killing me. What I've done, Daniel, means nothing to me, and Dale even less. I sat, still not responding, just waiting to hear her out. 3 times. I was with him 3 times. The last one was a mistake. It was never meant to happen again. I can't tell you why it did. After our talk, I couldn't keep doing it. The first time was when you went to California. The second time was during your last trip. I didn't want you to go. I was scared about what might happen. I begged you to send him instead. Remember, is that all I asked? She looked nervous, as if hoping someone else would speak for her. I wasn't thinking right. I don't love him. I don't even like him. He wanted me and kept coming after me. He told me you were cheating, but I didn't believe him. I knew you wouldn't. He was always flattering me, touching me, pushing limits. I don't know why I gave in. I was lonely, missing you, and he was there. I waited patiently. What are you going to do? She asked softly. I'll never do anything like that again. I swear. I'll spend my life making it up to you. We'll get past this. I know you love me. I love you more than anything. We'll be fine, won't we? I shrugged. I'll be fine eventually. I don't know about you. I have one question: are the kids mine? She looked shocked. How could you ask that? Of course they are. I'll need proof DNA tests. Get that done. This week I turned to my mother. What do you have to say about your part in this? She looked surprised. What part? I just want to help you both. Forgive each other. I laughed. Forgive each other. What should she forgive me for burning your house down, for leaving her alone? So much for not confronting her earlier. How long did you know, Mrs. Nolan? How long were you covering for her? Mom turned red. I wasn't covering for her. I was trying to fix things. How long? I snapped. Why does it matter? It's over and done. She won't do it again. Damn it. How long? Judy. I shouted. If you can't speak politely, you can leave my house. I stood and threw the papers at Emily's sign. These don't make any changes. I'll call you to tell you where to drop them off. I faced my mother. I hate what you've done to us. Worse than what she did, you betrayed your only son for a cheater. I don't think I'll ever forgive you. Dad asked me to take care of you, so for his sake, you'll keep getting $3,000 a month as long as you live. Other than that, I don't want any contact with you. I turned and walked away. Mom yelled, don't you dare walk away. We're not done here. I'm done with all of you, with all of this sign. The papers don't call, don't write. I don't want to talk to any of you. Emily was sobbing. Mom was yelling. The kids were crying. Sarah followed me out the door. Don't leave on a knot like this. You said you would listen. I didn't slow down. I did listen. Emily told me what I already knew and gave me no reason to trust her again. Mom wouldn't even tell me the truth. How long have you known? She didn't hesitate from the start, before she even did it the first time. We told her it was wrong. She said it was just flirting, teasing. She wanted your attention. We tried to stop her. We yelled at her after she did it. She felt terrible. Then, 2 months later, she did it again after swearing it was over. I got in my truck and Sarah climbed in the passenger seat. Get out, Peg, I don't want you here. You sided with her. You can stick with her. All the liars can stick together. We stuck with her because we knew going to you would be useless. The only way to fix it was to fix her. Besides, everyone would take her side. Nobody likes you, Honor. We love you, but Jesus, nobody can stand you most of the time. I don't get how she does it. I turned to her. Get out. I don't need you. I don't need any of you. She shook her head. No, they had their say. Now it's my turn. I started the truck and pulled out. Where are you going? Sarah snapped. To my hotel, away from all of you and all of this. You better get out soon. It's a long walk back. You always have to be so tough. Honor you never bend, can't. You see. That's hurting. You think you're so good, so fair. Nobody wants to be around someone like that. Sure, they trust you and respect you, but most of all they fear you. That's silly. Nobody fears me. Clearly you remember Cousin Robbie. You fired him for smoking pot on the loading dock. Of course I did, using illegal drugs at work. It's obvious to you. It is his family. You could have warned him, giving him a break, but you fired him. I didn't fire his wife. I gave him 6 weeks' pay. I even offered to help him get into rehab. He was smoking 1 joint. That's all. That's enough. He knew better. He could have waited to do it at home, not at work. I can't accept that. What about Trey and Lisa? What about them? I didn't fire them. I probably should have known. You told everyone about them. You gave them 30 days without pay and told them to go home and sort things out with their spouses. You said if they even flirted at work again, you'd fire them both. I had to. We could get sued for allowing a workplace romance, especially between a boss and someone who works for her. No, you could have spoken to them politely, warned them about their behavior. You could have told them to keep it out of the office and let them fix their problems in private. Instead, you made it public. I did not. I never said a word to anyone. You didn't need to making them take a month off without pay, said everything. They shouldn't be messing around in the first place, especially not at work. I even made up the money to them in their Christmas bonus. I guess you're always going to side with rule breakers, now first them and now her. You're right. Of course you're always right, Honor. They broke the rules. They had to pay. You couldn't treat them like family. Try to help them. No, you caused 1 divorce and 1 messed up marriage. I didn't cause anything. I didn't cheat. They did. They got caught. There are consequences. Of course there are. With you there always are. You surprised? Nobody told you about your wife. Nobody would ever side with you. They are afraid. We all have our sins. Everyone except perfect Honor. We all love Emily. She's more like family than you are. She listens, she's helpful. She's always involved. She cares. You have your business and nothing else. I guess that won't be a problem anymore. Then will it? She looked at me. What does that mean? You must have heard I don't have the business anymore. It's hers now, hers and Daniel's and all the rest of you. I quit. She owns it. Daniel gets to run it. Let them figure out how to keep it going. Keep the business flowing. Keep the money coming in. Let them support this ungrateful family and everyone else in this lousy town. I'm done. All the better. If nobody likes me, I don't like them. Her voice shook as she turned to face me. What did you do, Honor? I told you I quit. I'm done. I don't need this stress. I didn't love the job. I did it for all of you, for her, for the family, for this whole town. I gave them jobs, great jobs, paying better than anyone in the industry, the best benefits. Who else provides 100 family health coverage at no cost? I put their kids through college. I gave them loans when they needed it. I bring 10 million a year into this town and they betray me. All of them went well, forget them and forget you. I'm done. You can't do that. What are you going to do now? Who's going to keep the business going? Daniel can't. You can't just walk away. I can, and I did. They say the job interfered with my marriage like I wanted that. Well, never again. No job, no family. It's easier this way. This is foolish. You love that business and you love Emily. You can't walk away from them. I never love the business. I love making things, inventing things, all the other stuff I did, because someone had to and nobody else did it well enough. I did love Emily past tense. Now I hate her. Hate what she did and what she did to us. I can walk away. I am. I know you're angry on her. I understand. Do you need to take some time? Think it over, take a break. I don't know. Take a trip or something. Get your head straight. You can't destroy your company out of anger. You can't walk away from the love of your life and 10 years of marriage over a stupid mistake. I'm not destroying my company. It's still there. I just won't destroy my life because of it. Let someone else do the hard work for a while. I don't have to be the tough one anymore. I don't have to worry about payroll and where the next job is going to come from. It's not my concern how we're going to stay ahead. I won't stay up nights thinking about each project finishing on time and doing it well, not my problem. Now let someone else worry about it. My sister was quiet until I pulled up in front of the hotel. You're going to mess things up for all of us because of what she did. Aren't you? Not just her and Daniel. You're going to ruin everything. I'm not doing anything besides. Any one of you could have stopped this 2 months ago, even a week ago, but nobody liked me enough to side with me, not one single person. Why should I care about any of you? We're family, honor your family, not anymore. I opened the door. I'm going to my room now, do whatever you want. You're not taking me home. No way. I told you I wouldn't, and I meant it. Get a cab, walk, or call somebody. I don't care. You mean nothing to me. You betrayed me like everyone else. You ruined my marriage just as much as she did. We tried to save it. She shouted. Well, I hope you're better at running the company than saving my marriage. I left her by the truck. I didn't feel great about it, but it didn't bother me much either. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I was preparing for a wedding with the most beautiful woman in the world, only to have everything disrupted by the sudden return of my ex-wife on the eve of the ceremony. Her appearance not only caught me off guard but also led to an investigation by the police. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. At 3:30 on Friday afternoon, I was eagerly awaiting the weekend at 48. I was about to experience one of the best days of my life, marrying the woman I considered the most beautiful in the world. Elena, being traditional, stayed with a friend the night before, believing it was bad luck for me to see her, as I was heading to my home office to finalize wedding details. I heard her key in the door, forgot something, scatterbrain. I called, coming down the stairs. At the bottom I froze. She stood there with a Mediterranean tan, wearing an expensive suit, smiling and rushing toward me. Alex, I'm back, she said, rushing towards me. I turned my cheek to avoid her kiss and pushed her away. What are you doing here? I demanded. Alex, don't talk to your wife like that. This is my home. She replied, her voice firm. First, you're not my wife. Second, this isn't your home. I shot back, my tone cold. I walked to the lounge and called the police. This is Alex Hartwell. Yes, she's back, my ex-wife, Isabella. She's here now, send someone quickly. I said into the phone. Who was that? She asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Detective Inspector Maynard of the local police. I responded calmly, but I haven't done anything wrong. She protested. Maybe not, but they think I have. I replied. Then I called my son Nathan and told him the same. Why don't you sit down, Isabella? Some people want to talk to you. I said, gesturing to a chair. I hadn't seen Isabella in 6 years, though it felt longer. She had left a note with her bank card saying she was leaving to find her true destiny and asking me not to look for her. We had been sweethearts since high school. I joked I'd be a millionaire by 30. I went to Manchester University for electronics, met many girls, but Isabella was the one. She told boys she was waiting for her millionaire. During breaks I worked, but always spent time with her. After finals, Isabella revealed she was pregnant. I thought we were careful, but accidents happened. We married and I graduated with first-class honors. I chose a small company over a big one and we moved to Somerset. I joined Danvers Electronics, attracted by the owner, George, and the opportunity to advance quickly. George was supportive, helping us settle and paying rent. My first salaries went to furnishing our place and preparing for Elliot's arrival. Isabella regained her figure quickly after childbirth, looking even better than before with her chestnut hair and blue eyes. We soon outgrew the apartment and started looking for a house. George helped again, convincing me that rent was a waste and I should buy a house. I only had half the deposit, so George loaned me the rest. It wasn't pure generosity. He knew I could get a better deal and that buying a house would keep me in the area. Over time things got easier. I wanted more kids, but it didn't happen. When the chief designer retired, George decided to restructure, merging design and development under one leader. My heart sank when he asked me to meet the new manager. He led me to his office, which was empty, and then into his own nighty bathroom room facing the mirror. He said, "Alex, meet the new design and development manager." There were no applications or interviews. I got the job on the spot. George insisted, "You better take it. I've based this restructure on you." "Are you sure, George?" "I was hoping for the design job, but are you sure about me running both departments?" "I was sure from your first month here. I did my research before hiring you and Isabella. May think I'm a benevolent fool, but I'm a businessman and you good for business." The new position came with a significant raise. Knowing Isabella's spending habits, I arranged with George to divert 10 of my salary to a savings account. Isabella saw an increase, but this gave us a buffer for emergencies. My department's drive to diversify led to more defense work and I filed a couple of patents for cheaper, better solutions. We licensed our patents to competitors, earning royalties. George insisted I take a percentage as an annual bonus, which I used to pay off the mortgage. We were doing well by 30. We owned a house in the country, had 2 cars and enjoyed a good standard of living. When I mentioned this to Isabella, she reminded me, "You always said you'd be a millionaire by now." She hadn't realized it was a joke. Despite her disappointment, our life was good and we were comfortably well off our bed. Life was good but routine, and we had an active social life. The only major disagreement was over Nathan's education. Isabella wanted him in private school, while I thought public school was sufficient. "Maybe if you went to private school you'd be a millionaire now instead of working for a small electronics company." Isabella said pointedly, "It's that company that allows us to have this discussion. Without it, we wouldn't have the income to even consider it." I replied, trying to stay calm. "So you admit we can afford it? If you loved our son, you'd give him every advantage." She countered sharply. In the end, Isabella won and Elliot went to Kingswood as a day pupil. It cost $6,000 a year, but gave me peace of mind. I thought it was money not spent on shoes and clothes. The worst part wasn't the fees, but socializing with the other parents. Isabella befriended stockbrokers, bankers and investment analysts. None worked in manufacturing by Nathan's second year. We were invited to dinner parties. I tried to get along, but often found myself biting my tongue. This was when the real trouble began. Isabella really admired these people, but I saw them as parasites living off others' work. "I see you've remodeled the garden," Isabella said, looking out. "Yes, after 30 policemen and 2 diggers left it a mess. It was easier to start over." I replied, "Policemen and diggers. Why were they here?" She asked, confused. "Looking for you," I said bluntly. Just then the doorbell rang. It was Detective Inspector Myard and WPC Cavendish. I invited them in and introduced them to Isabella. "Did you really dig up my garden, Inspector?" Isabella asked incredulous. "Yes, madam. Do you have any ID, Inspector?" Myard replied. Isabella handed over her passport. The inspector checked it against a photo and WPC Cavendish noted the details. "Now, Mrs. Is Hartwell, where have you been for the last 6 years?" Myard asked. "Do we have to do this now? Can't I come to the station later?" Isabella pleaded. "We can take you now, but your husband deserves answers." Maynard insisted. "Alex, I know you're angry. I left, but this won't help." Isabella said, turning to me. "I'm not angry." "You left, Isabella." "I'm angry. You came back today." I almost shouted, then sat down by the window as it started to rain. "Mrs. Hartwell, we've been trying to find you. Where have you been?" Maynard pressed. "I didn't know you were looking." "I told Alex not to," Isabella replied. "He didn't." "We did so." "Where have you been?" Maynard repeated. "First France, then Spain, Barbados, back to Spain and now home." Isabella answered. "This is not your home," I said, but Maynard cut in. "Mr. Hartwell, please stay quiet." "Mrs. Hartwell, you say you traveled but weren't on any passenger lists. How did you leave?" Maynard inquired. "A friend flew me from Farnborough to Nice." Isabella explained. I tuned out staring at the rain. Our troubles began when Elliot started at Kingswood. Isabella wanted a lifestyle like the other parents, moving to Bath and vacationing in the south of France. I wanted to pay off the mortgage and save. Arguments followed, but we usually made up by bedtime. That changed after one dinner party. Henry, a guest and Elliot's friend's father, had too much wine and bragged about his hedge fund bonuses. He planned to buy a small GPS company in Farnborough with valuable land. The owner doesn't realize the land's worth millions more as residential property. He insists on selling the company to protect his workforce. "So what's your plan, Henry?" I asked. Henry smirked and leaned in. "We buy him out at a price he thinks is fair. Then we create a holding company and transfer all the land, including the factory, to it. The factory will pay rent to the holding company and license fees to produce their own products. We'll sell the factory cheap, but with rent and license fees they'll never make a profit and default. Then we have EVCT them and sell the land for housing, making 20 to 30 times our investment in 2 years." "And what about the workers?" I asked, my voice growing cold. "Every battle has casualties." Henry said dismissively. "All for your bonus, you blood-sucking idiot," I retorted. Henry swung at me, missed and crashed into the table, breaking plates and covering himself in cake. Isabella came in alarmed by the noise, and I told her we were leaving. That was my last dinner party. Isabella still attended them, often with other men. She denied it, but I knew the truth. On Monday I told George about Henry's plan. We knew the company and devised a plan to help. George took over the factory, sold the excess land and gave the owner a fair price, much more than Henry's hedge fund would have offered. A month later Henry's anger surfaced. Isabella came home from a party furious. "You had to interfere, didn't you? Embarrassed me and ruined Henry's plan." She accused poor Henry. "It's his bonus versus 100 jobs. No contest," I said, unfazed. "Why make it difficult? I try to make friends and you insult them." She snapped. "He was destroying jobs like our fathers. Have you forgotten where you came from?" I challenged. "I don't want to go back," she admitted, her voice trembling. She was ashamed of me. I knew I wouldn't be a millionaire like Henry. Our bed life deteriorated. Isabella handled school matters and joined a fundraising committee, spending more time in Bath. I immersed myself in work and stayed out of the house as much as possible. That year we vacationed in One Pan for the jazz festival. I took Elliot out at night and Isabella paraded in front of the rich and famous. It was our last holiday together. The following year I wanted to ski, but Isabella refused. Elliot enjoyed winter holidays with me and summer holidays with Isabella. Our lives diverged. I wasn't an ideal husband and didn't care what Isabella was doing. She had turned her back on me by the time Elliot went to university. We were living separate lives, sharing only a bed. Elliot, influenced by Isabella, studied business. I was disappointed but accepted it. He joined a management consultancy in London after graduating. During these years I heard rumors about Isabella's behavior. Even George Thompson mentioned it. My secretary made faces when Isabella called. I didn't know if she still loved me, but it was clear she had no respect for me. When I came home that night and found Isabella gone, I felt relief. Inspector Mayer didn't understand how she wouldn't know about the search. It was in all the papers and your husband was arrested. Maynard said, incredulous. Isabella looked at me, her eyes wide with surprise. They arrested you? I'm so sorry, Alex. I didn't expect that. I left a note. She explained yes, but it was printed and unsigned. No one believed it. I replied. Mrs. Hartwell, I find it hard to believe you didn't know about the search. It was in all the newspapers and even covered by foreign media. Maynard pressed Inspector. I was abroad and didn't speak the language. I only saw TV news in French. I had no idea what was happening here. Isabella insisted and you didn't care. I added bitterness in my voice. You're right, Alex. I didn't care. We hadn't been close for years. I didn't want to cause you trouble. She admitted. WPC Cavendish returned with a paper for the inspector. Isabella, is that your Range Rover outside? She asked. Yes, why? Isabella responded. Suddenly wary. The Spanish police are looking for it and you, in connection with a death in Malaga, Cavendish said he died in the girl's room. It was a heart attack. Not my fault, Least protested. The Spanish police are annoyed. You left while the case was open. I had to get away from those people. You were right, Alex, they just use people. She said, her voice softening. Okay, Isabella, we're done here. We'd like you to come to the station to give a statement, but as far as I'm concerned, it's case closed. Maynard declared. I walked them to the door. Inspector Maynard offered his hand. Thank you, Mr. Hartwell, and good luck. He said, thank you, Inspector, goodbye. I replied, shaking his hand. I watched them leave feeling relieved. I did, Miss Isabella. The house felt empty and even the arguments were gone, but at least she left her bank and credit cards and I didn't have to worry about our money. She also left her Mini, which I was paying for the next day. I took her name off our accounts and surrendered her cards. I didn't report her missing, as she had asked. 10 days later, Elliot called upset. He insisted on involving the police and filed a missing person report. That's when I met Inspector Maynard, who questioned why I hadn't reported her missing. Mr. Hartwell, do you know where your wife might have gone or who she left with? He asked. I have no idea and don't care, Inspector. I replied. He wanted to know about our relationship and I told him the truth. Tell the truth and shame the devil. My mom always said. My admission that we were just two people sharing a house didn't help. 2 days later, the press was camped on my front lawn. They shouted questions as I left for work. In a meeting with George Thompson, Maynard showed up again. Mr. Hartwell, we have a warrant to search your house and car. I need you to accompany me. I handed over my keys. Here are the keys. You'll find the car in the parking lot now. Inspector, Mr. Thompson and I have business to discuss. Maynard surprised me by handcuffing me. Alex Hartwell, you're under arrest for the homicide of Isabella Hartwell. You don't have to say anything, but it may damage your defense if you don't mention something you later rely on in court. Please stand and put your hands behind you. I did as instructed and the other cuff was locked on my right wrist. I was led from the room and George called out, "I'll call the company lawyer, don't say anything until he arrives." For 2 days I was held at the police station, enduring multiple interviews. Following George's advice, I refused to speak without my solicitor. After 2 days, Mayad sought more time to question me, but my solicitor challenged him to show evidence of a crime. With no evidence, I was released. The press was waiting outside snapping photos as I left for a cab. When I arrived home, I found the house and garden cordoned off as a crime scene. The garden gate was off its hinges and the front door was open. I took photos, then packed a case while a policeman supervised. The house was a mess, with carpets ripped up and diggers in the garden. I collected my clothes, then headed to a hotel the next day. My picture was in the tabloids with the headline "Getting Away with Homicide at Work." I received applause from my co-workers and Megan, my secretary, welcomed me back with a kiss on the cheek. George Thompson visited my office. "Good to see you back, Alex. How are you?" "I'm fine, but my house is wrecked," I said, showing George the photos. "Print those out for me." George responded, "Weck, get the lawyers on it. You deserve compensation." "Where are you staying?" "I spent the night in a hotel. I'll look for a short-term flat." I replied, "No need," George insisted. "Wendy and I have plenty of room. Stay with us until we find you a place. Remember, you have friends here." Later, Megan offered to help find me a place. My Aunt Sophia takes in lodgers and has space. She said, "Are you sure she'd be okay with a homicide suspect?" I asked, half joking, "You no executioner." She laughed. "I'll call her this afternoon." That evening I visited Sophia Ware. She was in her early 50s but looked closer to 40 with piercing blue eyes and shoulder-length dark hair. Her home was nice and the available double room convinced me to stay. I felt it was only right to ensure Sophia knew everything. Her response sealed the deal. "Megan told me everything. It's disgusting how they treated you," she said sympathetically. I had forgotten what it was like to be cared for. Sophia served me breakfast every morning and insisted I wasn't confined to my room. "This is a big house, Mr. Hartwell, and I get lonely. Just having someone else here is nice," she said warmly. Over time I realized staying with Sophia was better than living with Isabella, except for the lack of love-making which resolved itself. One night I found Sophia panicking over a leaking toilet. I turned off the water, bought a new valve and fixed it. Sophia hugged and kissed me in gratitude, feeling her body against mine stirred feelings, and she invited me to take her to bed. We undressed and had wild love-making. Later I fetched us wine and we had another round before she fell asleep. I left her to sleep, wondering what might have happened if I had stayed the next morning. Things were normal again that evening. I invited Sophia to dinner. "Alex, last night was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened," she said apologetically, "but it did and it was good, wasn't it?" I asked. "Yes, but it was wrong. You're still married and I have someone." She replied, "You have someone? Then why?" "Last night," I asked, confused. "He's old-fashioned and won't sleep with me until we're married, but it's been so long since I felt a real man inside me." "I'm sorry, Alex. It must never happen again." She explained, "Sophia, if a man has the chance to make love to you and turns it down, I doubt his sanity." I said, trying to understand regardless. "We have an agreement and I will marry him. So last night must never happen again." She insisted, "I won't do anything you don't want me to do." I promised. I kept my promise, but during my 3 months with her, we had 2 more nights of passion, each followed by her guilt. The police occupied my house for over a month and it took nearly 2 months to make it livable again. I had to replace much of the furniture and the garden was a mess. "Looks like you haven't been celibate while I've been away," Isabella said, eyeing the new decor, What do you mean? I asked, surprised. I see a woman's touch in the decoration colors and furniture. Not your choice. She pointed out. I hired a designer. After the police were done, I had to refurbish or sell. Since I paid off the mortgage, I chose to refurbish. I explained. Was it that bad? She asked, genuinely concerned. I can show you the pictures. They even checked under the concrete floor for you. I replied, I never imagined anything like that. I'm very sorry. She said, her voice filled with regret. It's water under the bridge. Now we divorced and free agents. That's all that matters. I said, trying to move on. You keep saying that. How can we be divorced without me knowing? I never agreed. She said, confused. You don't have to. You deserted me. I replied firmly. Once I moved back home, I decided to divorce Isabella. I was ready to forget her, as she had humiliated me while we were together and continued to cause problems, even after leaving. My solicitor advised waiting to gather evidence that Isabella had left for good. 2 months later, he asked what wanted from the divorce. If you want all joint assets, it'll take longer, since we'll need to show efforts to contact her, but a quicker option involves setting up a trust fund for her worth up to half the assets. He explained, I'll take the long route. I'm not in a hurry. I responded. Inspector Maynard found out about the divorce and had me come in for an interview suspecting a motive. Despite the press always knowing when I was questioned, there was no evidence Isabella hadn't just left. The police had left plenty of work for me in the garden. I decided to design it, but still felt lonely. I joined a few dating sites and became popular, but most women asked if my wife would return, implying they suspected homicide. I had no problem getting love-making, but couldn't find anyone to live with. I looked at sites focused on casual hookups and found a profile of an 18-year-old girl named Elena. She was upfront seeking financial help in exchange for exclusivity. I convinced myself contacting her would protect her from perverts. I finally set up a meeting at a university theater bar. When Elena arrived, she brought a friend. Elena was about 5 feet 6 inches, with slim hips, an ample bosom and long mousy brown hair. Her friend Abby was smaller with short blonde hair. Elena introduced herself and Abby, who took my picture with her phone. Hi, I'm Alex. Can I get you ladies a drink? I asked. Elena wanted coffee. Abby wanted water. I got the drinks and returned to find Elena more relaxed. Well, you've passed the physical, Elena said with a smile. I could do with you seem to have this figured out, while I still can't believe I'm here. I admitted. Abby shot icy glances at me. Are you married, Alex? I can be very discreet. Elena asked. I'm not worried about my wife. I'm worried about you. Are you sure you want to do this? I asked, concerned. Elena looked angry. Is that why you came to talk me out of it? She started to get up. I held her hands. Please sit down. I was just checking now. What do you want from me? I asked. Well, you can start by covering this, she said, placing an invoice for her accommodation on the table. It was $360 for 10 weeks. I smiled, thinking Isabella would have spent that much on shoes. I wrote a check for the full amount to the University of State's department and handed it to her. She was surprised. The full amount. You do that for me? She asked, astonished. Yes, and I'll do it next term too, but there are conditions. You must cancel your ad and see no one else. I stated, of course, that's understood. She agreed. Good, I'll cover your rent, food, books, and next year's tuition. In return, I expect you to focus on your studies and be available for social events. I said, social events? Huh, never heard it called that before, Abby muttered. Elena, do we have a deal? I asked. Yes, we do. Elena confirmed. Great, now may I take you both to dinner? I offered. I'm not part of this deal. I'm just here for Elena's protection. Abby interjected. I appreciate that, Abby. That's why I'd like you to come consider it. Thank you, I replied. We left and walked to my car, a Skoda, which surprised them. Elena asked if I could afford this. Of course I can. I wouldn't have offered if I couldn't. I reassured her. She was puzzled, as her dad also had a Skod. I explained I live according to my needs, not my means. This car is reliable and good value, leaving more money for important things, and I'm important. Elena said, looking pleased. I hope so. My wife left me and my son moved to the city. They cost more than I'll spend on you, so don't worry. I concluded. We had a pleasant meal at an Italian restaurant. In Bath, Elena talked about her family and her dislike of debt instilled by her father. She hadn't told him what she was doing, as he believed she worked at the campus bar. At the end of the evening we exchanged phone numbers and I drove them back the next day. I contacted a private investigator to look into Elena. I didn't think she was deceiving me, but I wanted to be sure. Meanwhile, I took things slowly, taking her out a couple of times a week, despite my efforts to keep it casual. I was becoming attached. One Saturday I took Elena shopping for clothes, then to a favorite restaurant and a nightclub. I had booked separate hotel rooms for the night. As we walked to our rooms, Elena held my arm and rested her head on my shoulder outside her door. I attempted to kiss her cheek, but she turned and our lips met. She kissed me back with passion. We need to talk. She said we could, but I'd prefer my room. She opened the door and led me in, then sat me on the bed and went to the mini bar. Shall we have a drink? She brought out 2 small bottles of wine and glasses. Alex, I appreciate your help, but I thought we had a deal. We do, and I've kept my side, haven't I, sort of? But you haven't let me keep my side. You cover my expenses and in return you get me exclusively. I enjoy going out with you and the dresses you buy. She unzipped her dress, let it fall and stood before me in lingerie. I know you find me attractive, so why treat me like your daughter instead of your girlfriend? She sat beside me and held my hand. I'm just not used to this arrangement. I don't want you to feel like a hooker. I'm not a hooker. I'm in control of this relationship. If you're unhappy, we can end it now. I was trying to protect us both. I'm in my 40s and you're 19. What if you fall for someone your age? She sat on my lap and stroked my face. I don't like young men. I want a mature man like you. I really enjoy being with you and want you to ravage me. Damn right, I do. We undressed and had passionate love-making. Afterward, we lay together, enjoying the closeness. I was struck by the difference between her youthful body and my own want to share a shower. She asked try to keep me out. We showered together, kissed and cuddled back on the bed. We snuggled. Did you really choose me? I asked. Of course you weren't the first candidate. Many wanted me, but you wanted to look after me. One man wanted to inspect me first. You just helped me. Elena said, her voice sincere. Don't say it like that. It makes it sound like I'm paying for lovemaking. I replied, a bit uneasy. I know you don't see it that way. That's why you're special, and I fancied you were so charming at dinner. I've wanted to be with you since then. She said, hugging me. How did you see our arrangement? I asked, curious. I wanted to protect you. I desired you, but only if you wanted to be in my bed. She explained, well, I'd do so. No more separate rooms. I said. We spooned wed and fell asleep. I woke to Elena talking thanks for a wonderful night. How about a big kiss? She wasn't on the phone. She kissed me and we had love making again. Afterward I showered and returned to my room for clothes. We went to breakfast with my arm around her shoulder. We arrived looking like father and daughter, but left like lovers. On Monday, I called the inquiry agent for a report. He confirmed everything was as Elena said, with no love interest at university. Some even thought she and Abby were partners. I thanked him, closed the case and asked for the bill. I asked Megan for details of the gym that offered company employees a discount and to book me an appointment with a personal trainer. She gave me a curious look. Why the sudden interest in fitness? Megan asked. I think this old body is out of shape. I replied, it's not that bad and it's not that old, she said, then smiled knowingly. You found someone, haven't you? Oh my God, you have. I'm so happy for you. She kissed me on the lips then looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, I can't wait to tell everyone. I'd rather you didn't. Megan, let's see how things go first. I said cautiously. Any girl who lets you go is mad or stupid. That's all I'll say. She responded. Thanks, Megan. I won't tell your husband. You said that, I joked. He knows he heard me and Aunt Sophia talking about you. If I didn't love him, I would have made a move myself. She said with a grin. Hek, a lucky man. Now let him get to work. I said. She left excited and I wondered how long she'd keep quiet. At Thomson we were specializing in digital signal processing. Our manufacturing side was still strong, but licensing our designs was more profitable. Thanks to my efforts, we hired 2 new graduates annually. George, now in his 60s, wanted to take a backseat after a session with the personal trainer. George came into my office. You look like you've run a mile, George said, chuckling. 3 actually. What can I do for you? I asked, catching my breath. Your mileage expenses are costing a fortune. The company would be better off giving you a company car. Pick one, but not a Skoda. George said. There's nothing wrong with Skod. Good value for money. I replied, but it doesn't give the impression of success if the acting CEO drives one. Get a Merc Jag or Beamer, something prestigious. He insisted. Hold on. George, what did you say about acting CEO? I asked, surprised. Wendy and I are going on a world cruise after Christmas for a couple of months. You'll be in charge while I'm away. We'll discuss the future when I return. Now find a car. You can spend up to 80 grand. He explained. It took me 2 weeks to choose a car. I didn't tell Elena. We saw each other about 4 nights a week and she often stayed over the night. I pulled up in the new Jag XK. She didn't recognize me until I got out. Does this show I can support you? I asked, teasing. You silly man. You didn't buy this just to impress me. She said, laughing. No, it's a company car. My boss insisted. I clarified. Your boss must think a lot of you. She said, impressed. I think he does. Now, where do you want to go tonight? I asked, smiling. I don't care as long as I'm with you. Can't we just go to your place and watch TV? Elena asked, smiling. I felt comfortable with our relationship. We didn't need to go out. She was happy just being with me for the first time in years. I was happy, but it couldn't last one evening. She wasn't at our usual spot. I went to her room in the theater bar but found no sign of her, feeling dejected. I returned to my car and found Abby waiting. Abby, where is she? Is she all right? I asked, worried. She slapped me hard and started yelling, why couldn't you be honest? If she knew who you were, she wouldn't be heartbroken. I have been honest. I am Alex Hartwell. Look, my driving license. I said, showing it to her. I know you're Alex Hartwell, the man who got away with homicide. Where's your wife? She demanded. I don't know, she left me. I replied. Then why can't anyone find her? Abby pressed. A reporter wanted to interview Elena for a story about women attracted to criminals. Elena defended you, but he showed her all the newspaper stories, Abby explained. I'll bet he did stories he's written. I'm done with this. Just because Isabella disappeared doesn't mean I can't have a life. I want Elena in it. I said firmly. I got in my car and drove off at home. I tried calling Elena multiple times, but her phone was off. I sent a text. It's not true. Isabella left me. Nobody killed her. Please talk to me. I slept poorly and was still angry at work the next day. Barely greeted. Megan, get Guy Pearson from the company lawyers on the phone. I instructed. Certainly. Do you want your coffee now? She asked. Not now. Maybe later, I replied. A few minutes later my phone rang. I've got Guy Pearson for you. Megan said. Alex Hartwell here. I'm still having issues with the police and press about my wife's disappearance. I explained. I told him what had happened and how it affected my life. What do you want me to do, Mr. Hartwell? Guy asked. Go after the police, the press and especially the Post. I said I'll get started. I'll make sure it gets maximum news coverage. Guy assured me the next day Pearson had started. TV cameras were in my face as I opened my door. Is it true you're suing the police? A reporter asked. Yes. I replied. Don't they have a responsibility to investigate your wife's disappearance? Another reporter asked. Yes, but they also need to get their facts right. They had no right to label my house a crime scene without evidence of a crime. I said firmly, are you claiming £1 million from the Post? Someone else shouted. I don't know the amount. My solicitor is handling it. I replied. What have they done? That's worth that much. A reporter inquired. They've labeled me a criminal without evidence. If the Post has proof. My wife is dead. The police and I would like to see it. Despite this lack of evidence, they've interfered in my private life and ruined potential relationships. What's the price of that? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get to work. I said, getting into the Jag and driving off at work. Things were normal. After lunch, Guy Pearson called to congratulate me on the interview. That night I saw the TV coverage, which was positive. My interview was followed by a piece on press intrusion featuring others whose lives had been ruined. 3 days later I received an out-of-court settlement offer. No apology or admission of liability. No deal. The offer was encouraging, but the best thing happened when I got home on a cold, dark evening. Elena was waiting outside. I hugged her, brought her inside and made coffee. She looked nervous. I'm sorry, Alex. I don't know what to say, she began. Let me start from the beginning. I said. I told her everything by the end. My coffee was cold and Elena had tears in her eyes. I put my arm around her and she cried on my chest. I'm sorry, Alex. I should have talked to you. That man frightened me. She said, sobbing. He'll regret that. I assured her. He said horrible things about you and showed me those stories. When I saw you on TV challenging them, I knew I was a fool. She explained. Abby said you were heartbroken. I mentioned I was. I really like you. The love-making is great, but it's more than that. I want to be with you, but he scared me. She admitted. I hugged her as she cried. After dinner she brightened up and we sat together before bed. She spoke. Alex, I know I have no right to ask, but would you come home with me for Christmas? I want you to meet my dad and mom, but mainly my dad. She asked, looking hopeful. I'd like that. I said, smiling. We went to bed and held each other, making love slowly and tenderly. The last 6 years have been kind to you, Alex. Elena said softly. Sorry, what was that? I asked. Not quite catching her words, I said, you look well. You look younger and fitter than when I left. She repeated. I decided to get in shape, dancing and cycling. I explained. You dancing and cycling? Why? She asked. Surprised. I can't help being an old dad, but I don't have to be a fat old dad. I replied. You plan on having more kids at your age? She teased. I'm 48, not 84. Charlie Chaplin had kids at 82, I said, but he had a young wife. Are you thinking of getting a young wife? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh my God, Alex. You didn't get a Russian bride, did you? She joked she still hadn't learned her lesson. I was about to respond when the doorbell rang. It was my son, Elliot. Hi, Dad, is she still here? Elliot asked as I let him in. She's here, I replied. Elliot turned to his mother. Elliot. How are you, darling? Isabella asked. Not that you care. You disappeared for 6 years and expect everything to be the same. People move on, Mom, but I always loved you. Elliot said, his voice filled with emotion. Just not enough to let me know you were alive. Isabella responded, hurt. What makes you think I wanted to? I added, unable to hold back. So where have you been, Mother? Dear. Elliot asked, his tone D with sarcasm. She's been running a Spanish bordello. I interjected, Madam Isabella. I wasn't helping, so I left them to it. Elena and I quickly got over our little upset and she moved into my house using Elliot's old room. We drove to Doncaster, stopping for bad food along the way, and arrived at my hotel in the evening. What are we doing here? My parents will be upset if we don't stay with them. Elena said. I booked a room as insurance. Your parents will be happy to see you, but maybe less thrilled about me. I explained. I'm sure they'll love you, but some insurance isn't bad. She agreed. We checked in and Elena helped me unpack. This executive double room is nice. We'll have to come back and try it out, she said with a wink. We drove to a semi-detached house on the outskirts of town. Elena's dad, a man in his 60s with thinning grey hair, greeted us. Dad. How are you? Elena exclaimed, hugging him. I'm fine, darling. This must be Alex. Come in. Let me get a look at you, he said, shaking my hand warmly. You're welcome, my boy. Elena's told me a lot about you. Come meet the wife. Elena's mom, about my age, with shoulder-length, blonde hair, greeted Elena coolly and looked past her at me. Who's this? She asked Mom. This is Alex. He's a friend and we're sharing a house. Elena introduced me. Sharing a house or sharing a bed? Her mom asked sharply. Elena has her own room, Mrs. Draper, I said, offering my hand. She ignored it. Elena held my arm and rested her head on my shoulder. Can we offer you a drink and some food? Asked Elena's dad. I'd love a coffee, please, Mr. Draper. I replied. Call me Derek, and this is Linda. He said. I'll have a coffee too. Dad, Elena added. Derek laughed. She takes after her father. Alex. She loves good coffee. I know, that's how we met at the only good coffee place on campus. I said. I like Derek. He had a good relationship with Elena. Linda was different. My charm didn't work on her and she was always cool towards me. Christmas was pleasant, but just before New Year's Eve, a TV review of the year changed everything. This was the month when businessman Alex Hartwell took his fight for justice to the courts, claiming persecution by the police and the press. The reporter said. Linda Draper covered her mouth. Oh my God, you him? Aren't you Alex Hartwell, the man who got away with crime? No, Linda, I'm Alex Hartwell, the man whose wife left him. I corrected her. The Post says you killed her. There's no smoke without fire. My daughter is dating a criminal, she said, horrified. Linda, Alex is our guest. I'm proud to live in a country where a man is innocent until proven guilty. They can't provide evidence that his wife's dead, Derek said, trying to calm her down. You knew and didn't tell me I've had a criminal under my roof, Linda shouted. Technically it's my roof and I'm happy to have Alex here, Derek replied firmly. I stood up. Derek. I'm sorry, but my presence is causing problems. I'll get my stuff, I said, heading upstairs. Elena looked pained as I left. Derek and Linda were still arguing. When I came back down, Elena was with me. I'm sorry, Mom, if Alex isn't welcome. Neither am I. Elena said, her voice trembling. Derek apologized for his wife. I told him where we'd be and to call if things changed. Elena joined me and we left at the hotel. Elena and I had some of the best love-making ever. The next day I invited Derek and Linda to dinner. Derek came without Linda and that set the pattern. Derek was willing to give me a chance, but Linda never accepted me. We never stayed in Doncaster again, but I made sure Elena could visit her dad. Derek and I became great friends and he encouraged Elena to go on my annual skiing holiday. 2 weeks in clusters at a client's ski lodge were heavenly. Elena learned to ski quickly and rejected offers from ski instructors, preferring to stay with me. We enjoyed quiet evenings by the fire while the press arrived, covering Charlie and the young princes. Elena didn't understand why. I found it funny thinking of Isabella's desire to mix with the jet set while George and Wendy were on their cruise. I handled client entertainment, always bringing Elena as my hostess. She charmed the clients with her youthful good looks and understanding of business. When George returned, he was pleased and invited us to dinner to discuss his plans. George was impressed with Elena. How did you meet her? He asked on a scouting trip at the university. It was the first time I lied to George. She acts mature for her age. How old is she? He inquired. 20. I answered, and you're what, 48? The age gap doesn't cause problems. He asked. Curious. No, George, I have more in common with Elena than I did with Isabella. I replied, well, you look happy. George nodded. I am, George. It may not last, but I'm happy now. I admitted. George discussed his plans. A production side doesn't make much money. Your division, design and development, is the cash cow. Your last development makes more in a week than production in a year. So do you want to close production? I asked. No, but expanding manufacturing doesn't make sense. Investing in design and development does. What's the biggest growth area? I asked. Digital signal processing. We're close to a marketable design. I want you to expand that division, especially in DSP chips. I want you to run it. While I focus on manufacturing and cut my time to 3 days a week, there will be an increase in salary. George said. In the taxi home, Elena cuddled up to me, her head on my shoulder and hands on my arm. Did I hear correctly? Back there was my man just asked to take over most of the business. She asked, surprised if by your man you mean me. Then yes, I replied. That's so cool. You must be really good at what you do. She said. I'm good at some things. I said, taking her in my arms and kissing her. After we broke the kiss, she smiled. Some things go without saying. Love-making was always outstanding. After entertaining clients that night, she looked at me with pride. I am so proud of you, she said, making me feel a surge of confidence. The police compensated me fully for the damage to my property and reputation. The Post grudgingly paid £500,000 and issued a reluctant apology. Elena suggested using the money for the Alex Hartwell Burr for promising engineering students. With Elena living with me, I covered her tuition fees, reminding me of our arrangement by spring. I felt better than ever. My exercise regime helped me lose weight and develop a fit physique. Megan, my PA, noticed. I'll say one thing for that young lady of yours, she's good for you. Megan remarked. What do you mean? I asked. Look at you, look 10 years younger. If having a younger partner does that, I'm getting a toy boy. She teased. Exercise and eating well helped too, but Elena was the inspiration. I explained. Whatever she's doing, she should keep it up. People were worried about you the last couple of years. Megan said. Don't worry, Megan, she'll probably go home for the holidays and I'll be back to my old self. I replied. If she's smart, she won't leave you alone for long. Added over dinner. I asked Elena about her holiday plans. I was going to ask if Thompson hires students for holiday work. She said normally we hire engineering students. Are you looking for a job? I thought you'd go home. I said I don't think I could take more than a week with my mother. I'd like to stay here and work. She explained I'll talk to the office manager about any vacancies. I promised Jan's work ethic impressed me. Unlike Elliot who avoided work, Elena sought experience. The next morning, I mentioned it to George Dan, who was keen on the idea. We depend on office staff as much as engineers. We should start training them. Do you have someone in mind? George asked. Elena asked if we took on business trainees. I said tell Mrs. Pritchard, the office manager, to draw up a training scheme for Elena. George instructed that summer was bliss. We spent days together and went biking to country parks. I loved riding behind her to admire her divine hips. When term started, it was hard to let her return to university. By July, Thomson launched our first DS chip, which was an immediate success. We outsourced production, but integrated our design into customers' technology, earning a percentage of each chip produced. This increased our income with minimal costs, making us part of the knowledge economy. We hired more graduates and started our next project, with my personal life thriving and the company doing well. The only dark spot was Nathan. He seemed to believe I was involved in his mother's disappearance and barely spoke to me except to criticize he was serious about a girl and planning to marry, but I had never met her and doubted I'd be invited to the wedding. A loud voice brought me out of my thoughts. Do you have any idea of the damage you did? Elliot was losing his temper with Isabella. I know about the police investigation, but that wasn't my fault. Isabella responded defensively. It was your fault. You disappeared without a word. We were suspicious and you didn't even contact me to say you were okay. Elliot shouted. You didn't need me. You moved to London. Your father and I hadn't had a proper relationship for years, which is why he never tried to find me. Isabella retorted. Of course I needed you. I went into finance because of you. I wanted you to be proud of me to see my success, but you weren't here. Elliot replied. His voice filled with frustration. You had your father to talk to. Isabella said, trying to defend herself. No, I didn't. You destroyed that too. I blamed him for your disappearance. I even thought the police might be right. I've hardly spoken to Dad since you left. Elliot admitted, his voice breaking. Oh darling, you can't really believe. Your father killed me. Isabella started to cry. I didn't know what to believe. I had no one to help me. I even tried to stop him from divorcing you. Elliot said, his voice softening. How could he divorce me without my knowing about it? Isabella asked, bewildered. The divorce came at a tough time for me, coinciding with Elena's graduation in the end of our arrangement. Guy Pearson handled the divorce well, but my relationship with Elena was another matter. I had fallen totally in love with her, despite the age difference, and feared the end. Elena noticed my distraction, but I blamed it on the divorce. I encouraged her job search, wanting the best for her. When she received a job offer from KPMG, she came to me with the letter, Alex, I've been offered a job at KPMG in their accountancy division. She said excitedly. That's great news. After their graduate training you'd be in high demand. I replied, trying to sound enthusiastic, but it's in London. She said, her voice faltering. Yuck, enjoy the fast pace and nightlife. I said, avoiding her eyes. So you want me to take it? She asked, her voice rising. I want what's best for you. I said, trying to keep my composure. For God's sake, Alex, do you want me to go to London? She asked, tears welling up in her eyes. Our arrangement is ending. You should do what's best for you. I said, my voice cracking. Is that all I mean to you? Maybe I should go to London. She said, starting to sob uncontrollably. I put my arm around her as we sat on the sofa. Of course, you mean more to me, but I thought you'd want to find a man, your own age and live life fully. I said, tears welling up in my eyes. Alex Hartwell, you can be so stupid. I don't want a man my own age. I want to get out in the world, but with you, I don't want to leave you. If you want me to go, I will. She said, her voice trembling. You'd give up this chance to stay with me? I asked, stunned. You're 48. That's not old, and I'm in love with you. Can I move out of the spare room now? Will you take me to bed and show me how much you love me? She asked, her eyes pleading. I picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. We lay on the bed, undressing and touching each other after another passionate session. I asked, did you enjoy it? Oh yes, it was unbelievable. How about you? She replied, smiling. It was amazing, but I don't want to do it all the time. I miss the holding and hugging. I said, how do you always know the nicest things to say? She asked, getting off the bed and kissing me. I forgot to tell you I've had another job offer from the place where I work during the holidays. The money's not as good, but I like the staff. George Thompson offered you a job. He didn't tell me. I said, surprised. Yes, and I think I might take it. The guy who runs the design and development side is a real hunk. I could go for him. She said, teasing, you really going to work at Thompson and stay with me? I asked, hardly daring to believe it. I've wanted to stay with you since our first Christmas. I can't wait for you to be my boss. You could punish me if I did anything wrong. She said, giggling. I couldn't believe my fears were groundless and the wonderful girl I loved was deeply in love with me for the first time. I felt urgency about finalizing my divorce. I trusted Guy to handle it, but was surprised when he said I'd have to go to court to explain our efforts to find Isabella. Guy said it would be easier if I set aside half my assets for Isabella to claim. No way, Guy. She abandoned me and left her bank cards. It's been 3 years. I pretended, sorry, Alex, but you'll have to go before the judge, Guy insisted, so I ended up in county court explaining our attempts to find Isabella. 3 years of advertising wasn't enough. The court required another year of ads in European countries. On my way out of court, Detective Inspector Maynard confronted me. Good morning, Mr. Hartwell. You've finally given me something, Maynard said smugly. What are you talking about? I asked, confused. Motive, Mr. Hartwell. Half your net worth must be a couple hundred. Sounds people have been murdered for less, he stated. The only reason I want my wife to return is to see you apologize for mistreating me. I shot back. The file is still open, Mr. Hartwell, and I'm patient. Maynard warned you'll wait a long time because she isn't dead. I retorted and walked off. The next year was spent advertising in Britain and Europe, but we got no response from Isabella. The court awarded me a decree, NII becoming absolute in 6 weeks. For the first time in 24 years. I was free. I considered marrying Elena, but we were happy as we were. I was the happiest I'd ever been, except for my strained relationship with Elliot. He recently married Christine, who invited me to the wedding. She tried hard to mend our relationship, but it was a struggle. Mother, you didn't expect nothing to change after you deserted us. We've moved on and Dad had to divorce you. Elliot said firmly, but surely I have some say. I was part of the marriage. Isabella argued you had your say. The day you walked out. Elliot defended me for the first time since Isabella left. So what happened, Alex? How did you manage to divorce me? Isabella asked, turning to me. Elliot was right. You did the job by walking out. The court insisted. I give you every chance to claim your share. I explained. And did you? She pressed. Yes, advertised in L'Ife, Figaro, El País La Repubblica and all the British press. When you didn't respond, the court decided you weren't interested. I replied. So if we're divorced, what's happened to my share? Isabella inquired. The court concluded you abandoned all assets, leaving no your share. I said I put 21 years into our marriage and now I'm left with nothing. She sobbed. You trapped me in this marriage and gave it little more than 11 years since Elliot went to that school. You became dissatisfied with me. You had your sharing clothes alone. There are still thousands of pounds worth of clothes and shoes upstairs. Take them whenever you want. I said, trying to stay calm. Isabella sat down sobbing, rocking back and forth. I exchanged glances with Elliot. Eventually the crying stopped and we could talk again. Why did you come back, Isabella? I asked gently. I was in trouble. You were right about those people, Alex. They used me. I left with Henry, who only wanted me to get at you once the police and press lost interest in you. He ditched me. An older man took me to Barbados, but after a couple of years he replaced me with a younger woman. I hitched a ride to Spain and ended up in Malaga with a nice Englishman who turned out to be a criminal. When things went bad, I ran back to the only place I knew I'd be safe. I came back to the only man I've ever loved. She confessed, and you expected me to welcome you with open arms. I asked, incredulous. No, I knew you'd be angry, but I hoped we could salvage our marriage. We loved each other once. I hoped I could make you love me again, but now I see there's nothing left to salvage. She said, her voice breaking. Yes, I am angry. We loved each other once, or at least I loved you. Even though you trapped me into marriage. I still loved you. I would have married you anyway. I loved you until you sided with that parasite, Henry, against me. Then I realized I was just a meal ticket to you. After that, I didn't care what you did. Alex, you were never just a meal ticket. I've loved you since school. Yes, I got pregnant on purpose because I was scared I'd lose you once you got a job. I wanted you to use your abilities better. I looked at people like Henry and thought my Alex is smarter than you, but you stuck to your principles and worked for that small electronics company instead of making real money. When I tried to make you see that, you turned your back on me. I tried to get your attention by dating other men, hoping you'd challenge me, but you didn't. So everything was my fault, even when you were cheating. It was my fault. No, Alex, I was wrong. I thought success was all about money, but it's not. Look at you still living in the same house happy. I could have been happy too, if I hadn't obsessed over you becoming a millionaire like we dreamed. Nathan just looked at Isabella and laughed. You really don't know, do you? He said to Isabella. Of course she didn't know. No one would have expected it. I certainly didn't. When George Thompson walked into my office and laid the paperwork on my desk, it took me a couple of readings to understand. A large telecom company had made a bid for George's company, offering way over the market price. I had two questions. Are you going to take it, and what does this have to do with me? The deal depends on you signing a 5-year contract. They know you've generated most of the income and want you to stay. They are offering a huge salary and bonuses. Are you going to sell? I want to enjoy retirement with Wendy. This deal provides an excellent retirement package. I sense a but coming. You know me too well. The but is about the production side of the company. You transformed this company, but I founded it with a focus on production. The new company doesn't want that. They want your side of the business. They'll likely close or sell off the production side in a year or two. I've known those workers most of their lives. I can't do that to them, so you won't sell and I won't get a banker's salary. I can live with that, but I don't want to work forever. Alex, I want to retire. No, I need an alternative buyer who loves this company and will look after the workforce. That's when it clicked for me. Hold on, George. I don't have that kind of money and I doubt I could raise it. I said, feeling overwhelmed. George waved the bid documents at me. These people are offering way over the odds. If I can guarantee the production side keeps going, I'll sell for a market valuation and keep 15. The income could top up my pension. He explained, so I'm supposed to raise 85 of the company's worth. I don't see it, George. I replied skeptical. George got excited. Yes, you can. I've talked to the bank. Use your house, which is worth 40,000 and another 10,000 is shady. The bank loans you the money to buy the business. Once you own 85, you transfer the debt to the company. The bank pays me and the company pays back the bank over time. You won't end up with a mortgage. Talk it over with Elena tonight. She'll confirm it's legit. The bank will send someone tomorrow at 2 to discuss it. George knew me too well. He knew I couldn't turn it down as he left. He called out to my PA. Megan, the future owner of the company, could use a coffee, he said. When Megan brought the coffee, I was still pacing trying to take it all in. She put the coffee down. Is it true? Alex. Are you buying the company? She asked, excitement in her voice. It looks like it. Megan. I replied. I'm so pleased, she said and kissed me. I can't wait to tell everyone. They've been worried about what happens if George retires. Don't tell them yet, Megan. Wait until the deal is confirmed. I cautioned Elena and I discussed it over dinner and she confirmed everything George said was true. It seemed like free money to me, so Elena explained. Basically, when you transfer the debt to the company's value falls. Accordingly, the profit will drop due to servicing the debt. But with rising profits, you won't notice. As the debt is paid off, the OS value will rise. It's not free money, but it protects you if the company fails. She said that year I got divorced and became the owner of the company I'd worked for. George and Wendy went on another world cruise to celebrate. Megan was right when we announced the deal. The shop floor cheered and many employees shook my hand. So what's so funny? Asked Isabella. You keep going on about Dad not being a millionaire, Elliot. There's no need for that. I told him, well, it's true, Dad. If she wanted you to be a millionaire, she should have stuck around. Elliot said, are you saying your father, who still works for that tin pot electronics company, is wealthy? Isabella asked, incredulous. First, that company is a leader in the knowledge economy, selling new worldwide. Second, he doesn't work for Danvers Electronics. He owns it. He's a millionaire, at least on paper. Elliot declared. Isabella was visibly shocked. She just sat there, mouth open. Eventually she looked at me. But you still live in this house. Why, when you could afford something better? She asked. The house suits me fine, I don't need anything bigger. I replied. And you still drive that old Skoda? She inquired. No, I drive a Jag now. I said. Elliot said he had to go and for the first time in more than 6 years, gave me a hug. I'm sorry, Dad, if the invitation is still open. I'll see you tomorrow. Christine was planning to come anyway. He said, of course it's still open, but you've blown your chance of being best man. I joked. We laughed and I walked him to the door. He checked if I'd be okay with Isabella. I assured him I was fine. I went back inside and found Isabella inspecting the house. She picked up a photo of me with Elena. Who's the girl, Alex? She asked. That's Elena Draper. I replied. I don't think I know any Drapers. She said, no, you don't. I confirmed from this picture. She looks like your girlfriend. She nodded. No, she's not my girlfriend, she's my. I hesitated. You're Alex, have you gone mad? She looks young enough to be your daughter. She exclaimed. After divorcing Isabella, I wasn't in a hurry to marry again. Elena never mentioned marriage and we were content as we were. We lived like a married couple, so without children. There seemed no need to change things. Our life together was blissful and we had no money problems. One night Elena surprised me with her feelings. Alex, would you like us to have a baby? She asked, catching me off guard. I hadn't thought about it. Don't you think I'm too old for that? I asked no, you're young for your age and I want a family. She said I got out of bed. I don't want to bring fatherless babies into this world. I said. As I walked around the bed, I saw her face drop and tears form. I knelt beside her. Elena, will you marry me? I asked. She looked puzzled then smiled as she realized what I meant. You mean we can start a family? She asked, hope in her eyes. Only once we're married, so will you marry me? I repeated, yes, you know I will. She said, tears of joy streaming down her face. She pulled me back into bed. The next day we went to the jeweler's. Elena tried to involve her mother in wedding planning, but despite an apology, her mother still believed the post and thought I was an executioner. Her father was thrilled and offered help. Elena delayed setting a date for a few weeks, puzzling me. Then she presented a document listing all my assets for a prenuptial agreement. I challenged her. Why a prenuptial? What do you have to protect? Nothing, Alex, but you do. I want people to know I'm marrying you for love, not money. If we break up, I don't want anything. I didn't contribute. I'm not having it. What's mine is yours. I love you. That's why I want this. I want everyone to know I'm marrying you for love, not money. I don't care what people think. I want to marry you. Prenuptials aren't legally enforceable here. I know, but the court will consider what we each brought to the marriage. I don't want to argue. If we don't do this, I can't marry you. Reluctantly I agreed. After signing the agreement and listing my assets, Elena set the date. Elliot reacted predictably, accusing Elena of being after my money. When I asked him to be my best man, he laughed and doubted he'd even attend the wedding. George Thompson eagerly accepted. The last thing I expected was Isabella's return. Elena is 24, we're in love and I'm marrying her tomorrow, so it's true there's no fool like an old fool. What do you mean by that? You become wealthy and a pretty young woman wants to marry you. She's after your money. We've been together for over 5 years. If she was a gold digger, she had plenty of time to trap me. We have a prenuptial agreement that excludes my current assets from any divorce settlement. If she leaves, she won't be better off than when I met her. That was her idea. So you're getting married and I have nothing to show for 21 years of marriage. I'm supposed to accept that. While you give everything to a young bimbo, I'll contest the divorce settlement. Go ahead, but you're not going to, because you need my help. Your posh friends don't want to know you and you dumped the others when you left me. The only experience you have is being a wife and stay-at-home mom. You might have some cash but nowhere to go and no one to turn to. You're an old hooker who never saved a dime. You're as useful as jugs on a pig. Isabella sat with her head in her hands, sobbing. Yes, you're right, I've been a fool and now you hate me for it. I'm really sorry, Alex, stop it. I don't hate you and never have I never said I wouldn't help you, but I will expect something in return for my help. After explaining what I wanted from her, I made some phone calls. First I booked Isabella into a hotel. Then I called Derek Draper. Derek, how are you? Couldn't be better. Son, what can I do for you? You're not planning a last-minute stag night, are you? No, nothing like that. Is Linda with you? Oh yes, but she's not planning to come to the wedding. She's going shopping instead. Well, I might change your mind if I give you details of the shops where I have an account. Do you think you can get Linda to buy a new outfit for the wedding? I can get her to the shops if you give me something that will get her to the wedding. I explained my plan and he agreed to help. I then contacted several journalists inviting them to the wedding reception. Except for the Post. I had a disturbed night, feeling apprehensive by morning. I was excited when George Thompson arrived. Come on, Alex. I'm taking you out to breakfast. We went to a local hotel and discussed the day's plan. George asked if I had any worries. I don't think so. George just Elena changing her mind and Isabella Elena adores you. Why worry about Isabella? She walked out on you. She's back. She just turned up yesterday. She didn't like that. We're divorced and that she got nothing out of it. I think I've worked out a deal with her. I'm worried about spoiling Elena's big day. I explained my plan to George and he agreed to handle Isabella while I was on my honeymoon. We got ready and went to Audley Manor. Everything was going well. The press arrived early and George told them to stay out of sight until the reception guests started arriving and George and I took our positions as the seats filled. I saw Linda Draper waving at me beaming and showing off her outfit. I gave her a thumbs up. The wedding march began and Elena walked down the aisle with her father. She paused when she saw her mother in the front row, then continued to my side. How did you get my mother here? She whispered, tell you later. I whispered back. The service began and I was nervous during the speak now or forever hold your peace part, but everything went smoothly. When Elena lifted her veil, I restrained myself to just a kiss during the photographs. She squeezed my arm all right. How did you get Mom here and when did she get that outfit? I've never seen it before. There were some unexpected developments yesterday and I had to make some changes. It might take some attention away from our day. I don't care. I've got you and my mom and dad were here to see it when the photos were taken. We returned to the hall for the reception. After the meal, Derek made a speech about his daughter and welcomed me into the family. George Thompson, as best man, gave a humorous speech. Then it was my turn. I shared how I met Elena and expressed my love for her. Then I addressed the crowd. I know George has thanked everyone for coming, especially those who traveled far, but there's one person who hasn't been mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Isabella, my ex-wife. She has come a long way to be here today. Isabella, please stand up. Isabella stood and the press surrounded her, shouting questions and taking photos. After a minute I intervened. Gentlemen, remember this is Elena's and my wedding. Please leave us to continue our celebrations. Mr. Thompson will provide her contact details. I said firmly. The hall was filled with shocked faces, but things soon returned to normal and the party continued. Elena and I left for the hotel as we were flying to St. Lucia the next morning. This night was special. I was welcoming my new wife to our bed was ready first and waited for her. She emerged from the bathroom, walking deliberately dressed in a white lace basque white stockings and her wedding shoes. She held a small packet in her left hand, kneeling on the bed. She lifted my chin, kissed me and showed me the packet of contraceptive pills before discarding them in the bin. Returning to the bed, she kissed me again. Okay, Mr. Hartwell, let's make babies, she said with a smile. Sure, Mrs. Hartwell, I replied, feeling a surge of joy. What did you call me? She asked playfully. Mrs. Hartwell, I repeated, say it again. I need to get used to it. She said, her eyes sparkling. Okay, Mrs. Hartwell, I said, pulling her close for another kiss. After our physical engaging night, I did manage to give Elena the baby we wanted, and we enjoyed being parents so much that we had another child. Our children and Elliot's 2 kids are all close in age, making family gatherings interesting. Christine has been great for Elliot, who took a pay cut to work. For me, our relationship has improved. Significant. L being close to those affected by his decisions has made Elliot a better and happier man. However, his relationship with Isabella has suffered. Only Christine's insistence on the importance of a grandma keeps them in touch. Isabella sold her story to the Sunday papers, earning over 10,000. Surprisingly, it painted me in a good light regarding her foreign escapades. She named names and stirred up trouble for others, but not for me. The money didn't last long, but Isabella found a wealthy older man who married her. Elena's mother hasn't bought a copy of the Post since our wedding. She's now proud of her daughter and me. She and Derek moved closer to be near their grandchildren. Derek and I get along very well. I'm as happy as can be with a lovely young wife, 3 children and a son who looks after our interests. My younger children think I'm a superhero. Life has been eventful and may it continue to be so. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In this cold February, I thought our marriage was unbreakable until I found Rebecca dancing with Kyle in the club. At that moment, my world collapsed. My friends, even my wife's friends, betrayed me, helping her escape. But I won't give up. I will make Rebecca and Kyle pay for their actions. I will expose their true faces through legal means and let the world see their ugliness. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. February is the worst it always is unless you live somewhere without winter. But this February is especially awful. I was sitting on my balcony drinking coffee and smoking a habit. I gave up when money was tight but picked up again. Since finances are better now, I don't smoke around my kids to avoid influencing them and exposing them to secondhand smoke. This weekend they are with their grandparents, so I have some free time to think this FE. February has been particularly bad, with 2 weeks of no sunshine, constant grey skies, 20 temperatures and several inches of snow. Everyone looked forward to Valentine's Day for some relief. It fell on a Thursday and many took Friday off, practically shutting down the city. My wife, Rebecca, and I had plans, but we woke up to more snow and by afternoon both of us were sent home from work. The city shut down, so our plans for a night out turned into frozen pizza and Frozen with the kids. Our only dance was with Em and Max, ages 6 and 4, excited for no school. The next day after the kids were asleep, I apologized to Rebecca, offering her a glass of wine. She reassured me it wasn't my fault and appreciated the anticipation of the evening. She had a new evening gown I hadn't seen yet, as she keeps it a surprise until we go out. Rebecca sews her own clothes and many of Sophia's, always looking fantastic in whatever she wears. I admired the diamond ring I gave her 10 years ago sparkling in the firelight. Thank you. Thank you for saying yes, Rebecca, I love you. I said I love you too. She replied. We toasted to us and sat in silence for a while. I then apologized for my recent grumpiness, blaming it on February. Rebecca understood, admitting she'd been irritable too. We joked about hibernating until spring, noting even the kids were on edge. Despite everything, Rebecca reminded me of our blessings: each other, our kids, a home, and knowing where our next meal was coming from. We laughed about our first date at Wendy's, a standing joke from our college days, when I had little money, but Rebecca didn't mind. How do people get through times like this without love? I asked. Sometimes they don't. She replied, recalling her high school boyfriend's tragic end on Valentine's Day years ago. Determined to stay positive, I took her hands and wished her a happy Valentine's Day, moving our celebration to the bedroom. A predicted 8 in of snow turned into 2 feet, giving us an unexpected 3-day weekend. Everything closed, but most people still had power and snowmobiles to get around. Our kids loved having us home playing in the snow, eating pizza and watching movies with no school. Rebecca and I enjoyed the break too, with no need to go anywhere and plenty of food to share with neighbors. Sophia and Max went to bed without fuss, exhausted from the fun, giving Rebecca and me some private time. However, the kids only wanted to watch Frozen repeatedly. Rebecca also refused to show me her new dress, teasing that I had to take her out to see it by Sunday evening. The plows came through and we prepared for work in school. Before bed, Sophia and Max thanked us for the best weekend ever and gave us sweet hugs. Rebecca and I were touched, feeling deeply connected. Reality returned and the weekend became a memory. After putting the kids to bed one night, Rebecca got a call from her friend Dee. Rebecca excitedly shared this idea to end the dreadful February with a night out. We get a babysitter, have dinner, dance and stay at a hotel. I had concerns about logistics, but Rebecca reassured me everything was planned perfectly. We at the Madison downtown, then head to a nearby club. No driving needed, and our friends had arranged babysitting. Figting hesitation. I knew Rebecca would convince me. She playfully hit me with a cushion until I agreed with one condition: she had to wear the dress she bought for Valentine's Day. Rebecca smiled and agreed. As you wish, my lord, your wish is my command. The dress was blue, enhancing Rebecca's glowing blue eyes. It had long sleeves, a high neck and a skirt below her knees, but it was far from old-fashioned. The flared skirt caught attention when she walked and danced, making the smooth fabric even more enticing. Rebecca descended the stairs slowly, stunning me. She placed a finger on my chin and said softly, "It's still me, Alex, you don't need to flatter me, though I love it. You don't realize how amazing you look." I managed kissing her hands. Her eyes glistened and she smiled tremulously. We joined our friends at a crowded restaurant, enjoying each other's company and celebrating the end of February. Rebecca looked stunning and I told her so repeatedly, touching her whenever I could. The night was unforgettable. After dinner we headed to the club. Neither of us drank much, so I was glad I didn't need to drive. Rebecca hinted she didn't want to stay long, smiling seductively. "We won't stay at the club long, will we?" she whispered. "It's up to you, baby," I replied, grinning. She clung to my arm. The club was packed, but we had reservations. Everyone noticed our group, especially Rebecca. "You're getting a lot of attention," I whispered. "You're the most RVE woman here." "Oh, you flattery will get you everywhere," she teased. We danced not to impress but to enjoy each other. When Daniel asked Rebecca to dance, she declined, wanting the night to be special for us. Proud and happy, I whispered, "Is it time to leave?" "Already not yet, we need energy for what's planned," she replied, taking my hand during a break. We heard loud laughter and saw Kyle Lavalier, the Sharks quarterback. Our table buzzed with excitement about him, but Rebecca and I focused only on each other. Dee joked, "Get a room." You two, Rebecca and I, exchanged a look. We hadn't kissed much, just shared a few bites of wings, but we already had a room ready for the night ahead. The band started playing again, sparing us further awkwardness. "Shall we dance here or upstairs?" I whispered to Rebecca before she could answer. Jane interrupted. "Look. Hune's coming this way." Sure enough, Mitchell approached our table. The women primped and flaunted, chanting, "Pick me, pick me." Rebecca, however, lowered her eyes and squeezed my hand tighter. "Hi, I'm Kyle, would you like to dance?" he asked Rebecca, extending his hand. She sighed, dropped my hand and gracefully took his without a glance at me. She stood and began dancing with him. Daniel teased me. "I thought she was only dancing with you tonight." "Yeah, me too." I muttered, "Relax, Alex, it's just a dance." Jane reassured me, though I felt uneasy. Everyone watched as they danced. Kyle was much better than I was, and Rebecca clearly enjoyed herself. Dee tried to distract me, but I declined. The next song was slow and I watched Rebecca melt into Kyle's arms. He whispered something to her and she smiled. They danced appropriately, but it still hurt to see when another slow song played. I saw the band leader watching them. Kyle seemed pleased, which made me even more determined to end it. I started to rise, but Jane stopped me. "Give her this, don't spoil her mood." Reluctantly, I sat back down, heartbroken. The song ended and Kyle led Rebecca off the dance floor. They smiled at each other but didn't touch. As Rebecca approached our table, her best smile faded to her second best. When our eyes met, I realized we had a problem. "I keep telling you, the most attractive woman here," I whispered as I took her hand. "Maybe it's time to head to our room for the next dance." Rebecca's eyes widened in fear and her hand trembled. She quickly looked away. "Sorry, everyone. I need to go to the bathroom." "Rebecca, will you come with me?" asked Dee loudly. Rebecca looked at me apologetically. "I'm sorry, Alex, I could use a refresher too, and left with D. The conversation shifted to why women never went to the bathroom alone. As I pondered this, D returned alone. "Where's Rebecca? Is she okay?" I asked, nearly yelling, "Relax, Alex." D smiled. "Rebecca is fine. She just has some things to do. You don't need to worry about her." Sheck, a grown woman. I was still worried, but I tolerated this for about 5 minutes. When Rebecca didn't turn, I had enough. I headed to the bar with an empty plate as an excuse and approached a female bartender. "My wife went to the bathroom 15 minutes ago and hasn't come out. Could you check on her? She loves spicy food but sometimes has a reaction. Her name is Rebecca. Here's a picture," I said, showing my phone. The bartender was about to help when D appeared. "She's fine, you don't have to check," D said, placing a $5 bill on the counter. The bartender looked sympathetically at me. Why did she go with you?" I asked, confused. "Alex, she's not in the restroom. She left the club." D said. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. "Why? Where did she go? Is she okay?" I asked, still confused. "Let'n talk privately," D said, dragging me to a dark corner of the bar. She looked me in the eyes. "Alex, Rebecca loves you and the kids more than anything, but tonight she's with Kyle," she said. I felt my world crumble. Images of Rebecca and her blue dress at dinner at the club flashed in my mind. "So on our special night, she dumps me for some jock," I growled. "Alex, she hasn't left you. She'll be home tomorrow and you'll have many more special nights." D said. "She didn't even tell me to my face. She slipped out like a snake and you helped her." I said, "Listen, Alex, she didn't leave you. D insisted if she hasn't left me. Where is she's not with me now?" I said, my voice rising. "Please calm down, knows you're the only man for her. You're a good guy," D said condescendingly. "Yeah, and we all know where good guys end up," I said through clenched teeth. "It's just tonight. Tomorrow everything will be the same," she said. I snorted. "What was your role in this? You didn't need to go to the bathroom. Rebecca gave you the signal to stall me," I accused and nodded. "Yes, she didn't want you to make a scene. She loves you and will always come home to you. She said I'll remember how much she loves me tonight." I thought she didn't want to be embarrassed by leaving her husband for a jock. I said, "Didn't you remind her she has a husband and a marriage to lose?" "No, because I know she won't lose. You're too good a man, Sheck. Do whatever it takes to make it up to you." D said, "What if there's no way to make amends?" I asked. "Alex, I know how much you both love each other. This is just one night. Compared to all your years together, it's not a big deal. Unless you make it one, you'll be okay," D said softly but firmly. I resisted the urge to grab D and fake her for talking nonsense. "So if Kyle had chosen you, would you have done the same?" I asked. "I would," she said defiantly. "Does Daniel know?" I asked. "No, and you don't need to tell him. It probably won't happen," she said softly. "Maybe I should." I said, "Please don't, Alex, this won't help. Come back to the table and let's be distracted for a while," she said, smiling. "I wanted to dance with my wife, but thanks to you and Kyle, that's not an option," I said, walking back to our table. The conversation stopped abruptly. Everyone knew my wife was with Kyle. "Alex, are you okay?" asked Daniel. I wanted to tell him what D said, but couldn't bring myself to. "It depends on what you mean by okay," I said coldly. "It was a crappy thing to do, but you won't divorce Rebecca over it, right?" asked Daniel. "Why not?" I replied. There was a collective sigh. "Alex, that's Kyle Mitchell." D said, "I don't care who it is. If it's not me, it's cheating," I said angrily. "What if D spent the night with Kyle?" Would you be okay? Okay with that, Daniel blushed and looked at her, who was avoiding his gaze. Alex, think about your children. They need you, Jane said. Is my wife thinking about them right now? I asked. That's why you hired a nanny. De said, trying to joke but failing. It's just one night. She won't get this chance again. You wouldn't divorce her over one night. Dee added, why not? I stared at her. Silence followed. Alex, consider a different perspective. Jane suggested, what if a Sports Illustrated model wanted to spend the night with you? Wouldn't you be tempted? I might be tempted, but I'd say no. I have a wife and I wouldn't want to hurt her. I said firmly. Silence fell again. I looked at my former friends who sided with my cheating wife. A bouncer approached our table. Is there a problem? He asked. Yes, a big one. I said, tossing a 20 bill on the table. I'm leaving. That'll cover my bill. You can cover for the trumpet I came with. I said, walking out of the club as I walked to the hotel. My anger turned to deep sadness. Rebecca and I were supposed to walk together, but now I was alone. I took the elevator, entered our suite, and faced the wreckage of our special night alone. I looked into an uncertain future. I turned on the light, closed the door, and felt unusually tired. I threw my coat on the floor and headed to the bedroom. There was a Godiva candy bar on each pillow, and unfamiliar underwear in the middle of the bed. I imagined Rebecca putting them on with the love and sensuality that used to be just for me until tonight. My wife, my lover, my best friend, was taken from me by another man. He snatched her easily as if he had every right to him. She was just a beautiful plaything for the night, and she led him. I meant so little to her that she offered no resistance. It felt like she believed he had more right to her than I did. After nearly a decade of being a faithful husband. It was supposed to be just one night, but what would he leave in her heart and mind? How could I compare to the town hero Kyle Lavalier? I stopped crying, washed my face, and gathered our things. I threw the underwear in the trash. I checked us out of the hotel, and the desk clerk looked puzzled. Is everything all right with your room, sir? She asked. The room was beautiful. I said, anything we can do to make your stay more comfortable? She replied, make him disappear and turn back time. I thought, but I said no, thanks, have a nice evening, sir. She said, yeah right. I muttered to myself, getting into my car and driving home. Emotions churned inside me. Anger and sadness fought for control. The house felt quiet and empty. I hoped for a message from Rebecca, but there was nothing. I lay down still in my clothes and dozed off around 2 a.m. My phone buzzed with texts from an unknown number. It was photos and videos of Rebecca and Kyle having fun. He must have used her phone to send them to me. I slammed my phone shut. Anger surging. Divorce was inevitable, but Kyle would pay. I copied the images and videos onto my computer and emailed them to our friends with the subject happy now. I then packed all of Rebecca's belongings into trash bags, stuffed them into her car, and changed the garage code. I destroyed everything that reminded me of our marriage, turning the house into a war zone. I flushed my wedding ring down the toilet along with my urine and feces. Mentally exhausted. I sat down for coffee when the morning paper hit the door. The headlines shocked me. Who is Kyle Lavalier, new girlfriend, with photos of Rebecca and Kyle leaving the club kissing before she climbed into his Jaguar. My humiliation was now public. I sent the article link to our friends with the subject "Screw you all to hell." Seeing it was 5:30 a.m. I called Rebecca's mother knowing she'd be up making breakfast. Hi, she said, everything okay? No, Mom, I replied. We got along well and I always called them Mom and Dad. What's wrong? Is it the children? She asked. No, have you seen this morning's paper? Not yet. She said Alfred reads it over coffee. Why he might want to avoid the sports section. There's an article on Kyle Lavalier. He might not like Alfred thinks highly of him. Rebecca's mother said maybe not after this. Rebecca left me at the club with him last night and they were spotted getting into his car. Oh my God. She exclaimed. Where's Rebecca now? Still with him? I said she stayed the night with him. She asked yes, I don't know when or if she'll come back, but I can't keep her here. She'll need somewhere to stay, all right. Alfred won't be happy, and neither am I. Is there any way to fix this? No, Mom, she turned her back on me and went off with him. Our so-called friends covered for her. I'm so sorry, Alex. Of course she can stay here if needed. What about the children? They are at the babysitter's for the night. I might ask my in-laws to watch them for the rest of the weekend. Okay, let me know if I can help, Alex. Thanks, Mom. I had another idea and went back to the computer. I logged into Rebecca's Facebook page and posted the link to the article with the caption. Guess what? I made it to the front page of the sports section, went on a date with my lame husband, then spent the night with a real stud, lucky me. I also emailed the reporter who wrote the article explaining what happened and including a video of Carl telling me he was going to entertain Rebecca again. I left my contact info and sent the email at 8:00 a.m. I called Mrs. Porter to ask if my parents could pick up the kids. She agreed and asked, have you seen the sports section? Yes, I said, was that really Rebecca? She asked, unfortunately. Yes, I confirmed. Please don't mention it to the kids yet. I understand. I'm sorry, Alex, you don't deserve this. She sympathized. Thank you. I said, ending the call. Next, I called my mom. Alex, is everything okay? She asked, concern evident in her voice. Your father just read the paper. Yes, Mom, could you pick up the kids from Mrs. Porter's house this morning? They should stay with you for the weekend. I requested, of course, son, what are you going to do? She inquired, unleash hell, Mom. I declared, think of the kids first. Okay. They're the most important thing in your life right now. She reminded me gently. I know, Mom. Thanks for reminding me. I acknowledged. We finished talking and I got a cup of coffee at 9:30. My cell phone rang. It was D. What? I bellowed. Alex, it's D. I saw this morning's paper and wanted to apologize. I had no idea it would be this bad. She admitted. What did you think would happen? My wife left with a star soccer player. Of course someone would notice. It's worse than you think, I retorted. What do you mean? She asked. Check Rebecca's Facebook page in your email. I directed. I haven't yet. I like my morning coffee first. She said, the answers are there. I hope you're happy. I said curtly. I ended the call before she could respond. Then Jane called, upset about the video and photos. Why are you surprised? I asked. I never thought he would do something like this. She confessed, entertain my wife or send pictures and videos. I pressed both. What are you going to do? She questioned. What do you think now? Say goodbye and bug her off. I demanded. I hung up and tried to drink my coffee, but the phone rang again. I didn't recognize the number, but answered it anyway. Mr. Thomas Careel, a woman's voice asked. That's him. I said, Mr. Thompson, this is Audrey Tannis from the Daily Record. I received an email and video from you. Is your wife the same woman seen with Marla Vela last night? She asked. Yes, that's her with the idiot. I said. Who? She asked. Sorry, that's what I call him. I said, I see, and you say the woman he is with is your wife? She asked. My soon-to-be ex-wife. I said, so you're getting divorced? Over this? She asked. Absolutely. I said, you mentioned other videos and pictures in your letter. She asked. Yes, would you like to see them? I asked. I would. Can we meet to discuss this? Sure, but I like to wait until she gets home first. She's not back yet. Audrey asked. No, she isn't. I said, okay, give me a call when you can meet and we can talk things over. She said sure. I said, ending the conversation curious. I checked Rebecca's Facebook page. The comments were split, half supportive, half critical. Some called her a promiscuous and vowed they'd kick her back if their wives did the same. I noticed she had lost a few Facebook friends and chuckled. When Rebecca walked in around 11:00, I saw a Jaguar pulling away from the house. "Alex, it's me," she said, pulling the key from the lock. "I'm home," she announced casually. "Why is my car parked in the driveway and not in the garage? And what are those things in it?" Her eyes widened when she saw me at the table. I knew I looked terrible. Her face turned white as she looked around the wrecked house. "Oh my God!" she exclaimed. "What have you done? Everything is destroyed. A wedding portrait, my vase, a glasses, and what is that smell?" "I finished what you started last night," I said. "Did you sleep at all?" She asked. "Why do you care?" I asked. "Look, I'm really sorry about last night, but I'm here now and I'm still your wife." I shook my head. She tried to kiss my cheek, but I stopped. "Her, don't touch me," I said. She looked startled. "And no, you're not my wife, not anymore. That's what it says in the paper and online." Thanks to Idiot, I showed her the spread with all the photos. "Oh no," she said, shocked. "How did they get those pictures? I'm not his girlfriend, no matter what the papers say." "It doesn't matter. You had your fun and now we're done. I need to use the bathroom. Then we should talk," she said. I followed her to the bathroom and watched her recoil from the mess in the toilet. "Is that your wedding ring?" she asked. "Yes, since you trashed our marriage, I made it official." I took her left hand and inspected her rings. "What are you doing?" she asked. "What's that?" I asked, pointing to a dried stain on her ring. "I don't know," she said. "Nonsense," I said, pulling up a video on my phone of Carl smearing it on her rings. Her face lost color. "Not only did you humiliate me in public and in front of the whole town, but you also defiled our wedding rings," I said, growing angrier. I pulled the rings off her finger. "What are you doing?" she shrieked as I threw the rings into the toilet and flushed. She screamed, her eyes wide. "My rings. How could you have to give them back?" "No, how could you? I loved you exclusively for over a decade and this is my thanks." "Screw you, but it was just one night," she said. "We have the rest of our lives ahead of us." I showed her the video of Carl saying he'd continue to entertain her. Was he telling the truth? "Do you want to do this in our bed while I watch?" It may have come up, but I didn't think he was serious. She said it was just pillow talk like this. I asked, showing her the video. She shook her head. "That's not what I meant," she said. "Well, I'm serious." I said, "Get out and let your lover know that if he steps inside this house, I will liquidate him. Now get out before I throw you out, but I live here too." She said, "Not anymore. I'm getting a divorce. Your stuff is in the car and your mother is waiting for. You're dead to me. I don't want to see your face again. Now get out." "What about the children?" she exclaimed. "What about them? You didn't care about them or me when you left with him." "That's not true, and stop calling him that," she said. "Screw you." "Oh wait, he already did. He knew you were married and didn't care. Now you're defending him. Get out of my sight. You make me sick." She jerked back, tears streaming down her face. "Get out." She ran down the stairs wailing. I followed, grabbed her purse, took out her house key and tossed it to her. "Don't do this," she begged. "I love you. I hate you. Now get out," I said, shivering and crying. She walked out and drove away, wiping tears from her face. Exhausted, I collapsed on the couch and fell asleep, waking up in the afternoon. I showered, then called Audrey. "This is Alex Thompson. Good afternoon, Mr. Thompson. She said, is it too late to meet this afternoon? Not at all. She said, where would you like to meet? How about Sherry's by the mall? It's quiet, sounds good, see you there. She said I called my mom to check on the kids. They were watching Frozen, but took a break to talk. Where's Mom? Asked Sophia. She's staying with her mother for now. I said, why doesn't she stay home with you? She asked, we're working out some issues. You'll see her soon. I need to meet someone, but I'll call you later. Okay, Daddy. She said bye. My heart was breaking. Rebecca and Carl had not only ruined my marriage but also my children's lives. I left for Sherry's, where I was escorted to a table in the corner. A young brunette with a laptop greeted me, Mr. Thompson. She said, nice to meet you. Call me, Alex. I said, thank you, Alex. I'm Audrey. I want to apologize for what I asked. Those are my pictures in the morning paper. She said, did you take them? I asked, yes, I was at the club with my friends and saw Carl Lavalier. I noticed him dancing with your wife and followed them outside. I didn't know she was married. I have more footage. Would you like to see it? Why not? I said. She handed me the tablet and turned on the video. I saw Rebecca and Carl in the parking lot holding hands like Rebecca and I used to. They kissed by his car looking like a couple. When the video ended, I gave the tablet back. I'm really sorry about what happened. She said, I sent some things to the paper and then went back to the club, but you were gone. Want to tell me your side? I nodded and recounted the evening. Then I gave her my phone with headphones. You should see this video. I said, I'm a big girl. She replied, putting on the headphones. As I ate, I watched her face change as she watched the video. When she finished, she handed back the phone. Well, I asked. It confirms some rumors. I've heard HEK known as a player, but it's hard to prove. She said, what are you going to do? I'm getting a divorce. She knew my views on fidelity but didn't care. Now it's over. Any kids? She asked. 2, a boy and a girl, 6 and 4. I said, it's always hardest on the kids. She said, yes, it is. I replied. What about Kyle? She asked. I don't know yet. Part of me wants to strike him up, but I don't want to go to jail. He's a star soccer player. No offense, but I don't think you'd get far. She said. I chuckled. People have underestimated me before. Size is an everything. What does that mean? She asked. My dad used to say it's not the size of the dog in the fight, but the size of the fight in the dog. I said, so you want to cause trouble? She asked. No, I have 2 kids to think about, but I won't just roll over. I said, have you talked to a lawyer? She asked. I haven't had time. This all happened last night. I said. She handed me a card. A friend of mine is a family law attorney. She hates crooks and isn't fond of Lavalier. I'll call her if you want. I looked at the card. Lisa Hawkins, attorney at law. Sure, thanks, but why are you helping me so much? Fair question. I smell a good story and want to tell yours also. I like seeing guys like Lavalier get what they deserve, so it's personal. I asked a little. She admitted. What do you want from me? I asked. An exclusive. Something like that. It means you let me tell your side and control the flow of information. She said. I asked. Yes, Lisa and I, and what do I get? A defense against people like me. Mitchell team will spin this to make you look bad. You need someone who knows how to deal with sharks. She said. What do we do? I asked. Have you thought about making a case against Layla? She asked. Yes, I have. I said, let me see what they are doing. I'd like to publish a note in tomorrow's paper that you are considering legal action. Is that okay? I pondered her question. I knew she was right. Rebecca's identity would become public soon, so it was best to be proactive. Okay, I said, but we'll work on it together and I'll have veto power if it might hurt the kids. Agreed. She said I'll make some calls and get started. By the way, the local news will cover this tonight. They've already contacted me. What did you tell them? I asked. I haven't said anything yet. I wanted to talk to you first, thanks. I said we finished our meal and said goodbye. I hoped I was doing the right thing. I decided to go to my parents' house to talk about everything. Checking my phone, I saw no calls or messages from Rebecca. When I arrived, my children ran up to me and I hugged them tightly. Where's Mom? Sophia asked. She's with her parents. I said why. Sophia asked. She has some things to take care of. I said, not wanting to reveal too much. My parents joined us and we sat down. Are you okay, son? My father asked. Not really, Dad. I said I'm better than I was, but it's still hard. I understand. He said the news came on the TV and despite the kids' objections, we watched. And now on to our Talk of the Town segment. The anchor said the Daily Record reported this morning that star soccer player Carl Lavalier was spotted leaving a nightclub with a new girlfriend friend. A video shows them leaving the club and getting into his car. Rebecca and Carl were clearly seen holding hands and kissing Daddy. Why is Mommy kissing? That man asked Sophia. Is he her boyfriend? Just watch the news, Sophia. I told her Max didn't fully understand but was clearly upset. The anchor continued. We spoke with Audrey Tannis, the reporter who broke the story. She said the woman is married but her husband did not authorize the release of her name. We reached out to Lavalier and Shark Management, but received no comment. More information may come as early as tomorrow. Dad turned off the TV and Mom took the kids to another room. Dad turned to me. What are you going to do, son? He asked. I'm getting a divorce. Dad. I said. He nodded. I don't blame. You know it probably means she gets the kids and you lose everything financially. Maybe, but I can't live with her. After this, by the way, I talked to the reporter who broke the story. Yeah, he asked. Yes, she offered to help me. The next few days are going to be tough. This is just the beginning. Mom returned and said the kids can stay here as long as needed. That way they won't be bothered by reporters. Your mom's right. Dad said they can stay here as long as they need to. Thanks. I'll get more of their stuff tomorrow. Let me know if you need anything. Rebecca will want to see them. Mom said technically we can't stop her without a restraining order. I know it's all so messed up. Why did she do it? She must have known it wouldn't end. Well, it's hard to say. My father said you do what you have to do. We'll help in any way. We can just don't do anything stupid. Thanks, Dad. I said. We hugged and I went to the kids. Sophia came up to me with tears in her eyes. Are you going to get a divorce? She asked. I could lie to her. I guess so, honey, but remember, we all love you very much. I hugged her as she cried on my shoulder. Damn you, Rebecca. I thought after spending time with the kids, I said I have to go. I need to clean the house. Mom handed me a dish of lasagna. Take this with. You need to keep your strength up. Thanks, Mom. I said her lasagna was the best. We said our goodbyes and I headed home. When I got there, I put the lasagna in the fridge and checked Rebecca's Facebook page. The post was still up and had been viewed by over 50,000 people, with mostly negative comments. She had lost nearly 34 of her friends. I smiled and shut down the computer. I had just finished cleaning up and was about to heat the lasagna when the doorbell rang. Crap, I thought. I looked through the peephole. It was Dee and Daniel. What the hell do they want? I opened the door slightly. What the hell do you want? I growled. They both jumped. Can we talk? Alex asked D why. I asked because we're friends and we're worried about you. She said. I snorted. Friends with friends like you, who needs enemies? Please, Alex, can we come in and talk for a minute? Depleted. I thought for a moment, then let them in. They looked around shocked at the destruction and missing items. So what do you want? I asked, pouring myself coffee without offering them any. Alex, we want to apologize for last night. Dee said we saw the video and read the report. We didn't know it would be this bad and we sorry you didn't know. I asked mockingly, but you knew she was married. When you pushed her into his bed, didn't you? Yes, we did. Dee admitted. Rebecca knew she was married too. None of you cared. You just wanted her with him. I said. They looked ashamed. All that talk about one and done doesn't mean anything, does it? I asked. Rebecca's really upset. Now she's been crying on her mom's bed and we're worried she's having a breakdown. Dee said. I tossed a thick dictionary onto the coffee table, making them jump. You want sympathy? Look between crap and syphilis and you'll find it there. My God, this really destroyed. You said. Daniel, you don't understand. I'm close to tipping my hat. I said, holding my fingers half an inch apart. If I had a weapon, I might have done it already. Someone has to think about the kids, unlike you or Rebecca last night. So you flashed your rings and told her she was dead to you? Dee asked. I nodded. She ruined our marriage and I finished what she started. I said. What will you do now? Asked Daniel. There's no choice. I have to divorce her. This article has gone viral. Everyone knows it's her. I have to divorce her nasty back. I said, and you'd be named too. I added to Dee. Me why Dee asked you helped destroy our family. That's being an accessory. You could have stopped her, but didn't. I said, have you told your husband what you said to me? Yet Daniel looked at her. What did you say to him? He asked. She looked down, flushed. He turned to me. What did she say? She said if Carl had approached her instead of Rebecca, she'd have done the same thing. I said angrily. He turned to her. Is that so? We discuss it at home. He said, I asked you not to tell him. Dee said to me angrily, your husband deserves to know what kind of woman Hugh's married to. I said, so that's it. She asked yes. I said they got up to leave, but Dee made one last attempt for Rebecca. I understand if you don't want to be friends, but can't you forgive Rebecca just once? She really loves you. She said, are you that naive? Dee, no, I can't forgive her and I never will. She destroyed me and you helped. I can never look at you the same way again. She nodded sadly. Okay, I'm sorry. I said nothing. Daniel held out his hand then pulled it back. I'm sorry too. We're all sorry. I guess I'll see you later. I hummed in response, not wanting to say anything. I watched them leave, Dee wiping tears. I locked the door and went to the kitchen for dinner, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day I got up, did my morning routine and grabbed a newspaper from the porch. After cereal and toast, I opened the paper to the sports section. Cheating husband considering lawsuit against Shark tight end. Carl Lavalier. Read the headline. This should be good. I thought Audrey did a great job retelling what I told her. Keeping my name. Anonymous, the man who identified himself as the woman's husband, provided a video showing a relationship between his wife and Lavalier. The article said he claims her friends helped her escape with Lavalier. Attempts to contact them have been unsuccessful. Mutual contract includes a strict morals clause and violating it could result in litigation. Team management and Lavalier have not commented satisfied. I closed the paper and sipped my coffee. My phone buzzed with a message from Audrey. Hope you read the paper this morning. Great article. I replied. Thanks, she wrote back. Expect a call very soon. A few seconds later my phone buzzed with an unfamiliar number. I answered. Curious, Alex Thompson. I said, Mr. Thompson, this is Lisa Hawkins. Audrey Tannis gave me your number. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time. She introduced herself. There are no good times these days, but I'm glad you called, Lisa. What can I do for you? I responded, more like what I can do for you. She corrected. Just call me Lisa. Okay, Lisa, call me Alex. I replied. Thank you, Alex. Audrey told me about you and I wanted to contact you. After you read her article. I assume you've read it. She inquired. Yes, and she did a good job. I affirmed. I agree, Alex, I'd like to present you if you don't mind. Are you considering legal action against Lavalier and the team in addition to divorcing your wife? She asked. Yes, I am. I confirmed. You're in luck. Infidelity is grounds for divorce here, and suits for alienation of affection are allowed. You have a strong case. Do you have children? She queried. Yes, a boy and a girl. I answered, will you seek custody? She continued, absolutely. I stated firmly, it might be complicated, but we can ask for it. I'd like to start your case today. Can you meet at my office tomorrow at 8:00? She proposed. Yes, I can. What about the fee? I asked. Usually there is a fee, but I'm willing to do it pro bono. She offered. Thank you, but why? I asked. Surprised, I'll tell you someday, just not now. She replied mysteriously. Okay, I agreed. One last thing. Alex, after this morning's article you'll probably hear from the Sharks legal team. Don't give in. Just tell them. They can expect a call from your lawyer. She advised, of course. I assured her, all right, and don't do anything stupid. She cautioned. I won't. I promise. I told her we said goodbye. I decided to visit. The kids changed into clean jeans and a shirt, then heard banging on the door through the peephole. I saw two well-dressed men, probably from the Sharks. I thought, remembering Lisa's warning, I opened the door. Yes, what can I do for you? I asked calmly, Mr. Careel. I'm Roger Billings and this is Jack Dunnan. We're from Theatre S. Can we come in and talk? I recognized Dunnan. The team owner, Roger, was probably a lawyer. I invited them in. Please come in, May. I offer you something to drink. No thanks, Jack said. We're here to discuss your problem with Carl Lavalier graduation. I asked, you mean he ruined my marriage and family? Yes, Jack said, confused. He turned to Roger, show him the proposal. Roger handed me an envelope in a folder. I opened the envelope and was shocked. Is everything all right? Mr. Thompson asked Jack. You've got to be kidding me. I said, is there a problem? Mr. Thompson asked Roger. 1,000. You offering me 1,000 for what he did to my family? That's an insult. Wait, Mr. Thompson. Jack said, it includes lifetime season passes and anything from our gift store. That costs a lot of money. I almost laughed, and in exchange for what I asked, Roger opened the folder to show an unsigned document. We ask that you not file a lawsuit against the team or Mr. Lavalier. He said. I looked at the document incredulous. And you won't do anything to Lavalier? What about the morals clause in his contract? I asked. Roger shrugged. Listen, Mr. Thompson. Jack said, boys will be boys. Mr. Lavalier is a respected member of the team with high standing in the community. We just ask you to reconsider prosecuting. We don't want anyone's reputation tarnished. Surely you can understand that Lavalier ruined my marriage and my reputation. I said, there are already articles and pictures of him with my wife. What about my two kids? How will you make up for their lost family? Do you think season tickets and flashy clothes will make up for that? What do you want us to do? Asked Jack condescendingly. Oh, I don't know. Maybe entertain my wife or turn back time to Thursday and stop him from meeting her. I said Riley better yet kick some balls around the soccer field live on air. I'd pay to watch that. Both men looked shocked. We can't do any of that. Mr. Thompson said, Roger, perhaps you'd like to make a counter-offer. You will listen to my attorney. This meeting is over, please leave. They looked at each other then stood up. Jack held out his hand, but I didn't take it. They nodded and walked out after they left. I called Lisa to let her know what happened. Then went to my parents' house to spend time with the kids. Sophia was still shocked by seeing Rebecca kiss another man. After talking to my parents, I took the kids to Chuck E. Cheese's, then packed their stuff to take to their grandparents' house. While we were packing, the front door swung open and Carl stood there enraged. You, go damn fool. He shouted. I'm going to hurt you for everything you've done. All I wanted was a piece of back, but you made it a big federal case. I tried to speak, but he punched me after the stars disappeared from my vision. I grabbed the iron skillet from the stove. He fell to the floor and I dropped the skillet. Drop the frying pan. Sir, a policeman said. I let go and turned around hearing it hit the floor. Stay where you are, hands behind your head. I obeyed and was handcuffed. The officer lifted me to my feet. Officer, he broke into my house. I said I know. He said your neighbor saw him kicking in the door and called emergency. Are you okay? My face hurts like hell. I said you have a bruise. He said he checked on Sophia, who was physically fine but shaken. He called on the radio and came back to me. Officer, can I call my parents to come get the kids? I asked, do you have a weapon? He asked no, that's why I grabbed the frying pan. I said okay, he said, releasing me from the handcuffs. But I need your statement. Am I going to be arrested? I don't think so. You were protecting your children unless told. Otherwise no, but I will arrest him. I called my parents. My dad said he'd be right over. An ambulance arrived and paramedics checked on Sophia and me. Before attending to Kyle, who was unconscious on the floor. They wheeled him out on a gurney as my dad arrived. What happened? He asked. We had an unwanted guest. I said. He looked at my face. Damn, this will be a mess for a long time. He said. He hugged Sophia. It's okay, honey, the bad man is gone. He looked around where Max was hiding under the table. It's all right, son, you can come out now. He crawled out and came to us. My father looked at the policeman. Can we leave? He asked. The policeman nodded. Yes, that's fine. I'll need to talk to your son, but you don't have to be here. Thank you. My dad said. He gathered the kids and their things then turned to me. Come back when they are done. Okay, I will, Daddy, thank you. I said. I hugged and kissed the kids goodbye, telling them I'd see them soon. The policeman and I sat on the couch as he took my statement. I couldn't believe it all happened so quickly. Good thing. Your neighbor called in time. The cop said I was just a couple blocks away. I've been following the lavalier. Story was that your wife? He was seen with. I nodded. Yes, I'm sorry to hear that. Feel free to call if you need someone to talk to. He said, handing me a card with a counselor's name and number. Thank you, officer, I appreciate it. I said. He left after shaking my hand and I stood in the front room looking at my damaged front door. Fred, my neighbor who called the police, came over. Are you all right, Alex? He asked. I am now, thanks for calling the police. No problem, I saw him kick in the door while I was out front with the lawnmower. What did you do to him? Cleaned his clock with a frying pan. I said. He laughed. Remind me never to piss you off. Why did he kick in the door? It wasn't locked. Was it? No. Just the security screen. He was too angry to try the knob. We can close the door, but the jamb is shot. I'll get a drill and screws to help you secure it. That would be great, Fred. Thanks. With Fred's help, we managed to close the door and bolt it since the jamb was damaged. Luckily the deadbolt wasn't locked and I was able to use it. That'll do it. Let me know when you get a replacement and I'll help you install it. Thanks again. I said I made 2 calls, one to Lisa and one to Audrey. Lisa wasn't thrilled about the frying pan incident but was glad it was over and I wasn't in jail. She was amused that Lavalier was in the hospital and would be arrested. Audrey told me she heard the call on the police scanner and had already spoken to the police reporter. You know I can't keep you anonymous anymore. She said it'll be in the police report. I know I replied we talked some more and she told me to stay tuned. Everyone will be talking about this now. She said after our call I went upstairs and showered again, seeing my black and blue eye in the mirror. I called my boss and explained the situation, asking for a few days off. Crap. You had a hell of a weekend. Take a week to sort things out. My boss said thanks. I replied. After we hung up, I went to see my parents and kids. Rebecca arrived at the same time. I wasn't expecting her and didn't know what to expect. We met on the walkway to the front door and she looked shocked. Oh my God, are you okay? She asked. It's a little late to worry about my well-being. I said sarcastically, you want to know what happened? Your lover happened. He came to the house to pick a fight. Did you hurt him? She asked. Please don't tell me you hurt him. I can't believe you. He's in the hospital and I don't care about his condition. He's in police custody. Why are you here? I came to see my kids. I missed them. She said, you mean since the night you left us for him? I asked roughly, it's only been 36 hours and now you're thinking about them. Please don't call him that. She said, he ruined our marriage, Rebecca, and you helped him without a second thought for me or the kids. I said angrily, he ruined our family. That makes him an idiot of the highest order and you're defending him. I walked into the house and she followed. Everyone looked our way. The children huddled close to their grandmother, now in full protective mode. What do you want? Rebecca hissed, I want to see my children. Rebecca said. Max looked frightened, clinging tighter to my mother. Sophia looked at my mother disgusted. Why did you kiss that man? Mommy. She asked. What man? Rebecca asked. That man, Sophia said, pointing to the TV. Lavalier face was on the screen. This just in, the anchor said Shark's tight end Mark Lavalier faces multiple charges after allegedly kicking in a woman's door and assaulting her husband. The husband defended his home with a cast iron skillet. Lavalier is in the hospital with a serious head wound and other injuries. Charges will be filed once his condition improves. Shark management has suspended him pending the investigation. The scene showed Roger and Jack at a microphone. We regret to report that Carl Lavalier is hospitalized with a head wound and other injuries. Jack said, we apologize to the family he allegedly assaulted. We contacted the husband with a reasonable offer, which he declined. How do you respond to the charges? A reporter asked. The charges include terroristic breaking and entering, assault and battery. Jack said, we have no comment. Roger added, Lavalier is suspended pending the investigation. He is still unconscious, so we haven't heard his side. That's all for today. The anchor returned saying, this is breaking news. Stay tuned to Eyewitness News for updates. Everyone turned to Rebecca. Oh my God. She said, unconscious. What did you do to him, Alex? Show concern for your lover. I said, I punched him several times. Rebecca started toward Sophia, but she recoiled. My mother spoke up. Haven't you done enough? She asked, for this family's sake. Leave now, Rebecca. My father added, and you're not welcome here again. my mother said with tears in her eyes. Rebecca looked at everyone, finding no sympathy. She turned and left sobbing. It was just one night after she left. I hugged the children until they calmed down. I kissed them good night and left at home. I entered through the garage since the front door was broken. My phone buzzed with a call from LV, a close family friend and retired attorney. "Hi, LV," I said. "Hey you." I saw the report and recognized Rebecca. "How are you and the kids?" "Not great," I said. "Did you really hit Layla with a frying pan?" he asked. "Yes," I said. He laughed. "Good for you. Are you divorcing Rebecca?" "Yes," I said, explaining the video Lavalier sent that complicates things. "Have you talked to a lawyer?" "I have an appointment with Lisa Hawkins tomorrow." I said. "The Ice Queen herself?" He said. "The Ice Queen, yeah, she's cold as ice in the courtroom. If you need scorched earth, she's your girl, but she's expensive. Can you afford her? She's taking my case." "Prono," I said. "Really? Any idea why?" "No," I said. "Maybe you should ask." He suggested I will. I said. "We talked a bit more and he offered his help." "Thanks," I said, ending the call. I ate dinner, gathered the documents I needed and went to bed the next morning halfway to Lisa's office. My phone rang. It was Rebecca's mother. "Alex, you have to go to the hospital," she said frantically. "Why?" I asked. "It's Rebecca. She tried to liquidate herself last night, took sleeping pills and booze. They pumped her stomach, but she's still in danger. She tried to end it." "Huh?" I asked coldly. "I have an emergency right now. Maybe I'll swing by after the meeting." "Alex, she's still your wife and the mother of your children," she said, "and she's in the hospital. Don't you have any feelings for her at all? Why do you think she's there?" I asked. "Do you think she thought about the kids when she left with that guy or about me?" "I have an appointment with my lawyer. I'll swing by afterward, please." "Alex, she's a total wreck. She said this has destroyed her. She has no one to blame but herself." I said. "How can you be so cold?" She asked. "Rebecca loves you and the children." "I feel the love," I said sarcastically. "I'd better go. I'll check in later." She gave me the room number and I hung up. I headed to the downtown parking lot and made my way to Lisa's office. A young brunette receptionist greeted me and directed me to a chair in the waiting area. Soon a petite blonde woman in a pantsuit came out and introduced herself. "I'm Lisa Hawkins," she said with a smile. "Nice to finally meet you, Alex." "Likewise," I said, "though I wish it were under better circumstances." "Me too," she said. "Let's get to it. Did you bring the information I asked for?" "Yes," I said, handing her a folder with our financial information and a USB drive with the videos Lavalier had sent. She reviewed everything, making notes. "Here's the plan," she said. "We'll file for divorce, citing infidelity. In this state, infidelity can be used to avoid alimony, since you both make similar incomes. The state usually splits everything 50-50 THS. But we might get a bit more. We'll ask for physical custody, but courts usually favor the mother unless she's unfit. She tried to liquidate her herself last night." I said. Lisa's eyes sparkled. "Interesting," she said. "We can argue she's not mentally stable enough to care for the children, plus her lover attacked your family. We need to get a restraining order against her and Lavalier, even though he's in the hospital and facing charges." I asked, "Especially since he's facing charges?" She said. "HEK dangerous. Do you have a weapon?" "No, that's why I used a frying pan," I said. She laughed. "Remind me never to piss you off in the kitchen." "Where are your kids now?" "At my parents' house. We can include them in the restraining order," she said, pulling out more documents. "I've also started a lawsuit against Lavalier and the team. Alienation of affection lawsuits don't often succeed, but your case is strong, with the videos and his assault. Mitchell is worth about $125 million. We could ask for 5 million. We might even find others is hurt and make it a class action suit. What do you think? You're the lawyer. Do what you think is right. Okay, she said it won't be easy, but we can try. The team's response to the charges will be critical. It's an uphill battle. I understand. I said the divorce itself can be quick. She continued. Infidelity is a misdemeanor here which we can use to our advantage. If she doesn't contest, it could be finalized in 3 to 6 months. Litigation will take more time, but I think we'll come out ahead. Any questions? Just one. I said, why are you doing this pro bono? You're not the only one. La Vela has hurt. She said he seduced my fiancé years ago before he became a star. Wait, what? I asked. I'm sorry to hear that. Is he bi or something? She shook her head. No, not at all. But apparently my then fiancé was. I was still confused. She smiled and explained we got engaged after the 2015 Obergefell decision legalized same-gender marriage nationwide. She fell for him, just like your wife did. I broke off the engagement and wanted to get back at him, but never got the chance until now. Most of his sufferers hide in shame after being betrayed. I'm sorry to hear that. I said, are you two still friends? We're friends, but not close. We've both moved on. She looked serious. Does my lifestyle bother you? I shook my head. Not at all. I said, making her smile. Good, I'm glad to hear that. So are you and Audrey Tanis together? I asked. She laughed. We're just good friends and no, there's nothing between us, but I wouldn't mind spending more time with her. Why thinking about sleeping with her? She likes. You know. She usually doesn't take stories personally. That's the last thing on my mind right now. I said my kids are my priority. That's the way it should be. They need their father now more than ever. Let me get started on this, and I'll have the divorce papers ready in a day or two. If your wife is still in the hospital, we can serve her there. I'd like to attend her funeral if possible. I said, I think we can arrange that. She said, signaling the end of our meeting. I'll be in touch. Be careful, okay? We shook hands and I left her office, heading to the hospital to check on Rebecca. I parked and headed inside. When I entered her room, her mother was talking to the doctor. Rebecca was hooked up to tubes in a ventilator, looking terrible. Oh, it's good you're here. Her mother said she's on self-destruction. Watch, and they are running tests. They're worried about brain damage. Since she's been unconscious so long, she almost died. What happened? I asked. After seeing you and the kids, she went upstairs crying. I held her, thought she was fine, and gave her a nightcap to calm her. In the morning I found an empty vial of sleeping pills and an empty glass. Her face was blue. I called emergency and they brought her here, pumped her stomach and gave her something to counteract the pills. Once stable, she'll see a psychologist and might stay in the psychiatric ward. How long will she be here? I asked. A few days. I called her work and they put her on sick leave. Are you going to serve her divorce papers here? Yes, how could you? She's already devastated. Heavy stuff. I said, seeing her shocked. Alex Thompson, how can you be so cold and cruel? I looked at her. I can be as cold and cruel as needed. She knew what she was doing when she left but didn't care. Now she'll face the consequences. I saw a tear run down Rebecca's cheek, shook my head and left the room at home. I focused on fixing the door. I went online, ordered a new door and locks, and Fred agreed to help me install it. When it arrived, the next few days were routine. I did chores and spent time with my kids. My parents helped with school and daycare runs. It was tough explaining to the kids that their mom wouldn't be around as much. Sophia was still scared of adults, especially men, and I spent extra time with her. Damn Rebecca for causing this. The day came to serve Rebecca the divorce papers. Lisa called to let me know the BFF's arrival time and advised me to stay quiet until the papers were served. I gave her the room number and headed to the hospital. I met the BFF at the door and saw Rebecca's mother standing there wiping tears from her face. "Please don't do this to her," she begged. "Not like this." I shook my head and entered the room with the BFF. Rebecca was off the ventilator, lying in bed with tears streaming down her cheeks. The BFF approached her. "Rebecca Thompson?" He asked. "Yes," she said quietly. He handed her a manila envelope. "You've been served with a summons, along with the divorce papers. You'll find a restraining order against you and Mr. Lavalier. You both must stay at least 500 feet away from your husband's residence and his parents' residence. This includes your husband's workplace. Failure to comply will result in arrest and imprisonment. Do you understand?" She nodded and turned to me. "Can't we forget about it?" She asked. "It was just one night." "One night is one too many." "Rebecca," I said, "Sophia still hasn't recovered from what your lover did. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't done what you did. Sign the papers, Rebecca, but I don't want a divorce." She said, "What if I decide to fight it? Then I'll formally charge you with infidelity." I said, "Infidelity?" She asked. "Yes, infidelity is a misdemeanor in this state. No one's been prosecuted for it yet, but there's always a first time. Sign the papers and be done with it. We're asking for half of what's in the bank. I'm asking for guardianship, since you can't take care of yourself once the doctor clears you. You can see the kids if they want to see you. Right now they don't. We're asking for minimal child support. You get what's yours. I get the house. I'm being fair. Can I at least look at them before I sign?" She asked. "Of course." I said. She read the papers, tears streaming down her face. After a few minutes, she sighed and asked for a pen. The process server handed her one and she signed the papers he signed as a witness and took them from her. "I'll give them to Miss Hawkins," he said. "Have a good day." As he left, Rebecca looked at me, tears streaming down her face. "Is there no way we can forget this?" she pleaded. "I didn't mean to hurt you. It just happened. You wanted to hurt me." I said. "You wasted no time leaving with him. When you saw him, he grabbed you and you didn't even look at me. I can't forget what you did ever." She cried harder. "I'm sorry, Alex. Will you ever forgive me?" I shook my head. "No, maybe in a few years, but not now. I'll never forget what you did." "I'm so sorry," she cried. Normally I would have comforted her, but I felt nothing. She was like a stranger to me. "Yeah," I said quietly, "me too." I turned and walked out of the room and out of her life. The next few months were tough for us. The kids and I were adjusting to life without Rebecca, finding our new routine. Learning everything Rebecca used to do was challenging, but with Mom's help I managed over time. The kids didn't miss their mom as much. Sophia went to counseling, which helped a lot. Rebecca attempted self-destruction twice more and was saved each time by her mother. After the third attempt, she was declared incompetent and placed in a state-run psychiatric facility. She is now almost catatonic, spending her days eating, sleeping and daydreaming in her room. I cut ties with our old circle of friends. Dee exploded when served with papers, but I didn't expect any money from her. I wanted her to understand how her inaction contributed to ruining our lives. I saw Daniel a few months later and he said they were getting a divorce because Dee tried to do the same thing as Rebecca. "Now I know what you've been through," he said. "I'm so sorry this happened. Although I didn't get as much as hoped. I received enough money to cover both kids, college and more. I also got lifetime season tickets." Mitchell was fired and sentenced to 15 years in prison for his crimes. We filed 2 lawsuits against him and over 50 men claimed he ruined their marriages. Lisa organized a class action lawsuit and the judge allowed it to proceed. Lisa assured me Lavalier would end up broke. I also sued him for intentional infliction of mental anguish and damages from his attack. We won 5 million, even though Lisa didn't ask. I gave her a percentage for her hard work. In July, I sold the house due to bad memories and moved to a nice 3-bedroom apartment with security. I focused on the kids, making them my priority. Audrey introduced me to her friend April and we dated for a few months, but I was still cautious. After Rebecca's betrayal in December, Rebecca's doctor asked if I could bring the kids to see her for Christmas, hoping it might help her depression. After discussing it with her mother and the kids, we decided to visit. On Christmas Eve we went to the psychiatric facility. The kids were nervous, but eventually approached Rebecca, who looked devastated. She perked up when she saw them and gave me a weak smile. "Thank you for bringing them," she said quietly. Most of my hatred had turned to sadness. By then, the doctor and I watched as she interacted with the kids. "I'm curious, Mr. Thompson," the doctor said. "Can you tell me your side of the story? It might help me understand her better." I told him everything and he listened thoughtfully. "You haven't considered reconciliation?" he asked. "No," I said. "What she did was deliberate. It's time she took responsibility and moved on. Why not help her?" He suggested. "She wants her family's love. She made her choice." I said. "Now she has to live with it. You seem to be holding a grudge." He observed. "Wouldn't you be angry if your wife left you without even saying goodbye?" I asked. "I understand," he admitted. "How long will she be here?" I asked. "It's hard to say," he replied. "She needs to show she can function independently without being a danger to herself or others. She might be here for years." I nodded in understanding, as we silently watched Rebecca interact with the children. Eventually I noticed she was getting tired. "She tires easily these days," the doctor said, walking over to her. "Rebecca, it's time for your medication. The children need to go home." She nodded, kissed the kids goodbye and looked at me with sadness in her eyes. "Thank you, Alex," she said. "I'd love to see them more often." "I'm getting better." "Really?" "Yes, Rebecca, I can see that," I replied. "You look good." She said, "Are you seeing anyone?" "I date occasionally, but nothing serious." I said. "I miss you and still love you." She said. "I miss the woman I married." I responded. "Get well, okay, Merry Christmas." She smiled, showing a glimpse of the old Rebecca. "Merry Christmas," she said. "Thanks again." "You're welcome," I said. The kid said goodbye and walked towards me. "Daddy, can we see her next week?" Sophia asked. "Can we please?" "Yes, may I, Daddy?" Little Max added. Work something out." I said. "Let'n get you home." This started a twice-a-month ritual. Rebecca's mother usually picked up the kids, but sometimes I did. Occasionally I talked with Rebecca, but we never discussed the past. There was no chance of reconciliation and she knew it, but she seemed to appreciate our brief conversations. A year after that fateful Friday, the first COVID-19 end of life was reported in the US on February 29. March brought stay-at-home orders, making life harder. As the second anniversary of Rebecca leaving approached, things improved slightly. In June 2020, Lavalier team settled the class action lawsuit. Lisa was right. Lavalier ended up penal. We didn't get much, but knowing he lost everything was satisfying. Even Rebecca smiled at that. Hopefully next February won't be as bad as the previous ones. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. My marriage is in shambles. My wife has been with another man for over a year. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Morning light pierced through the curtains, waking Alex with a pounding headache. His marriage was in shambles. His wife had been with another man for over a year. He stumbled to the bathroom for a cold shower. His thinning hair and expanding waistline reminded him of the men he once mocked. However, his strong arms, honed by manual labor, still gave him a sense of pride. Determined to improve his appearance, he shaved his head, though it took several attempts to get it right. Refusing to dwell on his wife's infidelity, Alex decided to move forward. He withdrew their savings, opened a new account and quit his job at the Caterpillar dealership. Back at home, he cancelled their shared credit cards and phone plan. Feeling hungry, he made an egg sandwich and decided to seek advice from his grandfather, Leo, a straightforward man who valued strict rules and hard work. When Alex arrived, his grandfather greeted him with surprise. "John, what's with the new look?" Grandpa Leo asked. Alex rubbed his smooth head. "Grandpa, I need advice." Grandpa Leo, the son of German immigrants, had expanded the family ranch with his strict values. Known for his honesty and integrity, Leo Shear's handshake was his bond. Uncle Craig, the eldest, now ran the ranch, upholding the family's legacy. Grandpa despised deceit, especially within the family. After Alex explained his situation, Grandpa asked, "How are you going to get rid of her?" Alex sighed, "It's not that simple. We have 3 kids." Grandpa Leo scowled, "Sheck a cheating strumpet. Take the kids and throw her out." Alex sighed again. "It doesn't work that way anymore. Grandpa. Mothers usually get the kids, she'll get half of everything and I'll have to pay child support and alimony." Grandpa muttered, "Lazy cheating strumpet." Alex explained, "It's the law." Grandpa. "She thinks she has me cornered." Grandpa grabbed his old rotary phone. "I don't believe this, Bill. Leo here. How soon can you get here?" Alex mentioned he wanted to sell the house and stay at the ranch with the kids. Grandpa agreed, "No problem, plenty of space here." Grandpa asked, "Who'll watch them while you work?" Alex replied, "I won't work. Let her get support from an unemployed man." Grandpa inquired, "How will you manage?" Alex suggested, "Maybe Uncle Craig will let me work on the ranch under the table." Grandpa nodded, "He can pay you to ensure the kids are provided for. Weck. Figure out a way around her getting your money." A truck pulled into the driveway and Bill Thompson, one of Grandpa's oldest friends, entered without knocking. "What's going on?" Leo Bill asked. Alex explained the situation. Bill confirmed the grim reality. His wife would likely get the kids and he'd have to pay support and mortgage. However, her lover being a lawyer could be a conflict of interest that might work in Alex's favor. Bill asked about the lover and Alex shared what he knew. The man was younger, a divorced lawyer, and had lost his wife and in an accident a few years ago. Bill, seeing a potential advantage, promised to make some calls. When Bill inquired about finances, Alex revealed he had emptied the accounts and quit his job to avoid high support payments based on his previous overtime. Bill suggested that getting fired might have been a better move, since courts were more lenient with those circumstances. Bill then reached out to the wife's family, informing them about her infidelity. She broke her grandpa's heart. Bill said after the call, his anger simmering. Grandpa Leo advised Alex to take control of the situation, to which Alex responded that he had already begun to do so. He mentioned letting the bank take the house, but Bill warned that if her name was on the deed, she could stop him. Bill, drawing from his experience as a retired district court judge, suggested Alex stay in the house, control his finances and stop making payments as a strategy. Grandpa Leo reassured Alex about his appearance and potential return to the dating scene. Alex, still sensitive about his looks, countered that his wife wasn't perfect either. Grandpa laughed, insisting that a decent-looking woman would always find someone, but emphasized that his kids needed a real woman, not someone unfaithful. Alex wasn't ready to date, feeling bound by his marriage. Grandpa dismissed this, asserting that his wife had already left him in spirit and that Alex owed her nothing. Concluding the conversation, Grandpa Leo said, "Talking won't get us anywhere, head home. I'll talk to Craig about taking you on stop by tomorrow. We'll see what Bill finds out." Alex returned home feeling better. His actions justified. He missed his family and wondered if he acted too hastily by quitting his job and closing accounts, but he felt more in control. Now, Disgusted by the unhealthy food in the fridge, he threw out the TV dinners and carry-out menus by 7:00. Elena hadn't called or shown up, so he went to the supermarket and bought healthier food. When he returned, Elena was there, shocked by his new look. "Elena," said Alex. Alex, carrying groceries to the kitchen, replied calmly. "Elena," she followed and said, "I'm sorry for last night. I didn't mean to hurt you. Are you calm now? Can we talk like adults?" He shrugged. "Didn't matter how you said it, knowing you threw our marriage away for some young stud was going to hurt. You get more great sex." She regretted mentioning sex, knowing it hurt him. "Please. Alex, I shouldn't have mentioned sex. Making love to you is wonderful. That's not the issue." He laughed. "Not anymore. It isn't. What do you want, Elena?" Her anger rose, but she tried to stay calm. "I want you to understand. This isn't easy for me. I didn't mean to fall in love with him. I just wanted to help him. It doesn't have to affect us. I love you and I'll never leave you. So you're in love with him. Got it? Anything else? Want to tear my heart out and dance on it? Tell me how I'm inadequate, how I deserve to be treated like creep. I'm sure you've practiced this." "No, Alex, I love you, my husband, the father of my children, my soulmate. I just need to be there for him. Can't you understand? So go to him. I don't want to be in the same house as a cheating wife who doesn't want me. Go. Your presence sickens me." She was crying. "I know you don't mean that. You're just trying to hurt me. You love me and you'll see what's best for the children. I'm bringing them home tomorrow. They don't need to know our problems. This is between us. We can discuss any issues privately." Alex demanded. "And what do I say when you spend the night with him?" Elena replied defensively. "I haven't done that until last night. You scared me with your drunken behavior. I thought you might hurt me. I've never done it before. Things can stay as they were last year." "I doubt it," Alex retorted. "If you're waiting until tomorrow, it means you'll spend the night with him again. Please don't call him that." Elena pleaded. "You're a nice man." Alex sneered. "Right. A man who can't find his own woman and steals another man's wife. So nice, so honorable. Go to him before I throw up." As she slowly walked away, Elena said, "I'm giving you time. I wish there was an easier way to say it. I love you and never wanted to hurt you." Alex's voice cracked with emotion. "Tell me it's a lie that my loving wife isn't a cheating strumpet." "Damn it, Alex," Elena snapped. "I'm not a strumpet. This isn't some tawdry affair. I love him. Calling me names isn't helping. Are you trying to force me to divorce you and destroy your life?" Alex's eyes blazed with hurt and anger. "Did you love him? The first time you slept with him when you broke your vows and abandoned your family?" Elena stood there speechless, realizing he had a point. She remembered the guilt of the first time crying in the shower. She had cared for him but didn't love him. Then she walked away angry. He made her feel guilty once she left. Alex resisted the urge to drink. He made a salad, ate a chicken chest and went for a walk. It didn't make him feel better, but at least not worse. Alex got up with the alarm and was at his grandfather's by 8:00 a.m., treating it like a workday. He was surprised to find his grandfather's crew waiting. They were a tight-knit group. On the mantel was a picture of them in their green Eagle Scout uniforms. They'd been best friends their entire lives, facing trouble together for over 60 years. Alex was lucky to have them on his side. In the dining room, a big farm breakfast was set out with 7 place settings. Uncle Craig was there too. Bill's wife offered coffee and Daryl's wife brought a stack of hot cakes. Alex laughed. "There goes my diet." Alex said, chuckling. Uncle Craig put hot cakes on Alex's plate and said, "Enjoy, working as a ranch hand will burn off the calories. You're starting at the bottom. Along with Bill and Grandpa, 2 other men were retired. Darrell Smith, a career Army officer, now taught occasionally. James Crum, a Vietnam vet, owned a neighboring ranch. His sons ran it now, but he stayed involved. Carl Jenkins's family owned the town's market and hardware store, unaffected by weather and beef market fluctuations. Everyone knew Alex's situation. Once the chatter slowed. Bill spoke. "Youpa, we behind you, 100, Bill said. Our wives are involved for their perspective." "Understand, yes, sir," Alex replied. Bill continued. "Good, how much does your mother know?" "Nothing yet." "I haven't told anyone, but you and Grandpa," Alex answered. Bill advised she needs to know. "She'd be upset if we told her father and brother first, right?" Alex nodded. It was not a conversation he was looking forward to. Bill then shared some information. "Fine, the guy's name is Ryan Howard, worked as a pargal at Bell and Ryanard's, went back for his law degree after his wife passed away with a big insurance payoff. Don't know if he's passed the bar yet, likely, though well liked, but doesn't make him less of a prick. I know you don't want to hear it, but everyone at the firm knows about your wife. They just didn't know she was married. She's been hiding that the ex-judge had everyone's attention." During breakfast, Alex noticed the older women listening in from the kitchen as he chewed on some thick-cut apples, smoked bacon. Bill posed a crucial question, asking if there was any chance of reconciliation, noting that she was the mother of Alex's 3 young children. Alex replied with the children's ages 5, 8, and 10. His grandfather bluntly asked if Alex wanted her back and if he could overlook a year of cheating. Alex's grandmother, Judith, snapped at the judge for calling her a trumpet, arguing they hadn't heard her side. The judge insisted they had agreed to stay out of it unless asked, pointing out that she had screwed up and not to make it worse. Judith countered, saying she had been with another man for a year and now expected Alex to accept it. Alex interjected, explaining that she had come over the previous night, returned to her lover, offered no real apology and had no intention of stopping the affair. She was still threatening him. The colonel asked if it would be too late if she gave up her lover. Alex said she stopped, showed remorse, and he believed it wouldn't happen again. Maybe they could reconcile, but admitted it was unlikely. He admitted there was no real chance, as she claimed to love the other man, was trying to hurt him and threatened him with divorce and keeping the kids from him. The colonel's wife, Diane, reminded him she would still be in his life for the next 13 years because of the children. Alex snapped back that they were his responsibility, but Diane pointed out they were hers too, and a bitter divorce would be difficult for years to come. Alex expressed his anger over her hurtful behavior and threats. His grandfather stood up, asking the women to leave, as they had agreed to stay out of it until asked. Bill then asked Alex what he wanted simply. Alex replied with determination that he wanted her out custody of the kids and not to support her having a good time with her lover. He wanted to break them up. The older men agreed it was time for tactics. 3 hours of discussion led to a plan. The women were brought in over lunch and, though unhappy, they supported it. Alex then called home and left a message. "I won't be home tonight or tomorrow night. I'll see you." Sunday, Alex said, leaving the group to handle the initial steps. Alex went to his mother's house to talk when she got off work. She was surprised by his new look and asked why he hadn't called. "I need to talk, Mom. It's important," Alex said minutes into his explanation. She cried and asked if there was any chance he would take his wife back, reminding him she was the mother of his kids and had given him 11 good years. Alex corrected her, saying it had really been 9 good years since she had been seeing her lover for the past 2 years. He explained that he saw divorce as the only solution because she wouldn't give up her lover. With tears in her eyes, his mother expressed how heartbroken she was. Alex assured her he felt the same way. His mother then asked what she could do to help. Alex explained that he needed help watching the kids on weekends or evenings. He planned to stay in the house and not start the divorce unless necessary. He wouldn't pay for her to be with her new love, so she would need to get a job. He would cover the house, food and kids, but she wouldn't get any money from him unless court-ordered. His mother agreed, saying that she should get a job. Alex suggested they talk to Elena's parents because he didn't want them watching the kids while she cheated. His mother anxiously replied that she was sure they wouldn't do that, but Alex retorted that they had been doing it, questioning if they knew why. 20 minutes later they knocked on the Finian door. Elena's mother answered, commenting on Alex's different look and mentioning that they had just missed Elena, who had picked up the kids over an hour ago. Alex explained they had come to talk to her and her husband and asked if they could come in. Elena's mother invited them in, offering drinks. Carolyn requested a ginger ale and Alex asked for the same. They sat in the living room when Brenda brought drinks, Terry following close behind. Brenda looked worried and asked, "Is something wrong?" "You don't look well," Alex said bluntly. "I'd like to stop covering for Elena while she has her affair." Brenda looked shocked and Terry turned red. "How can you say that?" Terry growled. "For a year. She's been seeing her lover while you watch the kids. I want you to stop supporting her cheating." Alex said. Brenda spoke first. "That's ridiculous. She loves you and the kids. She's not having an affair. We wouldn't cover for her if she was. She spent the last 2 nights at her lover's house while you watched the kids. She told me she's been seeing him for a year." Alex insisted. Brenda replied she doesn't see him at night. She's home with the family. Then she sees him during the day. "Haven't you watched our kids several times a week?" "For the last year," Alex asked. Brenda stammered. She said she was volunteering at the battered women's shelter. Alex retorted. "Unless he's punching her. The only thing battered is our marriage." Terry looked distraught and asked, "She told you she had an affair. Is having an affair. She refuses to give him up. She says she loves him but wants me to take care of her and the kids. I won't pay for her to screw another man." Alex stated. Brenda was near tears and said, "I can't believe it. I can believe she'd use us to cover her cheating. Please stop. You're helping destroy our marriage. There's no hope. As long as she sees him." "Can you understand that?" Tarek's face was red with anger. "You have no fault in this. Were you cheating on her?" he asked. "No, my only fault was working too many hours to pay for the house she wanted and keeping her in new lingerie for her boyfriend. I may have put on weight and worked too much, but that's no reason for her to cheat for a year. Do you think that's right?" Alex replied. Her father glared and said, "I don't know what's right or wrong. I'll reserve judgment until I hear her side. Sure, Daddy's little girl can do no wrong. She couldn't be a cheating strumpet. Could she stop watching the kids so she can screw around?" Alex snapped. Terry growled angrily. "I think you should leave now. That works for me. What kind of people cover for their daughter? So can cheat? Who raises that kind of kid?" Alex replied testily out. Terry screamed, his temper flaring. Carolyn was shocked at how quickly it escalated. She looked at Brenda sorrowfully as Alex headed for the door. Alex delivered a parting shot. "Congratulations on raising a strumpet. Dad, good job." His mother snapped at him. "How could you speak to them like that?" Alex replied. "I wanted him angry. She'll feel it if she's been hiding it. If they knew, then screw them. They deserve it." Alex headed north to Oklahoma. His mission was to collect losing receipts, get a hotel room for a couple of nights, gamble and maybe find some company. He felt no guilt about being with another woman. His wife's confession about her year-long affair ended their marriage. Now it was just a matter of time until the divorce. He turned off his phone before crossing the state border, knowing chaos would ensue. She made her bed, let her sleep in it. After trying his luck at the tables, he hit the bar and soon met a gorgeous woman offering to soothe his pain for $400. He felt a pang of guilt but reminded himself his wife had done worse for a year. The experience was the best he had in years and worth every penny, money his wife would never get. The next day he wandered the casino playing craps and poker, losing a couple of $100. He collected receipts in the keno and sports beating rooms. That night he found another woman closer to his age and more easygoing. She cost $300 and was worth it. He even tipped her an extra $50 and saved her business card. Despite feeling sad, he felt lonely and thought about his wrecked marriage. How could his wife do this to him and their kids? What kind of man would steal another's wife? A lawyer, of course. The next day Alex took some time to clean up, shaving his head and trimming his beard. The transformation in the mirror was startling. He barely recognized himself. Around noon, he pulled into his driveway to find his wife's car already there. His children rushed out to greet him, their laughter and questions about his hair filling the air. "Hey, Daddy had some business out of town. I'm back now," he reassured them, while his wife Elena watched from a distance with a stern expression. Elena approached and quietly said, "We need to talk soon." Alex replied, focusing on his children. "I'd like to spend time with the kids." First he sat down with them, asking about their time at their grandparents' place. Cindy excitedly shared, "Grandma picks me and Joey up." After summer school, Elena's patience waned and she interjected, "Alex, we need to talk now." Alex's temper flared. "I'd like a faithful wife," he snapped. "Looks like neither of us will get our wish." Elena recoiled as if struck. "Do you want to argue in front of the kids?" "No," Alex responded coldly. "I'll talk to you when I'm ready. It took you 2 years to talk to me. Now you're in a hurry." Unable to hold back her tears, Elena fled to the bedroom. "Why's Mom crying?" Joey asked, looking up at his father with wide eyes. "Shaq been very naughty," Alex said, his voice hard. "Did she break something?" Nancy inquired, sensing the tension. "Yes," he replied with a heavy heart. "She broke her wedding vows, my heart and our marriage." After spending a few more minutes with the kids, Alex steeled himself for the inevitable confrontation with Elena. He entered the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Elena immediately launched into accusations, furious that Alex had involved her parents in their marital issues. "How could you? I told you we didn't need to involve my parents." Alex, maintaining his composure, reminded her of his repeated objections to her infidelity. "I told you I didn't want you screwing around. Where were you the last 2 nights, the last 2 years? What are you up to?" Elena shot back that it was none of his business anymore, as he had forfeited that right by his own actions. "None of your business anymore? You lost that right when you chose him over me." Alex, puzzled, asked why his phone wasn't working. "Why doesn't my phone work?" Elena coldly revealed that she had cancelled his service, health insurance and credit card. "I cancel your service, your health insurance and your credit card." Alex asked why she would be so petty. Elena retorted that she wasn't going to pay for him to cheat on her. "I'm not paying for you to cheat. You want to be a strumpet? Do it on your own dime." Alex, hurt and frustrated, insisted he wasn't cheating but had fallen in love with another man. "I'm not a strumpet. I fell in love with another man. Are you so selfish? You can't see the difference?" Elena countered that he was selfish for wanting her to remain faithful despite her new relationship. She warned him not to involve the children. "Don't bring the kids into this." Alex pointed out that she had already done so by sending them away to be with her new partner. "You did that sending them away so you could be with him." Elena defended her actions by claiming she was taking care of her lover who needed her. "We didn't spend our time in bed. I took care of him. He needed me." Alex sarcastically questioned what kind of care she provided, while neglecting her own family. "How exactly did you take care of him, Elena? Cooking, cleaning, talking while you ignored me and abandoned our kids." Elena, exasperated, told him to let her new partner pay for his expenses. "Fine, let your other husband pay for your phone insurance and spending money." Alex revealed he had quit his job to focus more on his family, which shocked Elena. "I quit my job. It interfered with my family too much." Elena accused him of making a drastic decision without consulting her. You quit your job without discussing it with me. Alex retorted that she had an affair without discussing it with him. You screwed another man without discussing it with me. The argument escalated as Alex accused Elena's lover of being a dilettante living off money from his deceased wife. Elena defended her lover, insisting it was an accident and that he was now a lawyer. It's not like that. He didn't eliminate her. It was an accident. It wasn't his fault, and his lawyer now he finished law school and passed the bar exam. He's not a dilettante. Alex continued to criticize her relationship, expressing disgust at the idea that she could be intimate with both him and her lover. Do you ever have sex with me on the days you see him? Elena pleaded for understanding, asserting that her feelings for her lover didn't diminish her love for Alex. She promised she was careful not to flaunt the affair and asked him to let her have this part of her life. I love you, can't you? Let me have this. I'll make sure you never regret it. Alex, shaking his head in disbelief, told her to inform him when she had stopped seeing her lover. Tell me when you've stopped seeing him. If I'm still around, we'll see if there's anything left of our marriage. He left the room, leaving the future of their marriage uncertain. He made a sandwich and watched his wife take calls in the bedroom as he cleaned up in the kitchen. Elena approached him, her face contorted with anger. That was my grandfather disowning me. Are you going to be a complete a-hole about this? Do you really want to start a yelling contest? You can't win, she said angrily. Alex remained calm. Stop seeing him. I'm going out. I'll be back for dinner. It would be nice if you cooked for once. You just got here. We still have to talk. She insisted, her tone desperate. After dinner, Alex said, turning and leaving the house. Alex decided to visit the man armed with information he had gathered. He confronted him at the door. Stop screwing my wife. You eliminated your wife and now you're destroying my marriage. Stop. Alex demanded. The man looked scared and stammered. I don't know what you're talking about. Alex pressed on. Stop seeing Elena Fremont. If anything happens to her, I'll make your life miserable. I don't want a butcher near my kid's mother. I'm not a butcher. It was an accident. The man protested. You eliminated her. You're living off that money seducing my wife. Stop it, or I will. You won't like it. Alex warned. You can't threaten me. The man retorted. Stop seeing her. There are plenty of single women you can buy with your blood money. Leave my wife alone. Alex said before walking away, confident he had made his point when he got home. Elena was furious. She confronted him, but he ignored her, focusing on playing with the kids. I'd like to talk. Elena demanded. Then talk in private. Alex replied as he walked to the bedroom. She followed, closing the door behind her. You threatened him, called him a butcher. She accused him. Which one? Alex asked sarcastically. You know who. What do you think you're doing? Elena demanded. I told him to stop seeing my wife. That's not unreasonable. Alex stated. You called him a butcher. She reiterated. He is. He eliminated his wife. I don't want him doing the same to you, even if you're a strumpet. Alex said coldly. He didn't eliminate her. It was an accident. Elena insisted. He was driving. She passed away. Alex replied. How could you? It almost destroyed him. He loved her. His depression nearly eliminated him. Elena argued. So if I can make him depressed again, he might die, and this nightmare ends. Alex asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. She stared at him, shocked. You don't mean that I dance on his grave? If it meant you becoming a faithful wife again. Alex said harshly. He needs me, Alex. If you ever loved me, you'll understand. Let this run its course. When he's strong enough, I'll give him up. I promise. Elena pleaded. Do what you have to, but as long as you're seeing him, you're just my wife in name. You'll live here and take care of the kids, but our love is on life support. Alex said firmly, I still love you. Give me a little while. If you can't, I will divorce you. I'll take the kids and the house and I'll make Ryan their father. Elena threatened that will never happen. Alex replied with conviction. How can you stop it? I have the law on my side. You'll pay and work for kids. You never see while I have my love, my home and my kids. Elena taunted. Take my word for it. Don't test me. Alex warned she could tell he was serious. You're not going to do anything stupid, are you? She asked nervously. Stop seeing him and stop threatening me. Alex said, staring her down. She blinked, first running into the bathroom, crying carrot and stick. That was the plan for Elena. With advice from the Eagles' wives, Alex figured the experienced women knew how the female mind worked, something he was clueless about. After shaking up Elena's day, Alex decided to handle the kids and give her some quiet time. He got them into bed, compromising with Cindy to stay up until 9:15 with the house quiet. He could hear Elena on the phone. It might have been her lover or a friend, but he didn't care. Alex opened a bottle of wine and selected 2 crystal goblets. He knocked on the bedroom door and waited. She eventually opened it, looking sad. You don't have to knock. It's your bedroom, she said softly. He put the tray on the bedside table. I didn't want to interrupt your call. Alex explained it was just my sister. Jenny, everyone's talking. You've started a mess, Elena said with a sigh. He handed her a glass. It's been a rough week, hasn't it? He wanted her to talk, so he'd listen. She nodded, admitting the difficulty and expressing her frustration. Horrible, I never wanted this. Alex. Why do you have to make things so difficult? Alex patted the bed beside him. Come sit by me, let's talk calmly. I still love you, baby. She climbed on the bed and sat cross-legged facing him. Talk, no yelling, no accusations. Alex rubbed her knee gently. Yes, talk. What went wrong? Elena. How did I fail you that you needed someone else? She softened and replied, it's complicated, honey, I love you. I never stopped loving you. Please tell me you believe that. Of course I do. He said, though it was hard to lie. Would we be here if I didn't? Elena continued, explaining how she met the man at a party feeling significant for the first time in a long while. She admitted she felt like just a mom and housewife, caught in repetitive days of childcare and housework, while Alex was always busy. Alex acknowledged this and apologized, recognizing he should have communicated more. Alex, it hurts to say this. I know you worked hard for us, but I felt unloved. I was just a nanny and housekeeper. Elena confessed. Alex remembered the older women's advice. Don't argue. Let her find her own conclusions. I'm sorry, baby. 10-hour days, 6 days a week, were exhausting. I appreciated everything you did, even if I didn't say it, he said sincerely. She shook her head, eyes glistening. It wasn't your fault. I could have talked to you, but you seemed distant. You were drinking more, always on the couch with a beer. You had time for the TV, but not for me, she said, her voice breaking. Alex let her vent. I was under a lot of stress and didn't want you to feel it. We were letting people go and my workload increased. I should have talked to you instead of holding it in. Elena explained how she felt useful helping the other man. Initially with no romantic feelings, Alex listened, trying to stay calm. Despite his inner turmoil. It happened so fast. I wasn't ready at first. It was just phone calls, lunch meetings or coffee. We talked like you and I didn't anymore. He was easy to talk to. He wanted dinner but I couldn't. I was a married woman, so I offered to cook him a meal. It felt weird at first in his kitchen, but it was also exciting. I still had no romantic feelings. He was just a friend. Alex filled his own glass. He didn't want a blow-by-blow account. He just wanted to know why she had to screw another man for a year. But he tried to stay calm, nodding occasionally after that. It was easier to go to his house. It was private and we could talk openly. I didn't want anyone to get the wrong idea. We were just friends. She insisted go on. Alex said she felt relieved to talk it out. I helped him around the house. He was so disorganized. I cleaned, rearranged things. He'd let everything go after his wife's accident. We talked about our wants, needs and fantasies. It wasn't about sex. It was about communication, sharing, understanding. He was seducing you? Alex blurted. No, never. He was a friend who needed me. Good friends can talk about things like that was all. Alex bit his lip and poured the last of the wine into her glass. It just happened. I was in the kitchen and then we were kissing. I know I should have stopped it, but it felt like a kiss between friends. Suddenly I was in his bedroom. Her hand shook as she sipped her wine. Tears filled her eyes. I felt horrible. I came home and showered, but I couldn't get myself clean. I cheated and I hated myself. I thought you'd see it in my eyes, but you just grabbed a beer and sat on the couch. You didn't ask, didn't see the guilt. I wondered if you even cared. She drank half her wine. I tried to end it. I told him to stop and avoided him. I swore I'd make it up to you. Then I heard he was in the hospital from an overdose. I knew it was because of me. I went to help him and we promised it wouldn't happen again. I'm so sorry, Alex. I tried to stop it. I swear I did. Alex was furious at his gullible wife and that slimy carnivore overdosed my back. He thought a few pills, a call to the hospital, and he had her back. Alex took her empty glass and placed it on the bedside table. She was sobbing and he held her. If she'd only talked. This could have been avoided. He might have forgiven one mistake, but a year of infidelity, no, she'd pay. They'd both pay. He guided her down to the bed. She whimpered when he let go, but he just turned off the lights. He pulled her close, caressing her body, becoming more physical. Engaged. She pulled off her shirt and lay unclothed, reaching out to him. He braced himself. He was disgusted with her, but still drawn to her. He eased her backward, kissing her neck where it excited her most. Within minutes. She was pressing back desperately. He pulled his hand away, hearing her sharp breaths and smelling her need the strumpet. Alex held Elena close, but tension lingered between them. She pleaded for his affection, expressing that it had been too long since they were intimate. Alex, however, refused, unable to accept being second to another man in her life. Elena tried to reassure him of his importance, stating, "You were never second. I love you, my husband, you first." Alex's pain was evident as he spoke about Elena's time spent with the other man. He felt that this other person got all of her attention and admiration, leaving him feeling inadequate. Elena attempted to downplay the situation, suggesting that it hadn't been an issue for over a year and that Alex didn't need to know about it. She emphasized her commitment to him when they were together. Her words hurt Alex deeply and he pulled away. Elena couldn't understand why he couldn't simply love her. As before in her mind, nothing had changed. Desperate to reconnect, Elena embraced Alex, feeling guilty about her past actions. She wondered if things might have been different if she had stopped after the first time as she reached out to touch him. Alex shuddered. "Please, Alex, I know you want me. I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you," she said softly. Alex's response was firm and cold. "Never again. So long as you're seeing him feeling rejected." Elena turned away and cried herself to sleep. The next morning, Alex woke early, feeling more in control. He had confronted both his wife and her lover, insisting at end he'd quit his job and was now working on the family ranch. Early hours were part of the deal. Elena was still in bed as he headed downstairs for breakfast. He wondered if she'd run off to see her boyfriend. That day Uncle Craig introduced him around and he was put under the direction of old Miguel, a longtime family worker. Uncle Craig called him to the house for lunch, where he saw his grandfather and friends waiting. He updated them on the weekend, his conversations with his mother and Elena's family and his casino visit, skipping over the details of his female companionship. He reviewed his actions with Elena and her lover. His grandfather spoke. "You should know the Grey Brigade is making this their personal project." "Gay Brigade?" Alex asked the retirees. "If Elena keeps it up, she'll hear about it. M. Johnson lives near her lover. She'll keep an eye on the house. Her daughter works at the store and will also watch." The judge laughed. "Her parents are hearing about it too. It's sad to see how your daughter turned out. You need to talk to the bank. John, move your contact information to my house. We don't want them calling your strumpet wife when you get behind on payments." His grandfather said the judge had papers about the guy's wife. "Heather, I've got pictures buried in the Methodist cemetery. It was ugly. He was thrown clear, but she was trapped and burned badly. The lawsuit was because the car had a history of catching fire." Alex nodded. "Grateful for the information." "Thank you, sir." "No problem. We take care of our own." He had his directions be hot and cold to his wife, protect the assets and move financial contacts to Grandpa's house. By the end of the day, Alex was sore but felt good working outdoors and being around old friends. He cleaned up and went to work on his second job, his wife. That night Ryan Howard got a call from a blocked number. "Hello, it burns." "Ryanie, how could you let me burn like that? It hurts so bad." A female voice whispered. He recalled watching his car in flames with his wife inside. He dropped the phone, the words resurrecting his pain. The voice screamed, still audible from where he stood. "No, you can't bring the kids over." Brenda snapped angrily. "But Mom, I need to go out." Elena said, "Take your kids with you. They're your responsibility. Everything takes longer with 3 kids to care for." She explained. "What else do you have to do? You don't have a job or do much around the house. Are you running off to that prick? You're screwing. He's not a prick. He's a good man. You don't understand." "I understand he's a low-life prick screwing another man's wife. You're such a disappointment. We can't walk around town without hearing about what a strumpet you've become, Mother. How could you say that? Dump him and beg your husband for forgiveness. Maybe it's not too late to salvage your marriage." "I did nothing wrong." Elena argued she was shocked to hear a busy tone. Leo Schroeder addressed the group at the senior center. They had divided responsibilities and the phone lines would be burning up all night. The first pass had updated the Grey Brigade. The second pass would start applying pressure to the next generation. The town would soon know cheating wasn't the issue. It happened, but blatant disrespect and expecting a spouse to accept an ongoing affair was too much. Cheaters make up or break up, not this me generation. Responsibilities were divvied up, tasks assigned and options discussed. When the room emptied, the colonel sat with 5 associates. "This is the ugly part. We know the risks John Crumb took. The lead." Copies of keys to Ryan's house were passed out, obtained from Elena's keychain via Jenkins Hardware. They needed more information. The GRY network would keep tabs and when the opportunity was right, they'd collect intel. A couple felt uneasy, but not enough to stop. Elena parked in Ryan's garage, quickly closing the door. She felt embarrassed about disguising herself. This was ridiculous. She had every right to see Ryan. She eagerly accepted his embrace. They didn't talk about anything but missing each other as they retired to his bedroom. Half an hour later he sat up staring down at her. Elena was stunned. He uses her for ZX and then blames her after confronting her husband alone. Now it's her fault. How did you mess things up? Nobody at the firm will talk to me. Ryan snapped. You wanted overnight stays. It was your idea to tell him, force him to accept us, threaten him with divorce. How did it become everyone's business? He added angrily. Elena replied, I don't know gossip. He told his family and mine. They're barely speaking to me. Word must have spread. Ryan was livid. You were supposed to keep it private. How did they know where I live? I talked to him as we discussed. You should have known how he'd react. I'm not a mind reader. Elena retorted, barely believing his words. She started dressing. Ryan reached out for her. Where are you going? We're not through. It's been a week. Don't talk about Alex like that. He did nothing wrong. He's a good man. We the ones changing the rules. Elena said firmly. Ryan snapped, good man starting rumors, disrespecting you. Where's the good in that? Elena buttoned her blouse and fixed her hair with her fingers, planning to clean up at home. Her mother-in-law had accepted her excuse about job applications. I have to go. I'm going to be late, she said. Ryan pulled her into his arms. What about us? I miss you. Tell him you'd be spending the night here. We need to reconnect. You everything to me. I need you. She held his face, kissing him softly. We'll work something out, no overnights. Ryan asked, what about the kids? Voice them off on your parents again. Elena sighed. They won't watch them again. They've made that clear. She tried to pull away, but he clung to her. Come over after they sleep. I need you beside me, don't you want that? Ryan pleaded. She nodded, but deep down she hated being away from her children at night. She didn't sleep well at Ryan's place and felt like a teenager sneaking around. Let me think about it. Okay, I need to settle things at home first. Ryan asked crudely, how about a quick head before you go? His callous words stung. Was that all she was to him? I have to go, Rich. I can't afford to alienate my last babysitter. He pushed her to her knees. You promised you'd never deny me, Elena. It'll only take a few minutes. She held back tears as she mechanically gave him a head. Meanwhile, Leo took a call from M 2 hours, with him sneaking around like a thief. He said, calling his daughter. What were you thinking? Carolyn watching the kids while she got laid. Carolyn defended herself. She said she was looking for a job. Leo was furious, and you believed her. After all she's done. Carolyn was furious. When Elena arrived 20 minutes late, she helped get the kids in the car, then grabbed Elena's arm. Never again. You lying strumpet, using me to cover for you. Elena trembled. I didn't, Carolyn snapped. Save the lies. You're of Zeke's clean up before picking up my grandkids. Elena retorted. If you don't want to see the kids, fine, you'd be lucky to see them. Carolyn slapped her. He's right. You're a strumpet. Alex sat with his grandfather after a long day. I don't want to know. Grandpa Leo said she had your mother watching. The kids said she was getting job applications. Alex's anger flared. Nobody watches my kids unless I say so. Grandpa Leo warned, don't blame your mother. She has a right to see her grandkids. I don't blame her. It's the lying strumpet under my roof. I'll talk to Mom myself. Alex said, Mom, what's a Jezebel? Cindy asked her what. Elena was surprised. Dana's grandma said you were a Jezebel. Elena's blood pressure rose. No more play dates with Dana. Ryan didn't notice the stairs as he entered his old employer's office. After waiting 20 minutes, he called JN. I'm in the lobby for our lunch. Ryan said. Jean replied, I don't think I'll make it today. Something come up? He asked. It's just not a good idea. Right now things are hectic. Jean said Ryan called Eric. We've had this lunch date for 2 years. What's going on? Your girlfriend, you said you were serious getting engaged. You never said she was married with 3 kids. You used us. My wife would eliminate me if I went to lunch with you. No, we won't be having lunch anytime soon. Ryan felt eyes on him as he exited the building. Did you hear she's married? He heard can't have his cake and eat it too. 3 kids, $2 million for liquidating his wife echoed in his ears. Late summer was tough on the ranch. Dawn to dusk, checking fences, working on irrigation, moving herds, almost time for the second hay cutting. Uncle Craig still followed Grandpa Leo's ways. Ranching was more mechanized now, but they still used horses for much of the work, especially moving herds and pasture checks. Alex had forgotten how so you could get from riding a horse for 10 hours a day, hauling 40-pound packs, digging trenches and replacing fence posts. He looked forward to haying, which mainly involved driving. Ranch hands had to be jack of all trades. If it's broke, fix, it was the motto. His mechanical skills were highly valued and he could fix any ranch vehicle. Despite being rusty with hewing, his willingness to do any job earned admiration from his fellow hands. He went home tired, sore and hungry, but satisfied. Only when he faced his wife's anger and disrespect did he get down. He reminded himself of his plans and purpose each evening, knowing it wouldn't last forever. Ryan found a disturbing photo slipped under his door showing a charred body with an accusatory message about his late wife. The image triggered intense emotions, leaving him sobbing and insisting on his innocence. Elena returned home distressed after an uncomfortable grocery trip. Her neighbor Margie confronted her about her affair, making crude remarks and insinuations. Elena tried to deflect the comments, but eventually snapped, defending her lover before treating inside at home. Alex comforted a crying Elena. She expressed her frustration with people's treatment of her, to which Alex responded with a mix of sympathy and harsh truth. Everyone is horrible to me. They think I'm a strumpet. Elena sobbed. You are a strumpet. Alex said, but then softened his tone. Sure, things will get better. Do what's right and ignore them. Elena pleaded for Alex's love and affection, but he remained hesitant. He expressed concerns about her relationship with her lover and potential health risks. I can't be with you until I know you're clean, he insisted. Elena tried to reassure him, claiming she hadn't been with her lover recently and had been checked for diseases. However, Alex remained skeptical. Aware of her lies. It's not fair to risk our children's parents. He's screwing other women, who knows what diseases they have. Alex said despite Elena's continued pleas for intimacy. Alex stood firm in his decision, hugging her but refusing to go further. I wish I could, baby, not until I know you're clean and done seeing him, he said, ending the conversation. Meanwhile, magazines started arriving, addressed to Heather Howard. A picture of her defaced gravestone appeared on Ryan's door with cheating strumpet. He spent hours scrubbing it clean and the police threatened him with vandalism. One officer recognized him. Oh, you're the wife stealer. Yeah, we know you. The officer sneered. 3 days later, Ryan was scrubbing the gravestone again. Yes, I got your messages. No, I can't make a payment. I've lost my job. Ryan said into the phone. Max grinned. Things were going according to plan. He examined the gathered information on Ryan, smiling. It was exciting to right a wrong and punish the guilty. Ranchers don't take weekends off. Alex worked and brought his family along. He lifted his eldest onto the old quarter horse. Elena asked concerned, is that safe? Been doing it for 4 generations. Buttercup's gentle, and will take care of her. Cindy, glowing with pride, petted the horse's man. Alex took the bridle and walked, teaching Cindy how to balance and sit properly. He found it amusing how girls took to riding so easily. After a few turns, he handed Cindy the reins, her smile warming his heart. Buttercup settled, knowing her rider was comfortable. Your turn, he said to Elena. Me, are you crazy? Come on, try it with some godding. He got her up in the saddle, explaining things. She was nervous, but Cindy rode alongside talking and laughing until Elena relaxed. Alex mounted his horse and trotted beside them. "Not so bad, is it? You do this every day?" Elena asked. "Sometimes every day is different. Sometimes I'm in the garage." "Do you like it?" "I love it." He saw Cindy's excitement, realizing he should have started her riding sooner. Ranching was in their blood. Ryan sat in bed listening to the crying and sobbing. He thought it had stopped. He pulled the pillow over his head trying to block it out. "I'm sorry," he wept outside. John sipped tepid coffee. One more hour on his shift. He adjusted the earphones and listened to the prick whining. He pressed the remote, starting recording 3. The sound of a fire burning. It was an accident. He heard Ryan scream. He gave Ryan 5 minutes and hit him with recording 1. The miserable crying sometimes. It gave him goosebumps knowing it was Diane on the recording. Alex put his arm around his wife's waist and asked, "Yes, baby?" Elena replied, "I need money. I'm almost out of gas." "Get it from Loverboy. I have an interview at Jenkins Hardware." Alex said, his tone icy. Elena looked surprised. "I didn't know you were looking for a job. I'm worried about our finances. Nancy can start kindergarten this year and I can work while the kids are in school." Alex explained, "You're not using the money to see Loverboy, are you?" Alex asked, suspicion evident in his voice. "No, Alex, it's for gas. So I can go to the interview and take care of our children. What if there was an emergency?" Elena replied, her voice pleading. Alex gave her 2 20s and said, "I trust you. Please don't make a fool of me." Elena insisted, "I wouldn't do that. I love you've done it before." Alex said coldly, his eyes hard. She bowed her head. Why wouldn't Ryan return her calls? Was he seeing someone else? She hadn't spoken to him in over a week. "I'm sorry." Alex looked at his paycheck, the 50 he received direct. It was barely a third of what he earned at his old job. It wouldn't have been much if Uncle Craig hadn't given him a raise for maintaining all the ranch vehicles with the money his grandfather received secretly. It wasn't much less than before. Uncle Craig talked about giving him a share of the profits if he stayed. It was only 1 a year for the first 5 years, but it could be a nice bonus. He'd be a minor partner, but with some pride. He'd never be a majority owner. That would go to Craig's oldest, though Will hadn't shown interest yet. His mother got 10 of the profits, and if he stuck with it, that could be his one day. He hitched up his pants thinking he'd need new ones soon. He had to punch 2 new notches in his belt. All this fieldwork was changing him. He joined the regular workers for a payday drink at the Spur and Saddle. Mikey, a giant of a man, jabbed him that fully has her eye on you. Alex noticed 3 women at a nearby table with the redder head showing clear interest. He ordered a picture of Shiner beer from the bartender and approached their table. "Just so you know, I'm not Greek," he said. "Play the redhead chord on responding and you're bearing gifts." After topping off their glasses and returning to the bar, the blonde invited him to join them. Alex explained he had sworn off beer but was still drinking Jim Beam. "So bring your Jim Beam over and keep us company," she suggested. Alex spent an enjoyable hour with the women, resulting in 2 phone numbers and 3 hugs, 1 with a kiss. He reflected that perhaps his grandfather was right about how easy it could be to meet new people. Elena's life was falling apart, ridiculed and insulted everywhere. She gave up her fancy coffees for Dunkin' Donuts. At the drive-thru, the old man smirked as he handed her coffee. "1 cheetah special," he said, grinning. Her hand trembled in anger. She remembered making a scene at McDonald's and being laughed at. She opened the lid and poured out the coffee. "Maybe you're not as stupid as they say," the old man sneered. Ryan feared plugging in his phone, not knowing when his wife's calls would come, blaming him for her pain. He remembered her voice, begging him to end the pain everywhere he went. He felt judged. It wasn't his fault, it was an accident. The little notes were the worst reminders of their past. "Remember that bar?" Do you still have that dress? From our anniversary Cancun. Ryan-y. Remember Cancun? Why Ryan-y? Why yes, he remembered. He looked at old albums. Elena had hidden memories of Heather. How beautiful she was, how much he loved her. Now she was dead, his fault. He drank, feeling the burn, mumbling apologies through tears. Leo, the judge, the colonel and John reviewed their notes. The colonel's map showed each encounter over the last month. Think he's going to run soon, hardly ever out in public anymore. John Crumb asked he'll break before she does. She's stubborn. Leo said with a hint of admiration. Maybe we should dial it back. Give them time to realize how bad it is. The judge asked Hell. No, Leo snapped. She wants to be stubborn. We'll crank it up. The judge shook his head. Judith's not going to be happy about this. The others laughed. 52 years and you're still kitty whipped, JN teased. Least I'm still getting some. He replied, how's Rosie doing? All right enough. The colonel said, let'n crank it up per prick. Elena was in shock. An old woman had spit on her outside the coffee shop where she used to meet Ryan. She hadn't heard from him in almost 2 weeks and went to his house, but the door was chained. Ryan, she'd called out. Rich. Honey, it's me. No reply. The place smelled sour. Maybe he was gone with that woman from the picture. She went to their coffee shop, remembering their chats. A woman hissed walking by and spitting on her. Elena wiped her face with a napkin, tears trailing down. How had her life fallen apart so quickly? She had a loving family, a good man, a young love, great sex. Now she had only memories and everyone's hate. It wasn't fair. What had she done wrong? She couldn't help it. It was love, undeniable. It wasn't her fault. A college-aged kid sat across from her, grinning. Pretty lady like you shouldn't be crying. How about I buy you a drink? No thanks, I'm married. She said. He shrugged. Never heard that stopped you before. Come on, we'll get a drink or two. Have a little fun, you're sure. Pretty fun, is that all she was? Now, please, leave me alone. He leaned over. Change your mind. We'll be at the Spur and Saddle. Ever been with 3 guys? We'll keep you going all night. Leave me alone. She shrieked. Geez lady, don't have a cow, just figured. A party girl might like to party. No hard feelings, all right. She lowered her face into her hands and didn't fight the tears. Alex watched his grandfather hand the rope to his son, teaching him how to hold the loop, keep the ropes parallel and coil it properly. The target was a pole sticking out of a hay bale. On his 3rd try, Joey swung the rope, cast it forward and landed the loop over the pole. Both Alex and Elena clapped, as did Cindy. Little Nancy was busy playing with Grandpa, Old Dog Blue, a 12-year-old blue heeler. Grandpa squeezed Joey's shoulder sloppy. But it's a start. Alex remembered that touch and how good it made him feel. He put his arm around Elena as she leaned against him. He's good with kids. I never would have expected that, she said softly. He always was. Some of my best days were here with him and Dad. Alex replied, it was nice working with the kids and being outdoors together. Elena set her arm around his waist. Is it too late for us to have more of that as AF family? I don't know, Elena. I honestly don't know. Ryan stood in the reception area pleading with the secretary. Please, I need to see her just 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. Howard. Dr. Schaffer is booked, maybe next week. Oh, she's on vacation next week. How about the week after? I've tried. I don't know what I'm going to do. She's busy today. I'll talk to her and we'll call you if she can fit you in tomorrow. Ryan nodded slowly and left defeated. Slink away, you filthy wife steal, Ellen thought, picking up the phone to call in the contact. Elena hung up the phone frustrated. All she got was a busy signal. Where was Rich when she needed him? She had sacrificed so much for him. What she didn't know was that John Crumb had blocked her numbers on Ryan's phone and Alex had done the same on their home phone, blocking Ryan's calls. Alex struggled to guide a stubborn, injured cow back to the gate. With the help of his cattle dog Vincent, he eventually managed to treat the animal's wound. Miguel, an older worker, found him and expressed concern about Alex working alone in such a dangerous situation. Alex assured Miguel he could handle it, saying, "Yes, sir, I'll have her through the gate within the hour." As he finished the task, Alex felt a sense of pride in his work that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Despite his aching body, he was content. He praised Vincent, remembering how his son, Joey, had named the dog after Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night painting. Later Alex returned home to find Elena dressed in a sheer negle. She nervously offered him a drink. "Where are the kids?" Alex asked. "With your mother." Elena replied, "Until morning," raising an eyebrow. Alex realized Elena's intentions. She pleaded, "Please don't be mad, we need time alone." The scene shifted from Alex's rewarding work on the ranch to a tense domestic situation, highlighting the ongoing struggles in their relationship. He smelled steak from the broiler and felt his hunger intensify. Elena led him to his chair and struggled to remove his boots, landing on her bum with his dusty boot in hand. Alex laughed seeing her in her playful attire, legs spread with tiny red underwear on display. She got up and called him to the dinner table. His plate had a large T-bone and a load baked potato, hers, a small fete with asparagus. Above his plate was a paper. He picked it up and she said softly, "I'm clean. I haven't seen him since that night. I won't be with him anymore." He hugged her. "I'm sorry, I know this is hard for you." She shook her head. "No, don't apologize. I'm sorry, I don't know how it happened. Please forgive me." He picked her up and she squealed. Dinner would be reheated later. It had been 2 months since they'd had sex. Alex got carried away, but as he stared down at the woman who had betrayed him, she gazed up at him with regret. "Forgive me," Alex said. Elena walked out of the ranch looking for her kids. Her feet HDHD from standing all day, but she was back with her family. She saw men gathered in a circle inside the fence. She rushed forward, thinking there was a fight. Craig's wife Grace grabbed her arm. "Leave him be." "What's going on?" Elena asked, seeing her son beside Jason Crumb. Joey had a black eye and swollen lip, but was grinning. "They teaching him self-defense," Grace explained, holding Elena's tense arm. "I don't want him fighting." "Do you want him getting his back kicked?" Elena was surprised to see Cindy bringing a tray of drinks. The 10-year-old let Joey choose first, then offered one to Jason, blushing. "What's this about?" Cindy would sooner kick Joey's bum than serve him. "They fight like cats and dogs." Grace pulled Elena to the railing. "He saved her, fought for her and got strike up for it. He doesn't fight. We don't allow that good thing he did." Some boys thought Cindy was easy to fool around with. Joey fought them off, even got strike up for it. Jason stepped in to help. "They should have gone to the teachers." Grace looked disgusted. "Are you stupid? She'd be soiled goods by now. Sometimes a man's got to stand up. Even if he's only belt high. He could have gotten eliminated doesn't change things. Be proud." He stood up for family. "Let the men handle it." Cindy leaned against the railing. "You all right, baby?" Elena asked HM. Cindy replied, focused on the crowd. "Isn't he great, Mama?" Who Cindy? "Jason, the way he strike up those idiots. They'll never mess with me again with Jason and Joey around." Leo approached. "Hell of a kid. You raised Elena. Whatever else is said. They can't take that away. Be proud of your son." "I know I am." Elena watched Joey brush off his jeans while a ranch hand showed him how to hold his arm. She wanted to hug and protect him. She watched her boy kick out and throw a big punch, fighting to protect his sister against older boys. I am proud of him. Don't let him get hurt, Leo, please. Leo laughed at ain't him. You should worry about boy got san no quitting in him. Where's my husband? Why isn't he here? Irrigation problem. He probably doesn't know what's going on yet, he'll be back soon enough. Ranch doesn't shut down over one little fight. Elena remembered Grace's words about Cindy being targeted because of her mother's reputation. It wasn't fair. Now her kids were suffering because of her actions. Would her nightmare ever end? Oh God, this is going to be bad. Officer Banks said, holding a handkerchief to his nose. His partner rubbed Vicks under his nostrils and handed the container to Banks. They called out again, but no response. The house was a mess with papers and dirty plates everywhere. The smell was strongest in the back. They found the source in a bedroom, eyes watering from the stench, son of a witch. Banks gasped, that's messed up. A unclothed man lay in a pile of photographs and letters with a half-full vodka bottle and empty pill containers nearby. The mirrors were broken with dried blood on his hands. I never understood why a man would take his life over a woman. Officer Gilroy said, call it in, nothing else for us here. Alex sat with the Eagles, all eyes on him, figured he'd run, not take the coward's way out. Grandpa said maybe he really was depressed. Alex shrugged, doesn't bother me. He had it coming. Do you still want to go through with the rest? His grandfather asked. Carl Jenkins spoke up, Sheck doing well at the store. It'd be a shame to let her go. She talks about you and the family all the time. She seems to love you. Alex nodded. I believe she does as much as she can, but this doesn't change anything. She's back now, but who knows when she'll try it again. I want to finish it. His grandfather squeezed his wrist. It was as close to a hug as he'd get. It's hard on the kids. They are good. You don't know how they came from her, but they did. I know I'm not locking her out of their lives. I just can't get past what she did. For a year. Elena was tired but feeling better. It had been over 3 months since her world blew up. Ranch time with the kids was healing. Alex got home early. It was culling time, but morning rains postponed it. He saw the for sale sign on the lawn. The house was foreclosed with 30 days to vacate. Half the kids' stuff was already at his grandfather's. It would be hard but necessary. He showered dressed in his best shirt and clean jeans. Looking in the mirror, a new sadder man stared back. He opened a bottle of her favorite wine, poured 2 glasses and set them on the coffee table next to a stack of papers. He had adjusted their placement again. She did this, not me. He thought he remembered her threats and betrayal, which burned away any doubts. The door opened and he stood nervously. Alex, why is there a for sale sign on our house? Are we moving? He took her hand and sat her down. Maybe, he said, there's something we have to talk about. She saw the wine glasses and the paper's original petition for divorce. She looked at him, searching for sorrow or anger, but saw emptiness. Why? She asked, trembling. You cheated on me for a year. Alex said, I can't accept that. I'm sorry. She could barely breathe, but you said you loved me. That you forgave me. I do love you and forgive you, but it's not enough. Please don't do this. Alex, I don't want a divorce. I'll fight it. I want my family. Please. It's done. The official process server will be here soon to serve you. We have 30 days to leave the house. I'll take the kids to Grandpa PA. They love the ranch and he has plenty of space. We'll have joint custody so you can see them whenever you want. No, you won't take my kids. I have rights. How are you going to take care of them? I'll keep them here. I'm not letting you sell my house. It's not ours anymore. It's the bank's. It's in foreclosure. She stared in shock. Foreclosure. How? I haven't paid the mortgage in 4 months. I don't make enough money anymore. But how did I not know? Because I didn't want you to. She realized it was always about divorce. He never intended to give her a chance. How could you lead me on for 4 months lying to me? How could you? I just had to remember the 2 years you lied to me going to another man's bed, making a mockery of our marriage. It was easy. Her anger grew. I'm still their mother. The courts will give them to me. I'll make your life hell, Alex. You'll never see them. Where will you live? How will you take care of them? He asked softly. I guess I'll go back to Ryan. He loves me. She knew that wasn't likely. He'd cut off all communication. But maybe once she explained you don't know. Alex asked know what Rich is dead. Self-destruction, sleeping pill overdose. Elena fought hard not to believe it, but deep down she knew it was true. Without her he would have slipped back into depression. It wasn't her fault. She had tried to see him, but he cut her off. She went to see him, but he never responded. Oh God, was he dead? Even then, how long? Why just her leaving? Did he get the help? She did. No, he couldn't have survived, not without her by his side. Maybe it was a lie. Alex was trying to hurt her like she'd hurt him. It had to be a lie. He couldn't be dead, not Rich. Alex held her waiting for her to stop shaking Elena. He kept repeating softly, Elena. Eventually her breathing calmed and she leaned into him, crying softly at first. Then harder he pulled her close, holding her. He is dead, isn't he? She finally said 5 days now I'm sorry, I thought you knew what am I going to do now? She asked pitifully. I imagine your parents will take you in for now you have your job. You are still a beautiful woman. You'll find somebody, someone who can accept what I couldn't. You can see the kids all you want. I want them with me. She said I know your parents don't have the space. How are you going to afford a big enough house for the 4 of you? Grandpa has plenty of space. Miguel's niece will watch the kids when I'm not around. Grandpa's agreed to let you have free access to the house and the kids. You could help me. Child support and alimony will make it possible. I earn less than 20 grand a year now. I could maybe pay 500. It won't be enough. At Grandpa's they have a huge house and a 10-acre backyard. Grandpa loves them. What can you offer them? They are my children. She sobbed yes, and they still will be. Why can't we go back to the way things were? Alex, we love each other. Things have been good the last couple of months. I made a mistake. Don't punish me forever. I never meant for it to happen. I'm sorry, I could never trust you again. I'd always be wondering when you'd fall into someone else's bed. Come home stinking of another man's seed filling you. I can't do it. I don't want to. I'm moving on and it's time for you to do the same. I can't. I'll die without my family. No reason to live. I hope you don't. It would be hard on the children. The children. Don't you care? Of course I do. Unfortunately, that's not enough. Your cheating destroyed me. She shook hearing his condemnation, and now you're going to destroy me. Yes, she said trying to fight it but not having the heart. She was broken. Her parents sided with her angry at Alex for denying her the children over a long, painful dinner. He made it clear they could see the kids anytime. Elena could have unlimited access when she pulled herself together. If she had the space for them, they would work out. Shared custody. Dinner was at his grandfather's house and it was clear the kids were happy there. 3 new puppies kept them entertained. Cindy rode her horse every day and loved showing it off to her grandparents. Joey proudly wore ranch clothes, boots, dusty and hat dirty. Nancy sat happily on her great-grandfather's lap reading together. She had him wrapped around her little finger and everyone knew it. The once crotchety old man had met his match. They were home and happy, and Elena couldn't take that from them. Elena signed the divorce papers and moved forward with her sad life. There was no alimony since she made as much as he did on paper. He didn't ask for child support and offered joint custody with him as the primary caregiver. They had almost nothing to split, except a few pieces of furniture Alex kept for her. He gave her a check for half their equity, $120 for 11 years of marriage. Elena lost her job at Jenkins Hardware a week after the divorce times were tight, and she was one of the newest hires. She lay in her childhood bed wondering what had happened to her life. She had it all and now she had nothing. Alex looked down at Aiden's red hair cascading over him. She wasn't the most talented, but she was willing. After lifting her and giving her a quick kiss, he laid her on the bed. She had already experienced 2 spectacular peaks, but he wasn't done. "Screw me." Already she laughed. Alex ignored thoughts of his ex-wife and focused on the moment. Aine wasn't the best mother material, but she was fun. Every once in a while Elena met with her grandmother for tea. "You look terrible, Grandma." Bridget said. "I know," Elena replied softly. Her grandfather still wouldn't acknowledge her existence. "It's been over a year, Elena, you need to move on. You're still young, 35, Grandma." The old woman laughed a baby. "I'd love to be 35 again. Want to trade places?" "No dear, your grandfather deserves better, and I that terrible." "No, honey, you did a terrible thing, but you can get past it." She took a sip of tea. "Did you come for a visit or need something?" "I want him back. Grandma, we were perfect together. I was an idiot. I want my family back." "That's a lot to ask. You hurt him badly. A man has his pride." "I know, I'll do whatever it takes." "Is it possible?" The older woman looked at her granddaughter. Elena was broken but still had potential. Pretty if she wanted to be. She had made him love her once. Maybe she could again. "It's going to be difficult getting him to fall back in love with you." "Difficult, but not impossible. I'll do anything. Grandma, just tell me what to do." Bridget looked at the picture of her and her friends, the original Fab Five cheerleaders. They had turned heads back then and still knew a lot about men. "Let me make a few calls. We have a lot of work ahead of us, you understand." Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In my story, I had a perfect family until I discovered my wife's secret. She was meeting another man in secret, even in our bed at home. My rage knew no bounds, and I confronted them. My world shattered. The need for vengeance burned deep within me. This is my tale of love, betrayal, and vengeance. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I never thought my life could crumble so fast. One moment I had a perfect family. The next I was staring at betrayal. My wife, my love, was meeting another man in secret. I saw them in our home, in our bed. Rage consumed me. I confronted them. My world shattered. The need for revenge burned deep. I had to act to make him pay. This is my story of love, betrayal, and vengeance. "Alex, we need to talk," she said again, this time with a deep sadness. She held a big yellow envelope in her hands and pushed it across the table to him. "I'm asking for a divorce," she said. Alex looked at the envelope, grunted, then walked down to the basement. He closed the door behind him and sat on the bed. He sighed deeply, almost crying. His shoulders slumped and he bent over, holding his head in his hands. He couldn't understand all the feelings inside him. Fear blocked everything else. He wasn't afraid of the marriage ending that had happened 6 months ago when she told him she had been seeing someone else for a year. No, his real fear was losing his children. He had thought his life was perfect, like a picture on one of the plates his mom collected. Now it felt like one of those hidden pictures for kids where monsters appear the longer you look. Nothing was what he thought it was. Elena felt like one of those TV characters who pull off a mask showing there's someone else underneath. When Elena told him about her lover, his world fell apart and he saw only monsters. Everything he thought he had was gone, except for the kids. He believed in working hard, putting family first and being honest and loyal. He thought this brought you the American dream: a wife, 2 kids and a nice house with a white fence. He thought he had all that. Now Elena was going to take it all away. He didn't mind losing the house and he wanted to lose Elena, but without the kids, his life felt meaningless. They were the point of everything. What happened to him didn't matter. He built for the future for his kids. Letting go of Elena felt like paying off a bad debt, but losing the kids would make him useless like a new car without an engine. When she told him what would happen with the kids, he felt a deep sick fear. A drunk friend once suggested he get DNA tests. Maybe they're not really yours. The friend said for a moment he wondered if that would make it easier. Maybe it would hurt less if they weren't his, but deep down he knew it didn't matter who provided the sperm. They were his kids. He wouldn't do anything to hurt them or their bond with him, and he never wanted them to search for a real father if someone else had shared their DNA. The last 6 months had been both the hardest and the most rewarding of his life. Seeing Elena leave or come back from her lover tore him up inside like a turtle with a shark inside. The blow to his pride was almost too much to bear. He had never understood lasting hate until these last few months. But spending time with his kids had been a comfort, even though Alex berated himself for not standing up to Elena and her lover. Spending time with his kids reassured him that a real man always put family first. That's what Alex had always tried to do. He wasn't good with words, something Elena's loyal lover had plenty of. For Alex, actions mattered more than words. He'd worked himself nearly to death to provide for his family. When he spoke to a female lawyer, she told him his long work hours could make his alimony payments higher. She asked him to check how long he'd been working that much overtime. Looking through his pay history, he found that over the last 6 years he'd worked fewer than 60 hours a week, only 3 times, once due to a car accident that had put him in the hospital. Once when his boss sent him home sick to keep him from spreading flu to the workshop, and once when his father died. Alex snorted, as he remembered Elena yelling at him. "You loved your job more than us. You used it to hide from family duties." What a joke. Alex had never loved his job. It was hot, dirty and exhausting in summer, cold, dirty and exhausting in winter. It wasn't boring, but it wasn't fun either. He found satisfaction in doing it well and he was good at it. But working on cars wasn't something he wanted to do in his free time. He did it to support his family. He knew he wasn't good with books and school. He could have probably graduated from a not great college, but that kind of school and the grades he would have gotten wouldn't have helped him make the kind of money he made. Working in the heavy equipment shop with no air conditioning in the hot Austin summers, he had thought about sales at one point. Salesmen often called him to use his skills to close a deal. They made talking seem so easy. Alex would stand there quietly admiring their talent, knowing it was something he couldn't do. So he always worked as much overtime as he could, and he ended up making more than many middle managers at big companies. Looking at his hands and the countless little scars from years of fixing big machines, he sighed. No one said life was easy, but a man did what he had to do for his family. That was real love, doing what needed to be done, not what you wanted to do. Alex put his head in his hands and tried to stop his tears. He had cried only once, but tears seemed to come when he felt the deep pain inside him. His mind replayed the awful words Elena had said the night she shattered his world. "If you divorce me now, Alex, I will take everything. I will protect my children and myself first. Your well-being will not be my concern. You would be paying child support. You would be paying alimony, court costs, my car payment and this house, not even with all the overtime you have been working. Would you afford more than a cardboard box to live in? You'd sleep in your car or at work and eat cheap food for at least the next 10 to 12 years. If that had been all, he would have divorced her that week. But it was what she said about losing the kids that stopped him. Even his lawyer had told him Alex had seen enough men with joint custody to know. It often meant nothing. The wife might say the right things, but deep down she would want a complete home with her new husband, replacing the ex as the kid's dad. No matter what the court said or what she promised. Soon she'd make it harder and harder to see the kids, always for good reasons. It would go on until the kids believed their father didn't really want to be with them. He might have trusted the Elena he thought he'd married, but the person she had become would likely do everything she could to shut him out of their children's lives. She had told him her lawyer boyfriend had broken up with her because he didn't want to hurt her family, but once she was divorced, she'd get him back. She was still a good-look woman, didn't he read somewhere that Satan was beautiful too? Elena could teach the devil a few things. Alex sighed again. He had done everything he could to make this crazy situation work. He tried to think of himself first, but he couldn't. His kids. Happiness was the most important thing in his life, and he felt he'd failed them too. His mind went back to an article in a magazine that Elena had accidentally left open recently. It talked about how much better and easier it was on the children if one parent died instead of losing one to a divorce. Without realizing it, Alex reached under his mattress and took out the pistol he kept hidden for safety, acting on autopilot. He took off the trigger lock and put the gun in his mouth. The barrel was cold and uncomfortable on the roof of his mouth. The metallic click of the hammer hitting an empty chamber startled him so much that he was flung back on the bed. Alex's brain felt slow and fuzzy, like when he had been on painkillers in the hospital. It took a long time before he realized what he'd almost done with a snort. Alex thought, I'm even a failure at killing myself. Someone had taken out his bullets. Suddenly his whole body began to shake as adrenaline surged through him. He'd almost killed himself. How could that have happened? He had tried to take the coward's way out. He remembered the last time his father had used a belt on him. He'd run away from a fight at school because he was scared of getting hurt. His father had said a man shouldn't look for fights and he shouldn't stay in an unfair one. But running from a fair fight makes you a coward. Listening to your fear will hurt you more in the long run than any hits you'd get in a fight. Some men never learn that. You're going to learn it now. This is going to hurt you more than if you'd been in the fight today. Next time, count the cost, but don't listen to your fear inside. Alex had never looked for fights, but he learned that if he didn't run from them, there were fewer to fight. Looking at the gun in his hand, he couldn't understand why it wasn't loaded. The gun was for protection, and what good was it if it wasn't loaded as he loaded it? He thought maybe it's true that kids are better off with a dead parent than a divorced one, but not with a dead coward. If anyone's going to take a bullet, it ought to be Elena or her boyfriend. She's the one right on cue. The phone rang. Daddy, did you forget that you promised to help me with my pitches? I told Mom I needed your help today if I was going to make the softball travel team, but she said you two need to talk alone. Daddy, please come get me. This is important. If I don't make the club team this year, I'll never be able to make the high school team. Alex's whole body was still shaking from the rush of adrenaline, sitting quietly. A small part of his mind wondered if his words would be as mixed up as his thoughts. Could he even say a simple hello, Daddy, this is important. I've been calling your cell ever since Mom dropped us off here. I guess you forgot it again. Please, if you don't feel like coming to Grandma's, I'll get her to bring me home, please. Daddy, I need you. This is so important. Alex's mind was a storm of wild thoughts circling a solid belief. Someone needs to pay, if not him, then Elena or her jerk, but somebody. A small voice inside cried that his kids still needed him, no matter how small his role, they needed him. Hurting someone else would take him from their lives, just like if he ended his own. If I'd ended my life, what would have happened to the girls? What kind of man would they think I was? What kind of man would they end up marrying? As he shook his head to clear his thoughts, Something in Megan's voice cut through. Was it fear? Was she in trouble? His daughter was in trouble. What kind of man would drown in his own pity when his daughter needed him? The voice in his head now roared. A man takes care of his family, no matter the cost. That was the foundation of Alex's understanding of life. As Megan kept talking, his mind slowly pulled away from the edge of darkness, trying again to clear his head. He shook it. He couldn't remember promising Megan to help with her softball. It seemed like something he'd do, but softball hadn't seemed that important to her. The last time they talked, Alex sighed again, not knowing how important a sport was to his 14-year-old daughter was just another sign of his failure as a father, just another marker of his failure at everything that mattered to him. Daddy, you are scaring me. Talk to me please, Daddy, I need you please. Alex's eyes blinked, and while his body still trembled and the darkness still called, Megan's voice held him like a climber's safety line. I'm sorry, baby, I was distracted for a second. I'll be there to take you to softball practice in just a few minutes. What time does it start? Where are you, Daddy? Are you home? Have you seen Mom? Did you talk? Did she tell you? The questions came too fast, too mixed up. All his kids had gotten Elena's smart brains instead of his. Thank God it made him proud, but sometimes it was hard to keep up with their quick jumps from topic to topic, unable to understand or handle what she was asking. He said, I'm okay, I was just in my own little world for a bit. I'm heading to you now. I'll be there in less than half an hour. We can talk then. You know, I hate to chat on these little phones. It had taken more than half an hour to get himself together to drive to his daughter. During that time he figured out that Megan knew about the divorce. He felt a fresh surge of anger that Elena told the kids without talking to him first. So he was surprised when Megan said she figured out what was happening when she saw a do-it-yourself divorce kit in her mother's room a few days ago. She had been scared but wasn't sure Elena would go through with it until today, when she said she was going to leave the girls at Grandma's house for at least the night. As Megan talked, he could see the pain this mess was causing her. The pain in her eyes made his heart freeze. Megan's plea that he fight to stay in her life were like punches to his manhood. In any fight, he knew how to protect his weak spots, but he had no guard against the women in his life. Finally Megan took his face in her hands and, looking into his eyes, said, Daddy, I know that the courts will probably give us to Mom, but there's another way. Since she doesn't have a lawyer, you can go to a mediator. The parent of a friend of mine at school did that, and she said her parents actually get along better now than when they were married. It was so good that they still get together as a family on occasion. Please, Daddy, I got the man's name. Please will you fight for us by talking to Mom about this, please, Daddy? So now, 2 weeks later, Alex found himself seated at a fancy conference table with his new lawyer. The walls were covered with awards. The lawyer saw Alex looking at them and said, Yeah, I've won some big divorce cases. They had several of my cases for mock court at UT Law School. The reason I have those up on the walls is to remind both of us what can happen if the friend process doesn't work. A few years ago I tried to sit down with a couple and serve as a middleman, but the bar doesn't really like that. The risk of me getting sued for conflict of interest is too high. So now I do collaborative law. Your wife will have to find a lawyer who knows this process. So you both have help. You and your wife will have to sign an agreement never to take any of these issues to court. Then we'll sit down at a table across from each other and we'll work out an agreement that will be good for both of you. Of course, either party can back out of the agreement not to go to court, but if they do, both lawyers will have to withdraw and the one who backs out will probably be seen badly by the court. Mark, a big, strong man, leaned back in his chair. You have a pretty good case. I know the woman lawyer you talked to, but she works in Austin and the judges in our county are much more old-fashioned. Also, while she's good at what she does, her husband traded her in for a new wife recently. I think she should focus on helping women for a while. Even if you get the worst judge in this county, the financial part won't be as bad as she told you, since all the kids are in school. Your wife probably won't get the full 3 years of spousal support Texas law allows. She's also wrong about custody. I know at least 2 judges here who always give full custody to the husband. If the wife has cheated, it doesn't matter what else is going on or what's best for the kids. If you lived in Austin, it might be different. Some judges there don't care as much about cheating, but even in Austin I can think of only 1 or 2 judges like that. Still, things aren't always as bad for men in court as people say. Judges know how important it is for kids to have their dad in their lives. Studies show that if the dad doesn't get any physical custody, he often stops being involved. If the dad asks for physical custody and hasn't cheated, drank too much or been abusive, judges usually give him at least half. This also keeps both parents nearby. Things get messy when one parent moves far away. Since we're planning to sign an agreement to avoid court, you might wonder why I'm talking about what a court would do. I want you to understand that our agreement will be similar to what could happen in court. Alex took a deep breath and said, I want to support my kids, but I don't want to give Elena any money. Can we do that? No, that can only happen if she agrees. That's what collaborative means. If you can prove she abandoned the marriage and kids. You might have a chance with some judges, but she's been a stay-at-home mom. Both you and the kids gained from that, and it has real value. You told me how you worked hard to let her take care of the house. What kind of message does it send to your daughters if you change that now? Do you want them to think being a full-time mom isn't valuable? That's the message you'll send if you try to make Elena suffer because she didn't work outside the home. Is that really what you want to say? Alex sighed. Not putting the kids into daycare so Elena could make their house a home had been important to him. He wasn't sure when she started her affair. She said yeah, but he noticed that after the kids started school the house didn't feel as warm. He couldn't exactly say why, but it was clear Elena didn't focus on the family as much. She started taking craft classes and got involved in community projects instead of the home. Alex accepted it as part of life. Everyone grows as they get older. He'd hoped she might get a part-time job so he wouldn't have to work as much overtime. He did feel a bit proud that she could participate in society, things like the wives of their Derek neighbors feeling a bit ashamed. Alex looked at Mark in his expensive suit. I'm not good with words. That's one thing that scares me about all this legal stuff. I'd bet on myself in a fist fight, but I'm not good with arguments. I don't have good comebacks even days later. I'm the guy who takes hours to pick out a card to tell Elena or the girls. I love them. Because I can't find those words myself. Alex's eyes met the lawyer's. They stared at each other quietly. Finally, Mark smiled a little. I understand words come easy for me, but if I had to fix my car, I'd be lost. Like the good book says, we all have different gifts. A society needs all of them to do well. If this divorce went exactly as you wanted, what would it look like? Alex hadn't thought much about it. I found a job on an offshore rig on the Gulf Coast. They work 2 weeks on the rig and then give you 2 weeks off. Even with time off I'd make more than I do now. I could get part-time work here, but only do stuff that lets me be home when the kids aren't in school. I know girls need their mother, so if we could split their time so they lived with me half the time and the rest with their mother, that would be fair. I don't need much to live on, especially if I'm on a rig half the time. So I think I could give the kids 75% of my money after taxes. The rest would cover a small place, car payments and such, but I don't want any of it going to support Elena. Mark smiled. Under Texas law, the most you'd pay is 30% of your salary for child support and up to 3 years of spousal support. Mark thought for a moment then asked, how long do you think you'd want to work offshore? Alex shrugged. I haven't really thought about it. I don't want to work out there at all. I like Central Texas. It's close to my family, but I can't see how I could work here and have time for the girls. If I have to work more overtime to pay for another place, I'll be too tired to spend time with them. That's why I'm going to work offshore. The oil companies get over a month's worth of work out of you in 2 weeks on the rigs, but then you're free the rest of the time. The benefits are good. By working part-time here, I can save money for the girls to go to college. After a few seconds, Alex continued, "But I don't want the girls to think I love work more than them. I want to see them grow up. You know, Elena always says I just sit around watching TV and drinking beer, but I listen to what's going on too. Elena used to tell me what the girls were up to. Megan and Joey would sit on the couch with me and talk. They'd tell me all sorts of things, stuff I never talked about with my parents. I didn't say much. I just listen. I'd give them advice and I never forgot I was their dad, not their best friend, but it was so neat to see how their minds worked and watch them grow up." Megan talked about boys and what her friends were doing. "I was part of their lives. I don't want to lose that. I want to spend time with them, not be a stranger who just takes them to dinner," in a quiet voice. Mark asked, "Where are the kids going to live? If you don't want to help Elena live in your house and you only have a small place when you're on the rigs, they can't stay home without someone to take care of them." Alex's forehead wrinkled in thought. "I don't want the kids to lose our house. I guess I hadn't thought about any of this. I just assumed I'd lose everything and Elena would get it. I don't want to pay her anything. I'll buy the kids gift cards for places to eat, but I don't want to buy even milk for Elena's coffee." Alex pressed his lips together. "I don't want to pay for her housing either. I want the kids to have the house. I don't mind paying for that, but I don't want her to live there." He looked down at his hands clenched in his lap. "This is really a mess, isn't it? Some couples agree to share the family. Home sharing sounds good, but it almost never works out. However, with you being gone every 2 weeks, it might work short term." Alex felt his stomach twist into knots. "It wouldn't be bad if she paid half, but she can't make that kind of money and I don't want her to bring anyone else there. I don't understand her, but I don't want my kids to think it's okay to have 2 husbands." Mark looked over the finances since they'd built the house 2 years ago. The market had dropped slightly, most of the $2,000 they'd paid down would be lost to the 5 realtors' commission. They didn't have much savings beyond his 401k. Splitting things would mean selling the house, which would hurt the kids. If this went to court, Elena might get full control of the house until the kids grow up. Alex would then get half of the profit when it was sold. Mark had seen this in many cases, especially when one parent stayed home. Once you're divorced, you won't have any say in how she lives her life, but if it's your house and you cover all the costs, you can have some say about what happens there. "If we could figure out a way to get her cash for her share of your assets," his voice trailed off. "Would you consider letting her live in the house when you're on the rigs for a time? The free rent might count as some support, at least until she can find a job and support herself." Choking back a bitter laugh, Alex said, "Elena will never go to work. All she wants is to be a wife and mother. I wasn't enough for her, so she had to find someone else. She'll do the same thing again. I shouldn't have to support her while she lives with other men." Alex paused, realizing he had a new understanding of Elena. "I don't get that kind of thinking. I only want one woman. I'll give her everything I have. Isn't that what we promised each other at our wedding? I mean, I don't smoke. I have a good job, and before this I don't remember the last time I drank enough to worry about a DWI test. I don't gamble just a few dollars on a game, never more than 5. I don't even buy lottery tickets because the odds are bad. I don't chase other women, and I've never raised a hand to any woman, much less Elena. I've thought hard about this, but I never thought of it this way. It wasn't just that she had to be with another man. It was that I wasn't enough. She wants more than me. That's why she had to lie. I might not be enough for her, but I won't settle for half of a woman. It's like betting 100 while she only puts in 50. She wanted us both, meaning she'll want more than that guy can give her too. Why would any sane man?" Alex clamped his mouth shut and gritted his teeth. Badmouthing others behind their back wasn't his way, even if she deserved it. His dad had taught him better. Mark looked expectant and let the silence stretch. For most people, silence is hard to handle. They can't stand it and end up saying things They didn't mean to break the quiet when it was clear that Alex wouldn't say anything else. He asked, what if we put in the agreement that you never have to see Elena? She'd have to wait until you were getting on the plane before she could come to the house, and she'd have to leave before your plane landed back here. Alex's eyes showed a tiny bit of interest. Could I say that she'd have to live in the basement where I've been living? Could we also say that she couldn't move the furniture or change things? She always used to move stuff around, buying new things and decorating the house. If it was my house, I wouldn't want her messing with my stuff. She'd be like a guest there. Could I do that? Mark tried not to sigh. His job was always tough, but this one looked even harder. He had to keep reminding himself. He was only hearing one side, but his experience told him Alex was being as honest as he could. Mark knew many women who would love a man like Alex, someone who gave so openly and honestly. He was what people used to call a plain man, and that was a compliment. Cases like this one made Mark's competitive side come out, but he had to keep it in check. Alex was surprised that Elena had dragged her feet about the divorce. She was the one who filed for it, but it took her weeks to start talking to the lawyers on Mark's list. Yet more weeks passed before they could set up this face-to-face meeting. Alex had already worked several shifts on the offshore rigs. It was harder and lonelier than he had imagined until they settled the property and custody questions. He rented a small one-room place in Austin. He wasn't going to live in the basement of his own house. Like some kind of troll. He'd go to the house when the kids got home and leave after they went to bed. Still, Alex felt a cold knot of fear in his stomach, even though he felt better now that the proxy was starting. He thought he knew Elena, but now she was so unpredictable. Mark had worked hard to help him understand what would happen if he went to trial. No matter what Alex thought was fair, the law said she should get half of what they owned. The plan Mark helped him develop meant he wouldn't have to pay any spousal support. Instead, Alex would cover all the children's expenses, food, clothing and medical needs. He would give each girl a nice allowance and even pay for gifts Elena picked out within a certain budget. Alex would also pay for any sports team fees or lessons. The children wanted to try again. There were guidelines to make sure the money wasn't wasted. If a girl took piano lessons, for example, Alex wouldn't pay unless she was also practicing. He wouldn't buy a piano until the child showed she was serious about it. Alex would give Elena a little from his 401k, but in return he'd get the house. Elena would be the custodial parent and could live in his house with the kids full-time. He'd have unlimited access. When he was on shore for up to 3 years, Elena could live in the house during the 2 weeks a month. Alex was in town. She would live in the basement, which would be fixed up as an apartment with a separate entrance. After 3 years, Elena would have to find her own place, so Alex could live in his house 2 weeks every month. In 10 years, when little Nancy graduated from high school, Elena would no longer have access to the house. It wasn't what Alex wanted, but Mark had convinced him it was fair and better than what he might get in a court fight. Besides, although Alex hadn't said anything, he was pretty sure Elena would find someone to marry soon. The agreement said she couldn't have any man in any part of the house, even for dinner. Alex was sure she'd find a new husband. Soon as Alex looked around the room Mark had designed for these meetings, he noticed the quality of the furniture. There were 4 very comfortable chairs around a fancy coffee table. Near each chair was a rolling writing table, like those you see in hospitals, so you can eat in bed. The room was decorated to look like a cozy living room. There was even a gas fireplace to make things warm and welcoming. Mark's secretary had shown them in and was still explaining the room's features. When Mark and Elena's attorney, Rebecca, came in, each holding a stack of papers. Mark said, Megan emailed these to Rebecca and me this morning. I just need to confirm that you wrote a journal about what led us to be here. Alex looked at Elena, who looked smug. I wrote those, so I'd remember what was said and how I was feeling while all this was going on. I was trying to explain what Alex was doing to me. When Megan saw me writing the other day, she said she was going to take it to Alex. I wasn't happy about Megan knowing all the details, but I thought this might be a good way to make sure Alex read it. Rebecca snorted. You actually encouraged Megan to send this? Alex saw anger flare in Elena's eyes. Yes, I did. I took most of the personal stuff out. Just what I thought Alex needed to know to understand that this wasn't about personal matters. Mark's voice was calm. You didn't write much about your personal life, but you wanted Alex to know that for the last 4 years you were running Derek's house, doing all the cleaning, washing the dishes and cooking for him. Elena shrugged and said Alex only cared about the physical part of my relationship with Derek and me. I thought if he knew everything, he might think clearly. She turned to look at Alex and continued, if you read how I felt and what I said, it could help us fix our marriage. I knew I messed up our first meeting, but if you read it all, maybe we could work it out. Alex was stunned by what he just learned about the affair's length. Feeling anger rise, he turned to Elena and said, you told me it was 1 year, not 4. You've been with him for 4 years. Elena, eyes blazing, replied, no, I'm not lying. We only were together for the last year. You never cared why Rich and I started seeing each other or why he needed my help. It was all about your pride and another man being with your wife. Mark, looking at Rebecca, jumped in. I think we need a break. To be clear. You're okay with Alex and me reading your thoughts? Yes, I have nothing to hide. I've always wanted Alex to understand how I feel and what I've been through. Maybe then we can build a new, better marriage, if he remembers how much he loves me, especially since Rich and I broke up. Mark made eye contact with Rebecca and said we planned a 2-hour meeting, but we might need to delay until we figure out how this affects our plans. He turned to Alex. You might want to read this alone. It could be better if you stay away from home for a while. Alex shook his head. No, I need to be with my daughters. Elena can find somewhere else to stay. Elena, with an excited voice, said to the lawyers. Alex needs time to process. I'll let him read it alone. Then to Alex, she said, will you read it? Will you try to understand? It could change everything. I don't want a divorce. I still love you, the father of my girls and the man I want to grow old with. I only filed because your behavior was affecting the girls. Their needs come first. Alex looked at her, trying to understand the person he married. Did she always think so little of him? Unable to find words, he just nodded. I'll read it tonight. Elena smiled tenderly at him. Daddy, Megan said I made sure Mom sent it to Mr. Mark. Because I want to live with. You should know what Mom has been doing. She whispered. I didn't tell anyone about the gun. I was scared when I found it loaded. I hid it and was relieved. You never asked about it. Don't tell anyone, they might think you're unstable and try to keep us from you. Alex blinked hard, realizing Megan was the reason his gun hadn't worked. She had known once he thought about what he almost did. It shocked him deeply. He felt hopeless, thinking his kids would be better off without him. But he couldn't let his daughter know his weakness. What could he say? I wondered what happened to the bullets. The gun wouldn't help if it wasn't loaded. Megan seemed reassured as she left the room. Alex sat back and thought about Elena's writing for 16 years. He thought Elena would protect him. As he tried to protect her, reading her story left him speechless. He never knew she had such writing talent, Oregon, that he didn't really know her. Mark had stressed how important communication was for a divorce. It took hours for him to understand Alex, but Elena's words flowed easily. Why didn't she ever tell him how she felt or what she wanted? She must have known how much it would upset him. Alex looked around Mark's room, noticing details he missed before. The room felt like a private den with good taste and an atmosphere that demanded good manners. It was the kind of place where people wouldn't scream at each other. He could feel the room affecting him as Elena walked in with her lawyer. She looked beautiful, but looks can be tricky. The chairs were set up differently. Today, he and Elena faced each other with a fireplace on his right. Their lawyers sat at the head of the coffee table by the fireplace. Alex waited for Mark to start. He had spent extra hours getting ready with him for this second meeting. Mark nodded at Alex and then Elena. Rebecca and I spent over an hour discussing how things have changed. One good thing about this process is I don't have to see Elena as someone I'll fight in court. Rebecca and I can work together to fix your problem instead of fighting each other. Our job here isn't to grab every little thing from the other side. We're trying to find a solution both of you think is fair, so you can move on without hating each other. What's amazing is that most clients give up less than they thought they wouldn't get more than they expected. I often have to stop my clients from accepting too little rather than fighting to win more for them. Looked at, Rebecca said this has been my experience too. I've seen fewer problems with kids later. When couples end their marriage this way, if they can split up nicely, they usually work together better. As parents, problems with kids happen no matter how the agreement is written. Our job is to help our clients get in the right mindset before we start talking deals. I use my court experience to help my clients be fair in their demands. Mark and I have been discussing your divorce since you both agreed to this process. While small details can be tricky, like fighting over some beloved item, most couples agree to the overall deal. The lawyers think is fair, but Elena's journal changes everything, since Elena wanted to share it with Alex. It becomes part of the divorce and it changes things a lot. Mark turned to Elena. You need to know any smart lawyer could use this journal to change the settlement a lot. Rebecca and I agreed on what a court might decide. Usually we'd use that to make a deal. Both of you can accept, but since Rebecca is stepping down, we suggest you accept what we've worked out without changes. Rebecca will suggest another lawyer from her firm to help you if you want to make big changes, but if you do that, it will cost a lot and the new lawyer will have to start from the beginning. If you agree to our deal, it will save a lot of money. Elena looked at Rebecca and interrupted, but why are we still talking about deals? She turned to Alex. Didn't you understand what I wrote? Didn't you see how much I love? You said you loved me, didn't you? I know you loved me before Rich. Now that Rich is out of the picture, can't we start over and have a better marriage? Didn't you see how sorry I was for saying hurtful things that night? I'm really sorry. I got mad, but didn't you get why I did? Please, Alex, for the girls. I'm willing to give you all the time you need to change to grow into the man you can be to understand how to keep this from hurting the girls more. Alex froze. How could he explain they weren't even talking the same way? How could two people be married for so long and not speak the same way? They used the same words, but they meant different things. Alex knew what words like love meant to him, but he couldn't understand what they meant to her. Looking at Elena, Alex tried one more time. I was happily married for 15 years. I loved my wife and I knew she loved me. I loved her fully and without holding back. I was the happiest man to have a wife I could love and support. Elena. You lived with me for 15 years, but I was never your husband. I just didn't know it. You may look like the person I thought was my wife, but you were never the person I loved. I don't hate you, but I hate that you made me waste all that time pretending I don't hate you, but I sure don't like you, and seeing you just reminds me of the wife I never had. I loved her. I always will, but as much as I loved her, I dislike you for pretending to be her. Mark touched his arm. Alex, why don't you go to my office? Alex looked at Elena, shook his head and walked quietly to Mark's office. Once Alex left the room, Rebecca looked at Elena. You should know why I decided I couldn't keep being your lawyer. My personal feelings won't let me. This deal is, in my opinion, much better than what you'd get in any court. Here is the rewritten text. By that I mean if we got the best judge on his best day, he wouldn't give you as much as I've gotten for you. My advice is to sign before it's taken off the table. That's my last bit of legal advice. In a moment I'm going to ask Mark to leave, since I won't be your lawyer anymore. I need your okay to talk to you, woman to man. I want Mark to stay until you agree to listen to me. I want it clear that this isn't legal advice. Even if we talk about your divorce. If you and Mark say it's okay, I can share some thoughts that might help you. It will also make me feel better. Our agreement means nothing said here can be used in court. Will you agree? Elena nodded when Mark left. She turned to Rebecca with a strained voice, trying to hold back her anger. You're a woman. Why can't you see my side? Can't you help us get back together? Maybe suggest a good marriage counselor. Rebecca sighed heavily. The only person who thinks you should stay married is you, even your kids. Little Nancy told me, and I quote, "It's not fair that Daddy has to live in the basement because Mommy has a new boyfriend friend." Rebecca gave Elena a hard look. That once made another lawyer wet his pants during a trial. I meant what I said about the settlement. You better take it. Alex is being nicer than I would be. If I had Alex as a client and got Judge Judy Martin, who helped start the local women's rights group, you'd be shocked at what he'd get. Not only would he get all your clothes, but you'd also be paying him support money. It wouldn't matter if you were living in a cardboard box. Elena looked shocked. No woman would do that to me. I helped Judy start that group and I do it to you. I'm very liberal. I hate it when people say liberals don't care about results, just intentions. It makes me furious when they can point to women like you. What kind of thoughts go through your head? It's women like you that give women's rights a bad name. You never tried to carry your own weight, even after your kids were in school. I respect women who choose to raise a family. That's a big job, but that's not what you did. You didn't use your extra time to help your family or your community. No, when one house wasn't enough to keep you busy, you just found another man to be with. That's what makes Real Housewives look bad. You keep telling me you're a strong woman. Strong women do great things. Can you tell me anything you've done that a weak woman wouldn't? You've told me you want Alex to accept. Have you accepted him? The way he is, the way he shows love. Rebecca's eyes flashed. I quote from your journal. I knew from what he said and did that he never loved me enough to ask why. He never asked me why. Because it didn't matter, only being with another man mattered. Had he ever loved me, or did he just like having me? Was it because another man had been with me that he didn't care about me anymore? I cried myself to sleep, knowing he never loved me and never would. I was open to being with Derek, because I knew Alex didn't truly love me. Ours was a marriage of convenience for him. He never gave me his true love. Rebecca looked up from the paper. You thought your first try to explain your cheating went bad because you got mad this time. Alex told you that you changed the marriage deal without asking him. He said he hated you for ruining his family and you decided he never loved you. Do I have that right? Elena relaxed and nodded. That's how I felt. Rebecca gave her a look of disbelief. What will it take to get through to you? You told me Alex wasn't big on words. Did he ever tell you he loved you outside of bed? Sure, not often. He never said much about it. He just said it because he thought he should. He never talked about love the way Derek did. Derek would look in my eyes and make me feel his need for me. Did Derek ever pay your bills? No, God, he wouldn't think of it. He loved me. He never thought of me as anything else. I got mad at Alex for making that kind of comment. Rebecca's look stayed firm. I know I read that. Let me ask you again, besides words and sex, how did Derek show you he loved you? Did he give you little gifts or take you to nice places? Elena shrugged. I know he would have, but I didn't want Alex to find out about our relationship. I was right, because Alex didn't love me enough to even ask why. If he had asked you why, you would have just listed other ways. He failed you as a man. Elena interrupted. No, she paused to think. No, it wasn't really better. It was just different. Derek gave me things that Alex couldn't. They were different types of men. Derek was. Rebecca looked even angrier and jumped back in. I think you said no. Elena stretched the word, making it clear. Rebecca didn't understand. Alex didn't respond to me, like Derek did. Honestly, he wasn't doing much of anything. If I remember right, he mostly fished, sometimes sat in front of the TV and drank beer. He stopped seeing his friends, became boring, right? Elena tilted her head trying to understand Rebecca's tone. Yes, that's true. He gained weight too, and he just wasn't interesting. He didn't talk to me. He didn't care about how I was feeling. Do you think working 60 hours a week, 51 weeks a year to pay for that big house had anything to do with that? Never mind what were you doing to find out what was going on in his life to take care of him. I think he took his lunch to work to save money. Did you make it for him? Sometimes mornings were the busiest time of the day. Rebecca shook her head then said, since you cooked most of the meals, did you help him eat better or get him to exercise? I remember you didn't like that. He wouldn't go to parties you liked. Did you try to find things he might enjoy? Just talking to both of you, I know you are better at organizing social activities than Alex as a strong woman. Did you take the lead there, or were you too busy taking care of Derek? Elena winced at Rebecca's harsh tone. If he loved me, he was supposed to put me first too. Doesn't that mean you should put him first too? Can you give me any examples where you did that? Did you put him first when you left the house to be with Derek, after telling him he wasn't a good husband? You wanted him to support you while you were hurting him and everything he cared about, didn't you? Thought you deserved his support while you were causing him pain instead of quietly accepting it. He surprisingly said something mean quietly. Elena said I knew I didn't handle that first night. Well, but it wasn't as bad as you're making it sound. You only realized you might have handled things better 2 days later when you were still thinking about Rich. Even then, all you regretted was losing your temper and not getting Alex to understand that you felt like the victim. Elena bristled. I'm a strong woman and I have to make sure I don't let him take advantage of me if I didn't. Elena saw Rebecca's face turn red and for a second she thought Rebecca might lose it. Then, in a soft voice, Rebecca continued, do you think I'm a strong woman? I have one of the highest win rates of any lawyer in this state. I was elected 3 times before I retired as a judge. I have 2 great kids and 3 wonderful grandkids with another on the way. What do you think? Of course I knew you were strong when I saw all the pictures of you with famous people. Thank you. I've always thought of myself as strong. It means a lot to hear you say that weak women bring out the Elena frowned. As Rebecca's tone turned hard again, Rebecca softened and continued. I've been married to my husband for almost 38 years now. When we first got married, he was already a pilot with a big airline, but based here in Austin. He was making good money and I had just finished law school with a lot of debt. I had trouble keeping track of my spending. We got married and we decided to have our kids. Before I started my career, Jim put me on a strict budget. Then, right after our youngest started school and I got a good job in Austin, I handed over every penny I made. Not long after that we had a big crisis in our marriage. A drunk hit Jim while he was parked and suddenly he couldn't pass his flight physical. He decided that if he couldn't fly, he'd teach math and science to high school kids. Maybe help them soar someday. So what do you think happened to our budget? When I was making more money and Jim was earning less, you took over. Of course you had the power. No, nothing changed. I was still bad at managing. Money just slipped through my fingers. Jim doesn't like keeping track of expenses either. His mom did that for his family. But we're a team. One covers where the other is weak. Jim didn't manage the money to control me, but to make sure we supported the things important to us. That's what partners do. Let me give you another example. Jim is an amazing driver. He has great reflexes, depth perception and peripheral vision. He's never been in an accident, but he drives like a fighter pilot, so when we're in the same car, I drive. I'm not as good a driver as he is, but he doesn't get scared when I drive like I do when he drives. The first time I heard other pilots tease him about letting his wife drive, I got really mad, but it didn't bother him. He's strong enough to ignore it, because my comfort matters more to him. We're both strong people. We don't need to fight about what others say our roles should be. This is true for both old and new stereotypes. My goodness woman, did you understand your husband at all? What kind of man did you think you married? After reading your journal, I don't think I've ever met the man you expected him to be. I expect my husband to treat me as his equal. I would be very upset if he didn't treat me with the respect I deserve. Rebecca leaned forward and lowered her voice to make her point, and he expects the same from me. He's my equal too. It makes me so angry when feminists want to replace old male superiority with female superiority or put men down. Jim and I are different, but different doesn't mean better or worse. We are like a beautiful picture with two halves. If you cut that picture down the middle, it wouldn't stay together. But we are like two pieces of a puzzle. We fit together because our strengths and weaknesses complement each other. I give my husband what he needs and I don't count the cost. My world is incomplete without him. What did you give Alex? In your own words, he gave you everything he had, but I didn't see you give him anything. You complained about what he wasn't giving you, but you didn't even give him your full attention. You didn't give him the excitement you knew he wanted that you were willing to give someone else. You didn't give him emotional support, and instead of getting a part-time job, you had an affair and gave to another man what you wouldn't give Alex. I don't know if you're hearing me. This isn't legal advice. It's one woman talking to another. You owe Alex from your writing. It's clear he was never more than fourth in your life. You came first. Maybe your kids came second and your lover came third. If you have any character, you'll do your best to ease his pain or at least stop causing more pain. How Elena pleaded he won't talk to me, and living like this is starting to hurt the girls. Elena, if you were Alex, would you want a woman like you in your life? Alex tried not to show his nervousness. As Mark sat down behind his desk, Mark looked at Alex, shook his head and said, "Why did you ever marry a woman like that, have kids with her and stay married for all those years?" Sorry, don't try to answer that. Her journal really got to me. I got into family law to right the wrongs in the world. It took me over 20 years to realize I was creating as many problems as I was fixing. My instinct is to go for the kill, but when there are kids, leaving someone badly hurt in the courtroom doesn't end it. Part of this collaborative process is that I don't have to act like a typical lawyer. I have to protect your rights, but mostly I try to help you understand what's best for everyone in the long run. Squeezing every last cent out of a settlement makes for a terrible divorce. Take it from a reformed shark. The partner who gets the short end keeps coming back for more until only the lawyers have any money. That's a lawyer's job, the way the court system is set up, but I knew I was turning good people into something bad. That's not what my faith teaches, and it was hurting my soul. With this process, we try to find the best divorce possible, even if my client might have gotten a better deal some other way. I've been doing this for almost 10 years, and I am proud to say that only 3 couples have gone back to court after our agreement and the settlements held up. Each time Alex was confused. What does that mean for me? Since her lawyer is quitting. Alex paused and tried not to jump as he saw Mark start to smile. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was a dangerous one. Mark's smile was still menacing as he began. After Rebecca finishes talking with her, I suspect your soon-to-be ex-wife will feel very low, but I don't think she'll want to delay anything or go to court. Besides telling her how things really are, she's explaining the legal facts to her as well. I just wish I could represent you in court if she's foolish enough to go there. Mark took a deep breath and Alex watched as the fierce look slowly faded from Mark's face. After a few seconds, Mark continued. I read in a book recently that some of the PLS Indians honored their captured enemies by letting them show their bravery by torturing them to death if the enemy took it like a warrior. They gave him an honorable burial and wrote songs about his bravery. What I'd like to do to your wife would make that look like a picnic. Yeah, I can guess what you're thinking, Mark said. Mark took a deep breath, almost turning it into a half laugh. Look, even if that would feel great, it wouldn't last. The issue is you have 3 kids. You'll always be linked to their mom, even when the kids grow up. You can't cut out without cutting them out too. He raised a hand to stop Alex from saying anything. Sure, the kids might choose you now, but that's not for sure. In the long run, as long as their mom hasn't been terrible to them, they'll eventually miss her. Over time they'll want her at big events in their lives. When they have kids of their own, it gets even more complicated. Our job, yours and mine, is to learn how to settle for less than we might want. Alex felt his anger rising like a hot wave. His muscles tightened, his breathing sped up, and part of him wanted to hit anything, but Mark's voice stopped him. Imagine you see a man with a knife attacking one of your daughters. He's holding her down and you're alone, unarmed. What would you do? Alex almost felt it happening without thinking. He said I'd stop him. He's got a knife and you know you'll get hurt. I wouldn't go in without a plan. Getting killed wouldn't help, but if that's all I could do, I'd try to buy her some time. Maybe she could get away. Mark nodded. Most men would say the same, but your voice and body show you mean it. That's what good fathers do. It's why men go to war, to stand between danger and their family. There's a war around your family. Now the question is, are you man enough to protect your girls, or will you let your need for revenge come first? Alex clenched his teeth so hard. One of his fillings came loose. He spat it out and clenched even harder. His arm and leg muscles turned to iron, begging for a target to unleash on. His eyes burned, but his brain stayed clear. Real men don't only fight with fists. Alex knew this problem couldn't be fixed with force. For over 3 minutes, Alex let his rage fight against the unfairness of life. When he finally calmed down, he gave Mark a small nod. Mark's eyes widened, and with a tiny smile he nodded back. One thing I like about being a Christian is, I believe people will pay for their wrongs eventually. There's a part in the Bible where God says, vengeance is mine. I will repay. That helps me sleep at night. Here's the situation. You can get almost anything you want now, but it won't stay that way. Elena will soon find someone to pull you back into court if she feels she lost. I suggest we make it look like she's winning, but keep you in control. Full custody goes to you while giving her free access to see the kids. You get the house title, but let her stay there as a housekeeper while you work on the rigs. Provide her a small place to live when you're home. That will replace any money support in 2 years, or when she remarries. She'll need to find her own way. You probably don't want to be working offshore longer than that, and she'll still have unlimited access to the kids. Alex smiled. Doing the right thing for my kids hurts, but it won't hurt for long. She'll find someone to marry her soon. A week later, Elena drove to Derek's new house in Hillsborough. Despite the heavy truck traffic, the 2-hour drive up I-35 gave her time to think. Since talking with Rebecca, everything had happened so fast. She'd signed the final agreement without changes 2 days ago. Now they just waited for the court. The girls would stay with Alex for the next 2 weeks before he left for the rig. Rebecca had told her the settlement was more than fair. The main problem was finding a job to pay for food, clothes and other needs. The job Elena found didn't pay enough. Realizing her life with Alex was really over, she decided to go back to Derek. When Derek met her at the door, he looked more distant than she expected. She hugged him quickly and said, I need you. It's final. Alex and I are done. I love him and always will. I wanted us to grow old together, but it's for the best. He never understood me. Like you, do we need to plan? I let Alex have our house and custody of the kids. I know you just moved here, but we need to move back to be close to the girls, even when Alex is home. I know I said I'd never leave Alex, but I guess I thought he'd love me enough to stay. After a quick hug, Derek pulled back and looked at her with an odd expression, feeling uneasy. Elena continued. What's wrong? Derek. We talked about being together for years. I know last time we met you said to fix things with my family, and I tried, really I did. Well, we'll have to make the best of it. If Alex doesn't keep his promise, we can take him to court and make him. Derek's mouth fell open. She had never seen him speechless before. After a long moment, she said, I didn't think you could surprise me anymore, but I was wrong. We broke up. Elena, remember? Elena tipped her head back and gave Derek a look she usually saved for a child who didn't understand something, but she found endearing. We only broke up because you wanted my family to be together, since that's what I said, to avoid a bigger fight. Good heavens, Elena. For someone who talks about being sensitive, you really have no clue. Do you, Rich? I mean it. You never saw the changes in me that night when you came over after telling Alex about us. I couldn't believe what you told me you had said and done to him. It was like a veil lifted. I saw myself clearly for the first time when I told you I couldn't believe you'd been so harsh. All you cared about was telling me the names he called you. When you said you'd never stay with a cheating spouse. It made me wonder, why would I want one? I couldn't think of a single reason. Not a day has gone by that I haven't wished I could have saved my wife from that accident. I wished I could have died instead of her. She was my other half. She never would have cheated on me. When I remembered how I had loved her and compared it to what I felt for you, they weren't the same. At that moment I understood what Alex was feeling. I knew how I'd feel if my wife had been with another man, much less what you were doing with me, but it wasn't really cheating on him. What we had was much more than just that. You needed me, and yeah, I needed you. I was weak, very depressed. Instead of standing up and facing the world, I hid behind you. I let you create a dream world around you. The only thing I did in those 4 years that I don't regret is going back to law school. Derek snorted. Yeah, you loved me. You loved a weak man, a man who had no self-respect. I didn't care about anything, but being with an older woman. I was planning how to hurt an honorable husband. We talked about love, but did you notice that in 4 years, you never brought your kids to meet me? Did you notice that for 3 years, even before we were together, you never told any friends or family about me? Why do you think that was? Were you ashamed of us? Even then. Maybe you worried they wouldn't understand what we were doing to decent people. If I'd been in my right mind, I would have been disgusted too. Grabbing her arms, Derek held her away from him, looking deeply into her eyes. I learned a lot from Alex. I looked down on him. I thought he was a man who couldn't control his wife. I thought he was a wimp who chose to live in the basement while his wife was off with a better man. When you complained that he stopped being with you, I had my final realization. I saw how brave Alex really was. We told him he'd lose everything in a divorce, so he basically divorced you and stayed in the same house. We put him through hell and he turned it into a chance to get closer to his kids. He didn't drink or take pills like I did. He just worked hard to build the best life he could for his family. I'd never been so ashamed of myself. Do you know why I'm still talking to you? It's because of the lessons I learned from a man I've never met in person. I will take responsibility and meet my duties. I don't want to be with someone like you, but I owe your husband for what I did to him. I took my pleasure without paying for it. Releasing her, Rich stepped back. Alex paid for your life while I was with you. I owe him. I'm going to use some of my insurance money to buy a house near his. It will be nice and big enough for you and the girls to live in. You can stay there for free until little Nancy graduates or you get married. Maybe Alex won't have to work on the rigs and can get a job here to be with his kids full-time. It's the least I can do. I'll give you some money for your living expenses too. Alex paid for those while I was with you, and since I got something out of our time together, I'll pay for your education, even college. As long as you don't take any money from Alex by paying top price for everything I got from you, maybe I can regain some self-respect. There's only one rule: all contact between us will be through my lawyer. If you contact me in any way, the money stops. Alex was in the greeting card section at the grocery store. Megan was about to turn 16 and Alex wanted to find a card to express how he felt. He had seen many beautiful cards with wonderful words. Alex hadn't yet found the right card. He was looking for one that said, "I'm so happy you're growing up and starting to drive and date. I love you and trust you, but please be careful so you don't get hurt." How can there be a 40-foot wall of cards and not one fits what I need? Alex thought he'd already been there an hour and he felt he'd need at least another. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed a young woman looking at sympathy cards. She wasn't crying, but she looked very upset. It made Alex uneasy. He wanted to help her. He seemed familiar and he tried to think of something comforting to say even 2 years after his divorce. Alex hadn't wanted to date, but the experience made him more sensitive to other people's pain. He often wished he knew how to offer support without giving the wrong impression. He sighed. Not being good at showing sympathy wasn't a reason to do nothing, so he walked over to her, cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry for your loss. I'll say a prayer for your family." Then he quickly went back to his card section, hoping she wouldn't think he was hitting on her. "Hi, Alex, how are you? Are the girls okay? It's Megan's birthday, right?" The woman gave him a weak smile. Alex hated not remembering someone's name, especially if they knew him. This was very embarrassing. She paused and then continued. "Don't worry that you can't remember me. You saw me a few times in person, but I worked many hours on your divorce case. I'm Catherine Rebecca's parallel. I didn't work for her long because I wanted to see what the collaborative law process was like before law school." Alex swallowed hard and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help? I don't want to intrude, but still the noble knight." "Oh, don't be upset. I mean it in a good way. That's what I called my husband too. His birthday is the same day as Megan's, so I remember it. I'm trying to find something for his mom. His mother and I are still close. Lance was killed in Afghanistan a year before I met you. I'm sorry, he must have been special. The best ones always seem to go too soon. I mean, I was in the service before I married. I know what it's like to lose someone you love. It's really hard." Her expression softened and Alex saw something in her eyes, almost like she was assessing him quietly. She replied, "Yes, the good ones do die young, and it's so hard to find real men these days, men who aren't afraid to show they care." Epilogue. Mom. Nancy called out, adding extra syllables to the word. "Why are bridesmaids' dresses always so ugly? When I get married, my bridesmaids will look amazing." She flopped onto her bed and continued, "Do I really have to go to this wedding? Can't I skip it? I don't want to be there. I won't stand for that attitude in this house. A wedding is a happy occasion. You will not ruin this day. Do you hear me?" "But Dad," she stretched out the word. "This is the 3rd time I'm a bridesmaid since you married Mom 9 years ago. I guess I should be happy. I'm not the flower girl anymore." Seeing his look, she blushed slightly. She wouldn't have complained if she knew her father could hear her. She stood up and walked over to Catherine, hoping he'd walk away. Catherine knelt down to pin the hem of her dress so she could sew it later. "John, we've got this under control. It's a bridesmaid's right to complain about her dress. She wasn't breaking your rule about saying anything bad about Elena. It's just wedding nerves. Remember how you felt when Megan got married?" "That's right, Dad. Dee, it's just the dress. I'm really glad Mother found someone. Maybe this one will last." As Alex left, Nancy giggled at her stepmother regaining her composure. She asked, "Do you want me to stand on a chair? Seeing you kneel like that makes me worry. My baby brother will pop out." Catherine patted her belly. "I should be so lucky. They say the first child is the hardest." Her expression turned wistful. "I hope your mother finds what I have with your father." Nancy took Catherine's hands in hers. "Dad was lucky to find you. We were all lucky to have you. There's a reason we call you Mom and her mother. You've shown us what a strong woman is by always being there. Dad may not be great with words, but when I see him look at you, I know he thinks you his perfect woman." Nancy bit her lip and squirmed a bit. Then asked Catherine, "I love my dad and think he's the best. But well, you're a beautiful lawyer with many awards. You make more money than Dad. Don't some of your friends think you married down?" Catherine's eyes flashed. "Not if they are really my friends. Look, no one can take credit for their intelligence or gifts. You're born with those, God gave them too. You didn't earn them. The marketplace decides the value of those gifts. The market isn't always fair. Why do singers make more than teachers? The real way to judge someone is by how they use their gifts. Your father is the world's best mechanic, period. He became that because of his character, heart and hard work. Be strong enough to never settle for something just okay. If you can have something great in another area, it doesn't matter if someone is the best judge or the best janitor. Being the best at what you do is always special. Oh, and don't be so sure about who makes the most money. People will always pay for the best. Even if you're just the best burger flipper in the world, you might end up owning the place. Look at your dad now that he has his own shop. You might be surprised at how much he makes. A good, honest mechanic will always have customers. I'm so lucky to have found your father. I wanted to be the best wife and the best mom. Dropping her voice, she continued. You girls were so great. It was easy, but I'm a bit scared about starting over with a baby boy. Nancy swallowed a few times to clear her throat, then continued in a lighter tone. There's only one man like Dad. Okay, Megan got lucky too, but they don't make them like Dad anymore. I know I've been meeting a lot of frogs lately. Catherine stood up with a gentle smile and said, you're lucky because you know what to look for in a man. Your dad showed you that there are good, strong men out there. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between a true warrior and a bully or someone who just brags, but if you take your time, you can figure it out. Your dad showed me what kind of man he was when he and your mother were separating. I knew it would take him some time to be ready to move on, but I kept my eye on him. You don't want to let the good ones get away. I didn't plan to meet him in the card section of a grocery store, but when he tried to cheer me up, I knew it was the right time. Nani's face turned serious again. You never know who's watching you. Do you? I mean, if Dad hadn't been so noble during the divorce, he wouldn't have gotten you, would he? I know some of the good ones. My age haven't finished growing up yet. You've also convinced me that they are worth waiting for, and I will. I'm so lucky to have you in my life. You've taught me how to be the kind of woman a strong man needs. I love you. Mom. Nancy placed her hand on Catherine's stomach and felt the baby move. Don't worry about him, because you are the world's best mom. Until I'm ready to take that title. The baby kicked, making Catherine's stomach ripple, and both women smiled. I love you. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.